Section 1 of Riverdale Stories.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Riverdale Stories
By Oliver OPTIC. The Little Merchant.
Chapter 1.
Perhaps some of my young readers have been at Riverdale. If they have not, I must tell them that it is a very pretty place. The village is on the banks of a river that comes from many miles away, among the hills and mountains, and that is the reason why it is called Riverdale. But I will not stop now to tell my little friends about the place, for they will find out all they wish to know about it before they have done reading the story. There were rich people and poor people in Riverdale, as there are in almost every other place, and my story begins in the humble cottage of a poor widow. It was not a pretty white cottage with green blinds and a nice flower garden in front of it, but it was a dingy old house that had never been painted. Nothing had been done to make it look pretty, and it seemed hardly fit to live in. The poor widow's name was Jane White. Her husband, who had been a laborer, died only a year before and left her with a family of 4 children. She had to work very hard to get money enough to buy food and clothes for her little boys and girls, and you may be sure they did not have any nice things to eat, nor any fine clothes to wear. Her oldest boy's name was David White. He was not quite 9 years old, but he was big enough to help his mother a great deal, as any little boy of that age may do, if he only tries. David used to take care of the baby, bring in the wood and water, see to the fire, and do a great many other things that were not beyond his strength. His mother sent him to school, for she wanted her boy to be a wise and good man when he grew up. It was very kind of her to let David go to school when she wanted him so much to help her take care of the children and to do the chores. Mrs. White used to earn money by closing shoes, that is, by sewing up the seams. David could not help seeing that she had to work very hard, and he often wished that he could close shoes, and thus get a little money. He tried 2 or 3 times to sew up some strips of leather, but he did not make out very well, and his mother told him he was not big enough to do such work. A great many times did David wish he was a great man so that he could take care of his mother and his little brother and sisters. He thought if he was, he would earn lots of money. Then he would not let his mother sit up so late nights to close shoes. It was of no use to wish he was a man, for he was only a little boy. The next best thing he could do was to help her all he could, and Mrs. White had no reason to find fault with him, for he did all he was able, and was willing to do a great deal more. Still, he could not help thinking what a fine thing it would be to earn money for his mother. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to do something. Those who are willing to help themselves are almost always sure to find someone who is willing to help them. If we try to do well, there are plenty of friends who will do all they can for us. David's mother used to let him go to the river to catch fish, but she always told him when he was going to be very careful not to fall into the water. He used to mind what she said, for he knew how sad she would feel if he should be drowned, as John Piper had been only the year before. He felt that it was his duty to take care of his mother when he got big enough. If he should be lost, what would become of her when she was too old to work? He had a fish pole and line that had been his father's, and with these he used to catch pouts, perch, and shiners, and once he had caught a great pickerel. These fish were all good to eat, and when David had caught a mess of them, he felt that he had done something to feed the family. One day he wanted to go a-fishing, and like a good boy he asked his mother. The baby was asleep, and Arthur and Susan were building a house in the sand before the cottage, so she told him he might. David took down his fish pole, got a little basket from the woodshed, and started for the river. He felt just as though he wanted to do some great thing. He wanted to catch something better than perch and shiners. So he took a big stick, and when he came to the river, he walked till he heard a chug, which is the noise that a bullfrog makes. Then he stopped, and pretty soon he saw the green head of a frog sticking out of the water. Froggy looked at him slyly, as though he knew what he meant to do. As David crept up to him, Froggy gave another chug and darted into the water, hiding himself under a lily pad that grew near the shore. David could not find him, so he walked along till he saw another. He was more careful, and I don't think Froggy heard him this time. "You just sit still half a second more," said he to himself, "and I'll have you. You need not wink at me. I want one of your hind legs for bait." As soon as he got near enough, he raised the big stick and brought it down upon the head of poor Froggy. It was a hard blow, and the frog was killed by it. Perhaps some of my kind-hearted little readers will say it was too bad for David to kill the frog. It would have been very wicked if he had not wanted the frog for bait. He had done the act in order to get food for his mother and his brother and sisters. Taking out his knife, he cut off one of the hind legs of the frog and put it on the hook. There were a great many pickerel in the river. They are a very fine fish and often grow to be quite large. A frog's leg is the best bait to catch them with, and David wished ever so much that he could catch a big pickerel. He dragged the frog's leg over the water for half an hour, hoping a pickerel would jump up and catch hold of it. At last he heard a splash and felt a fish pulling very hard at the line. He hoped he should catch him. And even before he had seen the fish, he began to think what he should do with him. But he had a little plan in his head, and if he could only get the fish, he was almost sure of doing a great thing.
End of section 1.
Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana.
Section 2 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories.
By Oliver OPTIC. The Little Merchant.
Chapter 2. "Hold on tight, Fishy," said David, as he tugged away at the fish pole. I don't think the fish would have minded what he said if he could have helped himself, but the pickerel was well hooked and could not get away. The pole bent as David pulled, and he was afraid it would break. He was very careful, and after a deal of tugging, he pulled the fish out of the water and landed him on the grass. It was a nice, large pickerel, and David felt like a great man then, for he had caught a big fish. He put him in the basket and put some grass over him. Then he tried again, but could get no more pickerel. So he put a worm on the hook for bait, and pretty soon he caught perch and shiners enough for dinner the next day. While he sat on the rock, David kept thinking of something. He wanted to earn some money for his mother, and this was what he was thinking about. He had now formed a plan by which he hoped to do it. After winding up his line, he took the basket of fish on his arm and started for home. Just before he came to the house, he took the pickerel out of the basket and hid it in the grass, for he did not want his mother to see this fish. Then he carried the basket into the house and asked his mother if he might stay out a little while longer. She said he might, and he ran back to the place where he had put the pickerel. Putting the fish into another basket he had brought, he laid some fresh grass upon it and walked up to the village. He stopped before a large, fine house with a grove and a nice garden before it. He did not feel so brave then as before, and he paused for some time before he dared to enter the garden. At last he pushed the gate open and went in. As he was walking up to the house, a great dog ran out at him and barked as though he meant to tear him in pieces. David was afraid of the big dog, but he did not like to go away without seeing Mr. Lee, who lived in the fine house. "Be still, Watch," said the sweet voice of a little girl. "What do you make all that noise for?" In a moment David saw the little girl running towards him. She was not more than 8 years old, and had such pretty curls that David thought she must be an angel. She went up to the big dog, and with her little hand struck him on the head, and told him again to be still. "You are naughty, Watch, to bark at a little boy, and if you don't hold your tongue, you shall have no supper. Go lie down." Watch wagged his great bushy tail, and kissed the little girl's hand just as though he loved her very much. The blow she had given him did not hurt him, and Watch did not seem to be afraid of her. "What do you want, little boy?" asked Flora Lee, for that was her name. "I have got a great big pickerel that I caught in the river, and I want to sell him to your father," replied David. "Do let me see him," said Flora. David pulled out the grass, and the little girl looked at the fish, said he was a monster, and did not see how David could have caught him. "He pulled very hard," added David, "but I got him out. He is a very nice fish, and I heard a man say that your father was very fond of pickerel. He is. My mother is poor, and has to work very hard. I want to get some money to help her if I can." "You are a nice boy to help your mother, and my father shall buy the fish. If he won't, I will," said Flora. "Thank you, little miss." "Now come with me, and I will take you to my pa," added Flora. David followed the little girl into the great house. Our hero had never seen anything so fine before. Flora led him into the house by the front door, which was not the way to take a fish boy in, but she was so eager to have David sell his fish, she did not think of that. "Oh, Pa, here, come quick," said Flora, as she threw open the door of the room where her father was reading the paper. "What is the matter, Flora?" asked he. "Nothing, Pa, only here is a nice little boy that has got a great big pickerel. He wants to sell it to you, Pa, and you must buy it," said Flora, talking as fast as she could. "Must I?" asked Mr. Lee with a smile. "Perhaps I shall not." "But you must. This little boy wants to earn some money to help his mother. She is poor and has to work very hard." "That may be. What does he ask for the pickerel?" "I don't know." And then Flora ran back to David. "What is your name, little boy?" "David White." Mr. Lee then came out into the entry where David was. "Well, my little man, you have a fish to sell, have you?" said Mr. Lee. "Yes, sir. A man told me you liked pickerel, and I came up to see if you wanted this one," said David, taking off his hat. Mr. Lee looked at the fish and said it was a very fine one. He then asked the price, and David told him he might give him what he pleased for it. "Give him a good deal for it, Pa," said Flora. "I will give him $50. That is more than the fish is worth, but he is a good boy," and he handed him the money. Flora showed him into the kitchen, and David gave the pickerel to the cook. "You must catch some more and bring them here, and my father shall buy them," said Flora, who went with him to the gate. "I will if I can," replied David, and he ran towards home with all his might. How happy he was! How tightly he held on to the bright $50 in his hand! Wouldn't his mother open her eyes when he gave it to her? How glad it would make her! He had never held so much money in his hand before, and he had earned it. He felt more like a great man than he had ever felt before. He had done a big thing, even bigger than he had hoped when the fish first bit the hook. $50! David wondered if any other little boy ever earned so much money in one day. End of section 2. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 3 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Little Merchant, Chapter 3. "See what I have got, Mother," said David as he ran into the house. "Hush, David, you will wake up the baby," replied his mother. "What have you got?" "$50," answered David, as he put the money into his mother's hand. "Why, where did you get it?" "I earned it, mother," said David in a whisper, lest he should wake little Mary. "I caught a big pickerel in the river, and I sold it to Mr. Lee, and he gave me $50 for it." "You have done well, David. $50 is a great deal of money to poor folks like us," replied his mother, as she took the coin. "I will use this to buy you some clothes." "Don't use it for me, mother, but for yourself. I never felt so happy before in my life. I wish I could earn some more money." "Perhaps there will be a chance by and by." When David went to bed that night, instead of going to sleep, he lay awake to think of some way in which he might help his mother. If he could only earn $50 every day, it would almost support the family. But he could not think of any way, and so he went to sleep and dreamed about it. When he got up the next morning, the first thing he thought of was the $50 he had earned the day before. School did not keep that day, and he went down to the river to catch some more pickerel. He got 3, but they were not so large as the one he had caught the day before. He carried them into the village, and after trying at a dozen houses, he could find no one to buy them. He felt very bad when he carried them home, but his mother told him he must not lose his courage. Mrs. White cooked the pickerel for their dinner that day, and David said they were very good, and he did not see why no one would buy them. After dinner, David's mother sent him to the store to get some sugar. While the grocer was putting it up, he heard a man in the store say they ought to have the Boston papers in Riverdale, and he did not see why they could not be left at the people's houses as they were in other places. As he walked home, David thought he might carry the papers round and sell them. He had heard about the boys who sold them in Boston. His mother had seen little fellows no bigger than he was selling them in the city. If he could only get them, he would try the plan. His eyes grew very bright as he thought of it. "I will do it," said he to himself. "At least I will try to do it. I will go right off and see Mr. Field, the expressman, and get him to bring me out some papers next Monday." When he had carried the sugar home, he started for Mr. Field's house. He found him at work in his garden, and told him what he wanted. "Do you think you can sell the papers, my boy?" asked the expressman. "I can try, sir. My mother is very poor and has to work very hard. I want to do something to help her if I can." "That's a good boy," said the man very kindly, "and if I can do anything for you, I am sure I will. If you will bring me the papers from Boston, I think I can sell them." "You shall have a chance to try, my boy. I will bring you some next Monday. How many do you want?" "Not many at first, sir." "Say 20 or 30? "Yes, I will bring them." David was so glad he hardly knew what to do with himself. He ran home and told his mother what he had done, and she was as glad as he was when she thought what a smart son she had, and how anxious he was to help her. Monday came. David was at the railroad station when the train came, and Mr. Field gave him the papers. David took them under his arm. How his heart beat with fear lest he should not be able to sell them! But he meant to work very hard, and he felt almost sure that he should sell them. There were 2 dozen papers. They cost 15 cents a dozen, or 30 cents for the whole. At 2 cents each, they would come to 48 cents. This would leave David a profit of 18 cents, and this would do very well for a start. "What have you got there, boy?" said a gentleman. "The Journal, sir." 2 cents each, replied David, taking one of the papers from under his arm. "Give me one." And the man handed him 2 cents. "Thank you, sir. I want one every day." "Very well, sir. I shall be glad to sell you one every day. You may leave it at my house." He pointed out his house to David, and he told him he would leave one there every day. The little merchant was cheered by this sale. It was a good start, and he felt sure that almost every man in the place would want a paper. Pretty soon he came to the grocery store, and he went in to follow up his good luck. There were 6 or 7 men in the shop besides the keeper. "Buy the journal, sir? Only 2 cents. Got all the news in it," said David, showing the paper to the storekeeper. "Is that you, David?" asked the man. "Yes, sir. Don't you want a paper?" "I do. I am very glad to get one." And the man handed him 2 cents and took a journal. "Thank you, sir," said David, for his mother had told him he must be polite to all with whom he had dealings. "You have gone into business, have you, David?" added the man with a smile. "Yes, sir. I am trying to do something to help my mother." "That's a good boy. You will find plenty of people to buy your papers, for they all want them." David sold 5 papers in the store, and with a light heart he ran over to the great shoe shop on the other side of the road. A great many men were at work there, and when the little merchant told them he was selling papers to help his mother, nearly every one of them bought a paper, and he had only 6 left when he went out of the shop. 5 of these were sold in a short time, and he had only 1 left. He felt sure that Flora Lee's father would want one, and he saved this one for him. He found Flora in the garden playing with the great dog, and he told her what he had been doing. She felt a deep interest in the little hero, and when he had told his story, she led him to her father. Mr. Lee took his last paper and wished him to bring him one every day. How happy David was then! He had sold out and had made 18 cents. But he was an honest boy, and he went at once to Mr. Fields to pay for his papers, and to speak for some more the next day. The expressman said he had done well after he had told his story, and thought he could sell as many as 4 dozen papers the next day. David ran home and told his mother all about it. She was as glad as he was at his success. She was pleased, not only because he had made some money, but because he had tried so hard to do something for her. 18 cents is a very small sum, it is true, but the poor widow could think of a great many little comforts which it would buy. But if her son could earn this sum every day, it would be a real blessing to her, for it would supply the whole family with good clothing. Do you wonder that Mrs. White was proud of her son? End of Section 3. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 4 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Little Merchant, Chapter 4. The next day, David sold twice as many papers as he had sold the day before. He carried 36 cents home to his mother that night. This was as much money as his mother had earned, and he was as proud as a lord of what he had done. David now found himself settled in the business, and in a few weeks his mother bought him a suit of clothes with the money he had earned. They had a great many nice things at the cottage, which they had not had since Mr. White's death. But the little merchant did not always have such good luck as on the first days. When he sold all his papers one day, and had calls for more than he could supply, he asked Mr. Field to bring him 6 dozen. Then he could not sell them, and this caused a loss. There were a few bad boys in Riverdale, and David had some trouble with them. One day, when he was running across a field with his bundle of papers under his arm, Joe Birch stopped him. He was a bad boy, and did not like David because the little merchant was a good boy and would not idle away his time with him. "How many papers have you sold, David?" asked Joe. "About 20," replied David. Give me one, will you?" "I can't give them away. I have to pay for them." "What if you do? Can't you give me one?" "If I have any left, I will give you one," said David. Then he tried to get away from the bad boy, but Joe tripped him up, and he fell at full length on the ground. David did not care for the fall, but all the money in his pocket came out, and was scattered about in the grass. Joe was a good deal larger than David, and our little hero was afraid of him. So he did not dare to say anything, though he felt very bad indeed. He had a stout heart, but he felt very much like crying. This would do no good, so he began to pick up the cents. The bad boy said he would help him, and began to look in the grass with David, but he did not give him any of the money he found. The little merchant, after he had looked a long while, found only one half of what he had lost. He felt very bad at the idea of losing 10 cents, but he did not say anything about his loss, and ran on to leave a paper at the house on the other side of the field. "Hello, David!" shouted Joe. "What do you want?" asked David. "Do you mean to say I have got any of the money?" "I didn't say so." "'Cause if you do, I'll whip you." "I didn't say so." "Yes, you did." David did not answer him again, but ran with all his might to the house. When he got to the door, he could not control his feelings any longer, and burst into tears. "What is the matter, David?" asked John Gray, the farmer's son, as he gave him a paper. "I lost my money in the field," sobbed David. "Joe Birch was with you, wasn't he?" "Yes, and he tripped me up, and when I fell the money all came out of my pocket, and I lost 10 cents. "You go back and ask Joe Birch if he has any of it. I know he has got some of it." "I don't like to do that. Joe will whip me if I do." "You go and ask him, and I will be there in a minute." David did not like to do so, but John Gray said so much that at last he agreed to go. When he reached the field again, Joe was leaving it, but he called after him, and he stopped. "Did you find any of my money, Joe?" asked David, who spoke in a very civil manner. "No, I did not. Do you mean to say I got any of it? If you do, I'll whip you." "I don't say so." "Yes, you do." Joe doubled up his fist and moved towards David. Our little merchant walked away from him, but just then John Gray came to the spot. "He says I've got some of his money," said Joe, as John joined them. "Haven't you got some of it?" "No." "Turn out your pockets and let me see," said John. "I don't want to do that, but I haven't got any of his money," replied Joe. The bad boy then tried to run away, but John caught him and turned his pockets out for him. In one of them he found 8 of the cents David had lost. John gave them to David and told Joe if he touched him again, he would put him in prison for stealing. David was very glad to get his money again, and while John held Joe, he ran off to sell the rest of his papers. Joe was afraid of being put in prison for what he had done, so he did not dare to whip David for telling John about it. This was only one of David's trials. He told his mother about it when he got home. She said he must not mind it, and that he must have nothing to do with Joe, for he was a very wicked boy. She told him he must not heed these troubles, for everybody in the world has to meet them. David kept on selling papers for several years, and the money he earned in this way helped his mother very much, and no mother could be more happy in having such a good son. I hope all my little friends will do all they can to help their mothers. If they cannot sell papers, they can do a great many things. They can at least be good boys and girls, and this will help their mothers a good deal and make life very pleasant to them. End of section 4. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 5 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Little Merchant. Chapter 5. The Newsboy. The Newsboy. Cast thy bread upon the waters, and thou shalt find it after many days. Many years ago there lived in Boston a carpenter whose name was John Lowe. He was very far from being a rich man, and though he received fair wages for his labor, he had a wife and 4 children to support. One Saturday evening, as he was going down to the market, a little boy of about 10 years of age stepped up to him and asked if he would set him up in the newspaper business. The newsboys in the large cities of the United States make from 4 to 6 cents a dozen on the papers they sell, but they have to be active, and I am sure they earn their money. It requires a little capital to start with, and to obtain this, the boy had accosted John Lowe. "How much do you want, my boy?" asked he. 50 cents, sir, if you please," replied the boy, whose name was Henry Small. "But I will pay it to you again just as soon as ever I can." The carpenter hesitated, but the boy looked honest and told him a pitiful story of misfortune and want at home, and he finally gave him the money. In 2 weeks, Henry Small called at the carpenter's house and paid the $50 he had borrowed. It was 16 years before he saw him again. In that time, John Lowe had grown old and feeble. He could not labor much, and when hard times came, he had no work, and had nothing with which to buy bread for himself and his wife. 2 of his children had died, and the other 2 were sailors and far away from home. He had no one to help him, and he feared that he should be obliged to go to the almshouse. Every day he went out, hoping to find a job by which he could earn enough to buy food for himself and his wife, but he was disappointed. At last he made up his mind to apply to the overseers of the poor for assistance, for he had not even a loaf of bread in the house or any money. On his way to the city hall, he entered a store where some carpenters were at work making alterations, and asked the master workman for a job. "I can give you no work here," was the rough reply. The unkindness of the answer touched his feelings, and a tear slid down his cheek. "What do you want?" asked a gentleman in kind tones. He was the person who was about to go into business in the store. "I want work, sir, for I am very poor," replied John Lowe. "Haven't I seen you before somewhere?" asked the gentleman. "I am sure I have." "I don't know, sir. My name is John Lowe. I am a carpenter by trade." "John Lowe!" exclaimed the gentleman, grasping his hand. "Don't you know me?" "I do not indeed, sir." "My name is Henry Small. You set me up in the newspaper business 16 years ago." "I do remember, and I judge by your looks that the world has used you better than it has me." "It has used me very well, perhaps better than I deserve." John Lowe then told his story with many tears. "Do not weep," said Henry Small. "I have done well since we parted 16 years ago. The $50 you lent me has been the foundation of my fortune. I have some thousands of dollars now, but had I only $1, I would divide it with you." John Lowe had all he wanted as long as he lived. He worked on good wages in Mr. Small's store for a time, but when he could no longer work, he was well cared for by his friend. End of Section 5. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 6 of Riverdale Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Young Voyagers, Chapter 1. Frank Lee was about 10 years old. He was generally a very good boy, though sometimes a love of fun and mischief would lead him astray. His father was a very rich man. He owned more houses and lands and had more money than any other man in Riverdale. So Frank had everything he needed to make him happy. He was the brother of Flora Lee, whom my young friends have read about in The Little Merchant, but he was not always so good as Flora. She always minded her father and mother, but Frank would sometimes forget what they had told him. One afternoon, when school did not keep, Frank went off to play with some other boys. The place chosen for their sports was near the house of Mrs. White, and not far from the river. After he had played a while, he got tired of the fun and left the other boys. He thought he would take a walk down the river and see if he could find any lilies. He knew that Flora was very fond of the pretty white lilies that grow in ponds and rivers, and he wished to carry her a few. As he walked along, he cut a forked stick with which he could get the lilies out of the water. He walked some distance without finding any lilies within his reach. There were plenty of them, but they were so far from the bank that he could not reach them with his forked stick. Then he thought, if he only had a boat, he could get just as many lilies as he wanted. There were plenty of boats on the river, and his father owned one in which he had often sailed. But his father had told him never to get into a boat unless he or some other man should be with him. It was proper and right for his father to give him this strict charge, for little boys ought never to be allowed to go out in boats alone. Frank thought his father was more nice than wise about it. He did not see why he should not take a sail and have a good time on the water as well as anybody else. He thought he could manage a boat very well. Boys are very apt to think they know more than their parents, and they often get into trouble for this reason. The best way is always to mind father and mother. You will think so when you have read my story, if you do not think so now. Frank was sorry he could not find any lilies, for he wanted to surprise Flora, whom he loved very much. He meant to put a whole bunch of them around her plate at the tea table. He had thought just how he would place them, and how pretty they would look. He could almost see the smile of pleasure on his sister's face as she came to the table. He wanted so much to find the lilies that he could not give up the search. He walked on a little farther, and as he came around a bend of the river, he saw a boy hard at work on the bank. When Frank reached the spot, he found it was Joe Birch. He had gathered a lot of rails and old boards. Some of them he had taken from the fences, which was wrong, for it let the horses and cows out of the pasture into fields where they were not wanted. Joe was making a raft out of these boards and rails. It was almost finished when Frank arrived, so he thought he would stop and see Joe go down the river on it. He did not then think of such a thing as going with him, for Joe was known in Riverdale as a bad boy. His father had told him not to play with him, for he would swear, lie, and even steal. He had been in a great many scrapes, and all the good boys shunned him. "Hello, Frank Lee," said Joe, when he saw the lily hunter. "What are you going to make?" asked Frank. "I am making a raft. I am going to have a first-rate sail down the river," replied Joe. "Where did you get these boards and rails?" "I got 'em from the fences, and if you tell anybody, I'll break your head." That was not right. "Who says so?" "I don't think it is. You will let the cattle out of the pasture into the cornfields and gardens." "Oh, don't you cry." "I am not crying." "Well, if you tell anybody about the rails, I'll make you cry. That is all." Frank thought he would walk along, for he did not like the little bully. Do you know what a bully is? Well, it is a boy or a man who is all the time talking about whipping others. He tries to make others afraid of him by big talk, just as Joe tried to frighten Frank. With all their big talk, they are often cowards. "Can you tell me where I can get any lilies?" asked Frank after he had started to go. "Don't you see 'em all around you?" replied Joe. "Yes, but they are so far out that I cannot get them." "Wait a minute or two, and I will get some for you," added Joe. This seemed very kind of him. Indeed, it was not at all like Joe, for he was hardly ever known to do anything for others. When his companions asked a favor of him, he would almost always refuse, and it was a real pleasure for him to deny them, he was so cross and ugly. "I will give you something if you will," said Frank, as he looked out to the place where the top of the water was almost white with full-blown lilies. Frank put his hand into his pocket and drew out ever so many things, just such as you will find in nearly every boy's pocket. There was a knife, a lead pencil, 3 or 4 slate pencils, a tin whistle, a brass button, an old flint, a piece of chalk, 3 peppermints, and 2 cents in specie. "I will give you this whistle." "Pooh! What's it good for?" "It will whistle first rate," said Frank, as he blew it with all his might, so as to show Joe what a smart whistle it was. "I don't want it. What else have you got?" And Joe stopped his work for a moment to look at the contents of Frank's pocket. "Give me the 2 cents, and I will." "You shall have them if you will get me, let me see, 20 lilies." "Give us the 2 cents, then," and Frank handed him the money. Now our little friend thought he had made a good bargain, and that he was very sharp to make Joe get him 20 lilies for 2 cents. But he ought not to have given him the money till he got the lilies. The best time to pay is after the work is done. Frank waited a little longer till Joe finished the raft, and then he helped him slide it off the land into the water. "Don't you want to go with me?" asked Joe. "No, I guess not," replied Frank. "Why not?" "My father told me never to go in a boat unless there was a man with me." "Pooh! This ain't a boat." "It isn't, is it?" said Frank, musing. "Your father didn't tell you not to go on a raft," added Joe, who wanted Frank to help him push the raft out from the shore, as he could not do it well alone. Frank knew very well what his father meant when he told him not to go in a boat, but he wanted to go so much that he stepped on the raft with Joe. He did not stop to think much about the matter. If he had, I do not believe he would have gone. The very fact of being in the company of Joe Birch was enough to assure him he was wrong. When we are tempted, we ought to stop and to think, and very often this will keep us from going astray. End of section 6. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 7 of Riverdale Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Young Voyagers, Chapter 2. The Bible says that the letter kills, but the Spirit gives life. Frank ought to have obeyed the spirit of his father's order, as well as the letter. He told him not to go in a boat. This was the letter, but he meant that he must not go on the water, either in a boat, on a raft, a log, or anything else. This was the spirit. Don't you think Frank disobeyed his father just as much as though he had gone in a boat? I think so, and I am pretty sure you will think so. A little boy's mother once told him not to go out the gate into the street. Pretty soon he was seen in the street, and his mother called him into the house. "Didn't I tell you not to go out the gate?" said she. "I did not, mother," replied he. "I got over the fence." Don't you think this little boy disobeyed his mother? Don't you think he was just as naughty as though he had gone out at the gate? He only minded the letter of the command, when he should also have obeyed the spirit. Frank was not satisfied when he stepped on the raft, for he felt that he was doing wrong, but he only meant to go out a little way, just far enough to get the lilies. Joe Birch had a long stick, and he and Frank pushed the raft away from the shore into the deep water. The young voyagers were by this time fairly afloat. They were now in the midst of the lilies. "I will help you get the lilies," said Frank, and he stooped on the raft and picked a full-blown one from the water. "Not here. I want to sail a little before I get them." "But I don't want to sail," added Frank, who had only meant to get the lilies and then go home. "Can't help that. I want you to go with me." "I don't want to go." "But you must. You shall help me push the raft." "I can't go." "You shall," said Joe, in such a tone that Frank felt very sorry he had got upon the raft at all. "Let me off, and you may keep the 2 cents," pleaded Frank. "I mean to keep them anyhow, so take your stick and push as hard as ever you can." "Please to let me off." "No, I won't. That's flat." Frank wanted to cry then, but he knew that Joe would only laugh at him if he did, so he kept down the tears and tried to look bold. The raft floated out into the deep water. The boys could not reach the bottom with their poles, but the current bore the raft slowly down the river. Joe liked the fun, but Frank felt so bad that he wanted to cry rather than laugh. The river grew wider as they went along, and the raft was out in the middle of it. Poor Frank began to be afraid he should never reach the land again, for their little bark was not very strong. The current had thrown some of the boards out of place, and he feared it would come to pieces before they had gone much farther. Perhaps he would not have been afraid if he had not disobeyed his father. Doing wrong makes cowards of men, as well as boys. He could no longer stand up on the raft, so he sat down on one of the boards. Joe only laughed at him, but I think he too was afraid, though he did not like to show his fear. Those who make fun and laugh when they are in danger are often more frightened than those are who look calm and serious. For some distance the water was smooth, and the young voyagers got along very well. But they soon came to a place where the river was full of rocks. Some of them rose above the surface of the water, and some of them were only just covered. The stream was not so deep here, but the current was more rapid. The raft began to move faster, and Joe tried to keep it from striking against any of the rocks. This would have knocked the raft in pieces and thrown the boys into the river. Joe worked very hard, and he was angry because he had to do all the work alone. Frank was so frightened that he held on to the raft for dear life. How he wished himself once more on the land. "Come, get up and help me," said Joe. "I can't. I'm afraid," replied Frank. "Yes, you can. Jump up and push off from the rocks." "I can't stand up. I shall fall off into the water." "Get up, or I will knock you over the head with my pole." "I can't." Then Joe struck him on the back with the pole, and poor Frank, afraid the bad boy would throw him into the river, had to stand up. He was so terrified he could not do anything to help Joe. Just then the raft struck upon one of the hidden rocks. The shock threw Joe into the river. Frank saw him sink down where the water was over his head. He was frightened almost to death, for he thought Joe must surely drown. Frank had seated himself the moment the raft struck upon the rock, or he too must have been thrown off. The boards and the rails were all thrown out of place by the shock. When Joe went into the water, the raft was relieved of half its load. Then, as it did not sink down so deep as before, it passed over the sunken rock, and Frank was carried down the river. Expecting every moment to be pitched into the water, he held on with all his might with both hands. Joe could swim a little, and by the aid of his pole he reached the rock and climbed upon the top of it. He was thus saved from drowning, but he had not a very good place to stand, for the water was halfway up to his knees. Besides this, if no one came along to help him off, he might have to stand there all night. He did not think of such a thing as swimming ashore, for he knew he could not do it. Frank gave himself up for lost. He never expected to see his father and mother and Flora again. Then, more than before, he wished that he had obeyed his father. Then he promised himself, if his life could only be spared this time, that he never would disobey his parents again. The raft floated rapidly down the river till it came to a wide place called Willow Pond. It was about half a mile across from bank to bank, and Frank was carried right out into the middle of it. The current was not so swift here as in the narrow river, and when the raft had been carried out ever so far from the land, it seemed to stop. Frank could not see that it moved at all, and he was afraid, if not thrown into the water, that he should have to stay there all night. But the raft did move, though it did not seem to do so. It was more than an hour in passing through the pond. It was almost dark now, and everything began to look very gloomy. The poor little boy thought of his happy home, as the darkness began to gather around him. The pleasant parlor where his father and mother and Flora were seated seemed more cheerful than ever. Oh, how he wished he was only there! His parents and his sister were no doubt wondering why he did not come home. His father would go out to find him, and search all over the village for him. Then he thought how Flora would cry, if she only knew where he was at that moment. End of Section 7. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 8 of Riverdale Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Young Voyagers, Chapter 3. Below the pond, the river was deep and narrow for several miles, but its course lay, for a portion of the way, through a dense forest. The raft began to move faster now, and Frank soon found himself in the woods. The darkness was dismal enough. The young voyager had cried till he could cry no longer, and in despair he waited the fate that seemed to be in store for him. He could hardly see the banks on each side of him, but only the black and moaning trees, which seemed to be painted on the starless sky. The night air was chilly, and he began to feel very cold. His teeth chattered, and the water, which touched his hands, seemed almost like ice. I have said that Frank was generally a good boy. He was a member of the Sunday school, and had been taught that there is a good Father above who watches over us, and who doeth all things well. He knew that this kind Father above could save him, and restore him to his parents. Looking up to the cold, gloomy sky, where he thought the Father lived, he asked him for help. He prayed that God would save him from the night and the deep around him. When Frank had said his simple but earnest prayer, he thought he felt better. In a little while he was quite sure of it. His prayer had driven away that dreary sense of loneliness. He was no longer alone, for the Father was with him. The raft then seemed to be guided by unseen hands, and he felt stronger than before. He no longer wanted to cry, and his heart was filled with hope. He had heard someone say that God helps him who will help himself. The words were full of cheer, and he firmly grasped the forked stick which he still held. But what could a little boy like him do against the current of the great river? He was a weak and puny child, and the stream was strong enough to turn the great wheels of the mills, to carry off houses, and even wear down the mighty hills. He felt that he must do something, so he took his stick and paddled with all his might on one side of the raft. For half an hour he worked like a hero, but the raft still kept on its way, just as though he had done nothing at all. This hard work, though it did not bring the raft up to the shore, did him a great deal of good. Besides giving him something to think about, it warmed his blood so that he no longer felt chilled. It made him feel brave, too. He no longer feared the night and the deep water. He felt that he was doing just what the good Father wanted him to do, and that, if he worked hard, God would help him. For 2 hours more the raft kept on its way, and poor Frank was tired out with hard labor. His work did not seem to do any good. He was almost ready to give up in despair, when the raft whirled round a bend of the river, and he passed out of the gloom of the forest. But a great noise started him, and he stopped paddling to listen. It was the sound of rushing waters. He trembled, and he had almost screamed with fear. For he knew it was the noise of a waterfall. He must be dashed in pieces if the raft went over the fall. At the same time he saw a great many lights, and he was sure the raft had borne him to the village of Spindleton, which was 7 miles below Riverdale. It was a great deal worse to be dashed to pieces on the rocks than it was to be drowned. His fears made him almost crazy. But then he thought of the good Father above again, and that he could save and restore him to his dear parents and sister. God helps him who helps himself, said Frank to himself as he went to work with the stick again. He paddled with all his might for a while, but it did no good. Feeling that he must do something more, he tried to stand up on the raft. He could hardly do so at first, but he soon got a firm footing. Then, finding he was only a little way from the shore, he tried to reach the bottom with his pole. To his great joy, he found the water was shallow, and he pushed with all his strength. At this moment, he saw a light close by the bank of the river. It was a man with a lantern in his hand. "Help!" shouted Frank as loud as he could. "Hello!" replied the man. "Help! Save me!" repeated Frank. "Where are you?" "In the river." The man ran down to the bank, and by the light of his lantern saw the young voyager pushing away with all his might. "Push away, my boy, or you will be carried over the dam," said the man. "I can't push any more. I am tired out," replied Frank. The man, at these words, put his lantern down on a stump and waded into the river till he could reach the raft. With a strong arm he dragged it to the shore, and taking Frank up, he bore him to the dry land. How the heart of the poor boy leaped with joy when he found that he was safe! He felt that the good Father had saved him, and he thanked him for his kindness and his mercy. "Who are you, my boy?" asked the man. "My name is Frank Lee," replied he. "How come you on that raft at this time of night?" "I was naughty, and did not mind my father." "Well, come into the house. Poor little fellow, you are wet and cold." The man took him by the hand and led him to his house. He was a poor man, and earned his living with a horse and wagon, carting goods from the railroad station to the mill. He had gone to feed his horse when he heard Frank's cry for help. Mr. Brown, for this was the man's name, made up a great fire in the kitchen so that he could dry his clothes. Then he called up his wife, who had gone to bed, and she got him some supper. The warm fire and the supper made poor Frank feel better, and he would have been happy if it had not been for the thought of his father and mother and Flora. They must fear that he was lost or drowned, and he wanted to go home at once, to allay their anxiety. "Who is your father, Frank?" asked the man when he had eaten his supper. "Edward Lee, of Riverdale," replied he. "Dear me! Are you the son of Mr. Lee, of Riverdale?" "Yes, sir, I am." Frank told the story of his voyage down the river as quick as he could, and then said his father must feel very bad on account of him. "I will go over to Riverdale and tell him you are safe," said Mr. Brown, lighting his lantern again. "Thank you, sir, and I will go with you if you please." "But, my poor boy, you are all worn out. You are not fit to go home to-night." "I would rather go." Mr. Brown said he might, if he felt able, and in a little while the horse and wagon were at the door. The good man had filled the wagon with straw, and he told Frank to lie down upon it. He then covered him up with a blanket and started for Riverdale. In a few moments, Frank, tired out and unable to keep his eyes open, dropped asleep. End of Section 8. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 9 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Young Voyagers, Chapter 4. Frank slept soundly while the wagon rolled slowly along through the woods towards Riverdale. He had never been so tired before in his life. He was not used to work, and his hands were covered with blisters, which had been made by using the pole on the raft. Mr. Brown's horse could not go very fast, for he was only a cart horse. It took him nearly 2 hours to go from Spindleton to Riverdale. I don't suppose he liked very well to be taken from the stable after a hard day's work to go so far in the night. But his master was happy enough for both of them, for he knew how sorrowful must be the hearts of Frank's father and mother. He was carrying good tidings to them, and we are always happy when we do good to others. I think the old horse would have been pleased if he had only known how much good he was doing. It was almost midnight when the wagon entered the village of Riverdale. Frank was still asleep, perhaps dreaming of his happy home. Although it was so late, there was a light in nearly every house. Lights were moving back and forth, too, in the woods and all along the river. People in the village were running here and there, and all seemed to be as active as though it were broad daylight. The stores were open, and men were continually hailing each other as they passed hurriedly along the road. All this was because a little boy had been naughty and disobeyed his father. It was because Frank had stepped on the raft with Joe Birch that all the people were kept up half the night, that hundreds of men who had worked hard all day were searching the woods and dragging the river. Besides the family of Mr. Lee, there was another in great distress. Joe Birch, though he was a very bad boy, had loving parents at home, and nothing could be found of him. "Hello!" shouted a man to Mr. Brown as he drove into the village. "Heard anything?" "About the boy, do you mean?" questioned Mr. Brown. "Yes, I have him here in my wagon." The man shouted for joy, and running through the streets, proclaimed the good news that the lost boy had been found. The people ran out into the streets, even the women and children, for no one could sleep while they feared poor Frank was lost or dead. The loud cries rang in the still air of midnight, and in a few moments the wagon of Mr. Brown was surrounded by a great crowd. They shouted and hurrahed with all their might, for they knew how glad Mr. and Mrs. Lee would be to find their lost son. Some of the men ran over to the woods and the river to tell those who were searching for Frank that he had been found. The crowd grew bigger and bigger as they drew near to the house of Mr. Lee. As the wagon and the crowd entered the gate that led to Mr. Lee's house, the people cheered with all their might, and the noise they made seemed to shake the very hills. By this time, the poor tired boy, who had caused all the trouble, had waked up. He cried with joy when he saw his father's house. When he got out from under the blanket and stood up, the people cheered him, just as though he had been a great general coming home from the wars. When the great crowd entered the gate, Mr. Lee and Mrs. Lee and Flora ran out to learn what the news was. They concluded from the cheers and shouts that Frank had been found, and they all wept for joy. The wagon stopped at the front door, and Mr. Brown took Frank in his arms and handed him to his father. Mr. Lee pressed the lost boy to his bosom and rushed into the house, followed by Mrs. Lee and Flora. The poor mother had sobbed and moaned all the evening. She was almost sure her darling boy was dead, and nothing could console her. Flora's grief was not less than that of her mother. Both of them had suffered more than words can describe. Mr. Lee was calmer, but he felt quite as badly. He had just returned from the river when the wagon arrived, and had almost given up his last hope. Flora and her mother laughed and wept over the little wanderer. I can't tell you how many times they kissed and hugged him, nor how many times Frank promised never, never, never to disobey his father again. But he was freely forgiven. It took him ever so long to tell the story of his voyage down the river. The crowd had pressed into the house till the entry and rooms were filled. They heard Frank's account of the trip on the raft, and when he came to the part where Joe Birch had been thrown into the water and had climbed upon the rock, they said he must be there still. The people had not gone down the river so far, and it was quite likely that poor Joe was then upon the rock, if he had not been washed off and drowned. Some of the crowd, therefore, ran away to the river to save the poor boy. 2 or 3 boats full of men with lanterns rowed down the river just as fast as oars could drive them. As they drew near to the place, they heard Joe's piteous cries, and pretty soon they found him on the rock, just where Frank had left him in the early part of the evening. He was wet through and shivering with cold. He had been scared almost to death, and he was glad enough when the men took him into the boat. One of them threw off his coat and wrapped it round him, but he was so chilled and wet that he shivered all the way home. Joe's parents were very glad to see him again, and they hoped his sufferings would make him a better boy. He had given his father and mother a great deal of trouble, as all bad boys do, and they thought that good would flow from the evil. The crowd stayed at Mr. Lee's house more than an hour, and Frank had to answer a great many questions. He had to tell how he felt in the darkness, what he had tried to do with the pole, and how Joe had made him go when he only meant to get some lilies for Flora. Mr. Brown was called into the house, and treated as though he had been a lord instead of a poor man. Mrs. Lee and Flora thanked him over and over again, and Mr. Lee not only thanked him, but gave him money enough to buy a new horse and wagon. The poor man did not want to take this money. He had only done his duty, he said, and it was not much to pull a poor little boy out of the river. Mr. Lee made him take the money, and said he should do a great deal more for him. Mr. Lee wished him to stay all night, but he could not. He had a job to do in the morning, though he was afraid his poor horse would not be fit to work. Then Mr. Lee told his men to harness one of his cart horses to Mr. Brown's wagon, so the tired animal that had drawn Frank home might rest for 2 or 3 days. When Mr. Brown had gone, the crowd retired, but I don't think the people in Riverdale slept much that night. Then Flora and Frank said their prayers and thanked the good Father for all his mercy to them. In a little while they were both asleep. Mr. and Mrs. Lee thanked God for returning their son to them, but they could not sleep for hours. Poor Frank was sick for a week from the effects of his voyage, but when he got well, he was a better boy than ever before, and was always very careful to mind his parents. End of Section 9. End of The Young Voyagers. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 10 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Christmas Gift, Chapter 1. There were to be great times at Mr. Lee's house during the Christmas holidays. Frank and Flora had long looked forward to this season, for they expected to enjoy themselves more than ever before. Their 2 cousins, Henry and Sarah Vernon, were to spend a week with them, and this alone would have made them very happy. Besides this, Christmas was to be celebrated in a manner worthy of the occasion. The windows of the parlor and sitting room had been dressed with evergreen, and looked very pretty. And the day before Christmas, when Flora wanted to enter the parlor, she found the doors were all locked. At first she did not know what to make of this, for she had never known the doors to be fastened before. She was going to ask her mother why the doors were locked, when she happened to think that her father and mother might want to surprise the children in some manner, and she decided not to say anything about the matter. Henry and Sarah came in the noon train, and their cousins were very glad to see them. They lived in the city, and had a great deal to say about the fine things at home. Then Frank had to tell about his voyage down the river on a raft. The city cousins felt a deep interest in this story, for they had heard their parents speak of it. Flora had no story to tell, and seemed to be thrown into the shade by the fine talk of her city cousins, and the great doings of her brother Frank. But she was thinking of something all the time, something that was a great deal better than fine talk or even sailing on the river. She had a great plan in her head. She had been thinking of it for 2 or 3 weeks. Indeed, she had been so kind of sober while she thought, that her parents feared she might be sick. She was almost always laughing, and was as fond of play as any little girl you ever saw. It is no wonder, therefore, that her father and mother thought she must be sick, for this plan had made a great change in her. Just as when boys and girls become men and women, and have a great many things to think about, they have to stop playing, and do not laugh half so much as when they were children. After dinner, the children all met in the playroom. It was a nice little chamber upstairs, where Frank and Flora kept their playthings, and where they played in stormy weather. I dare say all my little readers would have enjoyed a visit to this room, for it was a perfect museum of playthings. In one corner there was a complete doll's house. It is true there was but one room in Miss Dolly's mansion, but it had ever so many fine things in it. It was about a yard square. 2 sides of the room were formed of the two sides of the chamber, while the other two were made of a kind of fence about 6 inches high. This little chamber had a carpet of its own, and a very pretty carpet it was, too. I believe it was a piece of drab cashmere, with a handsome figure on it, and it looked just like a carpet. In one corner stood the bed. It was nicely made up, with a clean white spread, and real sheets and pillows. The bedstead was made of rosewood, and the corners were carved, and if you had seen it, you would have said it was the prettiest one in the world. There was a center table in the middle of the room, on which were placed 2 or 3 of the tiniest books you ever saw. One of them was called A Picture of London. It was given to Flora by her friend Mr. Bigelow, a bookseller in the city. Another was The Life of Tom Thumb. Neither of these books was more than 1 inch square, and they were just big enough for the little center table. 6 tiny chairs stood around the room, besides 2 sofas and a rocking chair. Near the bed was a handsome stuffed armchair, in which Miss Dolly herself was seated. Miss Dolly was a very pretty young lady. She had a wax head, with glass eyes and real hair. She was clothed in a white muslin dress, trimmed with satin ribbon. It was rather a cool dress for Christmas, but I suppose Flora thought she ought to look like a bride at this time, though it was winter. Her cousin Sarah had never seen Miss Dolly or her mansion house before, and she was so pleased that she danced with delight. She had to take up Miss Dolly herself and examine every article of her dress. Then she picked up every article in the room and looked at it. Not content with this, the bed had to be pulled to pieces and remade so that she could see every part of it. Henry Vernon, being a boy, was, of course, above taking an interest in dollies and baby houses, but he could not help being pleased with the pretty room in which Miss Dolly lived. He looked at the bed, the sofas, and the chairs, and said some smart things about dolls and baby houses in general. He then turned his attention to the rocking horse, the tin steamboat, and other wonderful things that were in the playroom. Frank showed him all the toys, hoops, rattles, and things he had. By the time he had finished, and the girls had put Miss Dolly's room to rights, Flora called the meeting to order by hinting that she had something to say. All were ready to hear her, but poor Flora was so wild over her great plan that she could hardly say what she wished. She had been thinking of something for a long time, and she almost trembled for fear the others would not like her plan. "Do you know what I have been thinking about these 3 weeks?" said she, her pretty face red with excitement. "How should we know?" replied Henry with a laugh. "Was it about a sleigh ride?" asked Sarah. "No, nothing of that kind." "A Christmas tree?" "No, guess again." "About having a party?" "No." "Well, what was it?" "When you guess right, I'll tell you." "Wasn't it about a rag baby?" said Henry with a sneer. "No, it wasn't." They all guessed round several times, but none of them guessed right. By this time Flora was calm enough to unfold her great plan. "Do you know there is a poor woman in Riverdale?" "Lots of 'em," put in Henry. "But there is one poor woman in Riverdale that I want to tell you about. She is a widow. That means that she hasn't got anybody to take care of her." Henry burst out in a hearty laugh, which quite surprised poor Flora, and she wondered what she had said that was so funny. "Do you suppose we don't know what a widow is?" asked Henry, who was a city boy and rather smart. "Besides, a widow isn't a woman that hasn't got any one to take care of her." "No one but David, I mean," added Flora, who felt that she had made a mistake. "Who is David?" asked Sarah. "He is the poor widow's son, and he is a real nice boy. He sells newspapers and gets money for his poor mother, and she thinks there is not another boy like David in the world." "Does she, indeed? What a funny mother she must be to be sure," laughed Henry. "Hush," said Flora. "There comes my mother, and I don't want her to know anything about it yet." So they all went to playing with Dolly and the rocking horse. But Mrs. Lee did not stop but a moment. She only came in to see what the children were about, for they laughed so loud she was afraid they were doing some mischief. End of Section 10. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 11 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Christmas Gift, Chapter 2. Just as soon as Mrs. Lee had left the room, the little party gathered around Flora again to find out what she had been thinking about. They all wanted to know. Even Henry, who talked so big and felt so big, was just as eager as Sarah and Frank. David White, that's the poor widow's son, earns lots of money by selling papers. But his mother is very poor, continued Flora. You told us that before, said Henry. Dear me, so I did. Well, his mother is very poor. That's 3 times you have said it. What ails me? Laughed Flora. I believe I can't say what I wanted. Try again, then, added Sarah. Well, Mrs. White, that's the poor widow's name. As she is very poor. The children all laughed till their sides ached, and Master Henry had nearly smashed Miss Dolly's quarters all to pieces. He was so much amused because Flora said the same thing so many times. Never mind him, said Sarah. Now go on, Flora. Well, I was just going to say that Mrs. White was very poor. You did say that, roared Henry, and they all laughed again till they were as red apples. I declare. Well, then, but people say they don't see how poor Mrs. White will be able to get through the winter. They say the times are very hard and that she can't get any work. But where is that smart son of hers? Oh, he earns lots of money. But then the poor folks don't buy so many papers in hard times. He has got lots of brothers and sisters. How many? About 200? Asked Henry. Dear me, of course not, replied Flora with a twist of the head that made that heap of pretty curls fly all over her rosy cheeks. He has got 2 brothers and 2 sisters besides himself. Is he his own brother? Laughed Henry. Of course he isn't. You said he had 2 brothers and 2 sisters besides himself. Well, you city boys are so very proper, said Flora with a pout of her cherry lips. I mean that his mother has 2 boys and 2 girls besides David. Oh, then David is a girl, cried Henry. How particular you are, said Flora with another pout. Won't you please to say it for me? You mean that she has 4 children besides David. That is just what I mean, added Flora, who was pleased to have the matter settled. She can't take care of them all this winter, and something must be done to help her. Isn't there an almshouse in Riverdale? Asked Henry. Why, she don't want to go to the almshouse. How would you like to go to the almshouse, Henry? I shouldn't like it, but I am not a pauper. What's a pauper? Asked Flora. Why, a poor person that has to be taken care of by the town or city. You may be a pauper one of these days. I guess not. Would you like to be sent off to the almshouse if you were? I don't know, but I should. Well, Mrs. White don't anyway, and I am going to do something to help her. You? What could you do? Sneered Henry. I have got lots of money. I have got a savings bank, and it is almost full. I am going to buy a lot of things tonight. A barrel of flour, some sugar, some tea, some coffee, some potatoes, and, oh, lots of things. I am going to get Father to let me have a horse and wagon, and tomorrow morning we will all go over to Mrs. White's with the things. That will be first-rate, Flora, said Frank. She shall have all my money, too, and I've got more than you have. You are real good, Frank, replied Flora. We can buy ever so many things. Won't we have a nice time? And won't Mrs. White be glad? And won't she be surprised when we take the things in to her? Won't she, though? We must send her a load of wood, too. Don't you want to give something, Henry? Yes, I should like to, but I haven't got much to give. I have got $1, and so have you, said Sarah. I don't want to give all of it. I want to buy something for myself. I will give all of mine. I will give half $1, added Henry. Then Frank and Flora took their money boxes out of a drawer in the playroom. They were little wooden boxes with holes in the top to slip the money through. Each of them had a key, and the savings banks were emptied upon the floor. Henry helped Flora count her money, and they found there was $2.70. Frank's box had contained $3.20. The two cousins gave $1.50, and the whole sum for the poor widow was $7.40. To the children, this was a great sum of money, and they thought it would pay all of Mrs. White's expenses for the winter. Frank was chosen to keep the funds, and he put them into one of the boxes. Then Flora said they had better go down and tell her father all about the plan, and he would show them how to go to work. Flora was so delighted she could not walk, but went dancing down the stairs and through the entries. She kept thinking all the time how glad the poor widow would be to see the things, and how happy they would all be when they carried them to her. Mr. and Mrs. Lee were in the sitting room when the party rushed through the entry. They saw that something was in the wind, and Mr. Lee threw down the newspaper, which the little merchant had just brought to him, and Mrs. Lee stopped sewing. The children came as though the house was on fire, and they would all be burnt to death if they did not run as fast as ever they could. "Father!" shouted Flora as she bolted into the room, followed by the others. "What is the matter, my dear? Have you hurt you?" "Oh, no, father. I've got something to tell you, something first rate, and I want you to help me. I mean for we are all going to do it." "What are you going to do? I should think you meant to set the river afire." "Oh, no, nothing of that kind, father. We are going to give a Christmas present to Mrs. White. You know she is very poor, and has a hard time to take care of all her family." "She has indeed, my child. We have put all our money together, and we are going to buy a load of wood, a barrel of flour, lots of potatoes, and meat, and coffee, and tea, sugar, and pepper, and salt, and mustard." Stop, my child. You will have a fit if you run on in this way." Her father and mother and the children all laughed to hear Flora talk so fast, and add such things as pepper and mustard to her list. I suppose they thought the poor widow could get along very well without such things as these. Mr. Lee said he liked the plan, and that he would take the money and buy such things as he thought Mrs. White needed. He promised to have everything ready for them to start at 8 o'clock the next morning. While the children were at tea, the parlor doors were unlocked, and the room lighted. One end was occupied by a beautiful Christmas tree, which was covered all over with candles and pretty things. When Flora and Frank and their cousins entered the parlor, they were very much surprised, for none of them had ever seen anything so brilliant before, and they all passed a merry Christmas Eve. End of section 11. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 12 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Christmas Gift, Chapter 3. The children were up bright and early at Mr. Lee's on Christmas morning. They had expected a visit from Santa Claus during the night, and the stockings had all been left so that he could easily find them. Truly, Santa Claus had been kind to them, for the stockings were not only well filled, but a table was also covered all over with fine things. There were all kinds of playthings, and books, and games, and pictures. The parents of Frank and Flora were rich, and could afford to give them a great many nice things. I don't think they cared so much for playthings as some children I have seen. They had so many of them that they did not value them as some poorer children would have done. After Flora had emptied her stocking and gathered up the books, games, and pictures that belonged to her, she told Frank she wished she had all the money they cost so that she could give it to poor Mrs. White. Frank said he wished he had the money for his presents, for he was sure it would make the poor widow happier than the things would him. But they were both very grateful to their parents for thinking of them, for they knew that Santa Claus was only another name for father and mother. All the little boys and girls don't know this. Emma, that is one of my little girls, asked me if I did not take out the registers so that Santa Claus could get into the room and fill up her stocking, but she is only 4 years old. Merry Christmas rang through the house till breakfast was over, and then the children were in a great hurry to make the visit to Mrs. White. Mr. Lee had gone out early in the morning, and they were all sure that he would do everything right. At 8 o'clock, Mrs. Lee had bundled up the children in their warm hoods and cloaks, ready for a start. Then they wanted to be off at once, and Flora's mother could hardly keep her from running out in the cold before the things were ready. I suppose my readers all know that in the city, or anywhere, when they want to have a great time, they get up a procession and march through the streets. They sometimes have wagons and chariots and carriages. Mr. Lee, who was very glad to find that the children were so kind as to remember the poor widow on Christmas, meant to surprise them. So he got up a kind of procession. Perhaps you will think it was a queer procession, but it pleased the children ever so much, and Flora was almost wild with delight. While they were looking out the window, they saw Mr. Lee drive up with the carryall. He came very slowly, for behind him was a wagon with a cord of wood on it, drawn by 2 yokes of oxen. Then came a cart with 2 barrels of potatoes, a barrel of flour, and a barrel of apples on it. Behind this was a wagon loaded with buckets of sugar, rice, coffee, with packages of tea, salt, and other groceries, a ham, a turkey, a keg of salt pork, and a great many other things. Flora screamed with delight when she saw the procession. It was more grand than any army of soldiers, and she thought she would rather go in it than be the Queen of England. Frank was pleased, and so were the 2 city cousins. Henry even went so far as to wish he had given all his money instead of half of it. The children all bolted out at the front door, and Mr. Lee helped them into the carryall. "This is first-rate, father," said Flora. "Won't Mrs. White be surprised?" "I think she will be," replied Mr. Lee. "She will have good reason to be surprised." "I hope you have got lots of things." "I have." "Did you spend all the money?" "Yes, every cent of it, my child." "And more, too," said Henry, as he looked back upon the procession of goodies. "Did you, father?" "I thought I would add a little to your gift," said Mr. Lee with a smile. "How kind you are, father! But all the things shall be called the children's Christmas gift." Mr. Lee got into the carriage and told the drivers of the wagons to follow him. The 2 horses were wide awake. They did not want to wait for the slow oxen, but Mr. Lee made them, for he wanted the procession to keep together. When the procession had got about halfway to Mrs. White's house, a man covered with dirt and rags stopped the carriage. He said he was very poor, and had not eaten anything since the morning before. "Poor man," said Flora. "Do give him something, father." "Bless you, little miss, your father is too kind to refuse me," said the man. "I can't do anything for you," said Mr. Lee firmly. "Do, father," added Flora. "Any small change to buy me something to eat," said the man in pleading tones. "If you are hungry, go to my house, and my wife will feed you," replied Mr. Lee. "Won't you give me the matter of a few cents?" begged the man. "Not a cent." "I will," said Henry. "I don't want the poor man to go hungry," and he threw him a 10-cent piece. "God bless you, my little man," said the beggar as he picked up the money. "May you never want for a meal of victuals." Mr. Lee started his horses, and the procession again moved on. Flora wondered that her father should deny the poor man. She pitied him very much when he said he had eaten nothing since the morning before. She thought what a dreadful thing it was to be hungry and have nothing to eat. She wanted to cry, she felt so badly, and she thought her father was very hard not to give him a little money when he needed it so much. If she had only had some money, she would have given him the whole of it. "You did very wrong, Henry," said Mr. Lee, when they had gone a little way farther. "Wrong, sir?" replied Henry. "Why, didn't the man say he had eaten nothing for a whole day?" "That may be, and it may not be." "But I know he was hungry by the looks of him," said Flora. "Those who have anything to give away ought to be very careful to whom they give it. The man looked like a drunkard. Very likely he will spend the money you gave him, Henry, for liquor. It is not charity to give a man rum." "Do you think he is a bad man, father?" asked Flora. "I don't know that he is. I told him to go to the house, and your mother would give him something to eat. You saw that he wanted money more than food. I am afraid, Henry, your money will do him more hurt than good." "I hope not, uncle." "It is not charity to give money to such persons. When you have anything to give, you ought to use a great deal of care. We should visit the poor and find out about them." "We know Mrs. White is good," said Flora. "We do, and we may give to her without fear." The children had learned a new lesson about giving, a lesson which everybody ought to learn. End of section 12. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 13 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Christmas Gift, Chapter 4. Mrs. White, the poor widow, had been able to get along very well while she could obtain work, and while David, her oldest son, could sell plenty of newspapers. But it was very hard times, and there was not much work to be done. So the poor had to get along as well as they could. Many of the mills had ceased to work because the times were so hard, and therefore the men who had bought a paper every day could not afford to do so now. David lost about one half of his trade. His mother earned very little, and she had no idea how she should be able to get through the hard winter. On that bright, cold Christmas morning, the poor widow thought how happy the rich must be, who had plenty to eat and plenty of coal to keep them warm. She thought of the future, and feared she should be obliged to ask the town to help her. She did not want to do this, but she could not think of letting her children suffer for the want of food, or shiver in the cold. While she was thinking of these things, Mr. Lee drove up to the front door, and the children all got out of the carryall. Mrs. White wondered what they had come for, and she was still more surprised when she saw the great load of wood, the cart with the barrels, and the wagon full of buckets and bundles. She did not know what to make of it, for she did not understand that all these things were for her. "I wish you a Merry Christmas!" shouted Flora, as she rushed into the kitchen, where Mrs. White and the children were. "Thank you, Miss Flora," replied Mrs. White. "May you live to see a great many, and all of them happy as the present." All the rest of the children wished the poor widow and all her family a Merry Christmas. Flora capered about the room, almost beside herself with joy. "We have brought you lots of good things, Mrs. White," said she, when the children had all wished the family a Merry Christmas. "We put all our money together, and bought you a load of wood, some flour, and potatoes, and apples, and tea, and sugar, and pepper, and salt, and mustard, and—" "That will do, Flora," said her father. "Mrs. White will soon find out what you have brought." "I am very grateful to you all, children, for thinking of me. May God reward you for your kindness," replied Mrs. White with tears in her eyes. "We wanted to make it a happy day for you and David and the rest of the children," added Flora. "It will be the happiest day I have seen for a month," said Mrs. White. "I was thinking this very morning what would become of us, but you have filled my home with plenty. I shall never forget you, children." Then Flora danced 3 or 4 times around the room, for she was so happy she could not keep still. I hope my readers have all found out that it is more blessed to give than to receive. I am sure Flora and Frank were quite as happy as the poor widow, though her fears about her children being cold and hungry had suddenly been driven away. She felt that God had heard her prayers and made these children the agents of his bounty. Her eyes were full of tears, but they were tears of joy, as she heard the rattling of the sticks of wood which the men were throwing from the wagon. It seemed like sweet music to her ears. Then the barrels were rolled into the kitchen, the buckets placed in the closet, and the bundles on the table, so that the room looked just as though she had set up a store. "These things are the Christmas gift of the children," said Mr. Lee, when the articles had all been brought into the house. "They got up the affair themselves without my knowledge. No one told them to do it, and I am sure they will all remember today as one of the happiest days of their lives." "They are very kind, and I shall think of them and pray for them as long as I live," replied Mrs. White. "I was afraid this morning that we should all have to go to the poorhouse. I spoke to David about it, and the poor boy cried as though his heart would break. He is a very tender-hearted child." "I hope I shall be able to pay you for all these things sometime," said David. "Oh, we don't want any pay!" exclaimed Flora. "That would spoil everything. This is our Christmas gift, David. You wouldn't pay for a gift, would you, David?" "You are very good, and I hope I shall be able to do something for you one of these days, Flora," replied David. "You are very rich, and we are very poor, so that we can't do much for you." "Yes, you can," said Flora. "What can I do?" "You can love us, and that is all we want, isn't it, Father?" "Yes, my child, and we must always deserve their love. We may yet be poor, and David may yet be very rich. When he is, David will be good to us, I know. Wouldn't it be funny if we should get poor, and David should bring us a load of wood, some potatoes, flour, tea, sugar, and apples?" "And mustard and pepper," added Henry, laughing. "It would not be very funny for us, but I know we should be thankful to him," replied Mr. Lee with a smile. "Well, David, when things change, you shall do for us what we have done for you, and then it will all be square. I hope you never will be poor, but if you are, I will give you everything I have," said David in a feeling and earnest tone. The children stopped nearly an hour at the little black cottage, but they were so happy it seemed like a palace to them. They had all felt the luxury of doing good. The plenty they had carried to the home of the poor family filled their own hearts with plenty, with love and peace. Before they went away, Mr. Lee gave Mrs. White money enough to buy some warm clothes for all the children and for herself. She had nothing more to fear from the cold winter and hard times, and she hoped in the spring to be able to take care of her family herself. The party, so happy they could hardly keep from shouting, bade the family good-bye and started for home. As they passed through the village, they saw, in front of a store where rum was sold, two men fighting. They were soon parted by some people, and Henry saw that one of them was the man to whom he had given the money. Mr. Lee said he had been drinking. He stopped the horses and asked a gentleman who the man was. He was told that he was a poor man who spent all he could earn for liquor, and that he had just taken enough to make him ugly so that he wanted to fight. "You see what good your money has done, Henry?" said Mr. Lee as he started the horses. "Yes, sir, it has done more harm than good. I will never give money again unless I am pretty sure that it will do good. That is a good lesson for you to learn. It is not charity to give to every one that asks us." In a little while the party reached Mr. Lee's house, where they had a nice time all the rest of the day. A better time, I am sure, for having begun the day with a good deed. End of section 13. End of the Christmas gift. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 14 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Dolly and I, Chapter 1. Do you know what envy means? I hope you have never felt it, for it is a very wicked feeling. It is being sorry when another has any good thing. Perhaps you will know better what the word means when you have read my story, and I hope it will help you to keep the feeling away from your own heart. Not far from Mr. Lee's house in Riverdale lived a man by the name of Green. He was the agent of one of the factories in the village. Mr. Green had 2 little girls and 3 sons. The boys have nothing to do with my story, and for that reason I shall not say a great deal about them. Katy, Mr. Green's older daughter, was 10 years old. She was a pretty good girl, but she did not like to have others get good things when she did not have any herself. If any person gave one of her brothers an apple or an orange, she seemed to think she ought to have it. When she was a baby, she used to cry for everything she saw, and would give her parents no peace till they gave it to her. I am sorry to say they were sometimes very weak on this point, and gave her things which she ought not to have had, just to quiet her. Her father and mother hoped when she grew older she would not want everything that belonged to her brothers. If Charles had a plaything, Katy wanted it, and would cry till she got it. Very often, just to make her stop crying, her mother made poor Charlie give up the thing. But as Katy grew older, she seemed to want everything that others had just as much as ever. She was now 10 years old, and still she did not like to see others have anything which she could not have. It is true, she did not always say so, but she felt it just as much, and was very apt to be cross and sullen towards those whom she envied. Nellie Green was not at all like her sister. She was only 8 years old, but there was not a bit of envy in her. She would give a part, and often the whole, of her apples, oranges, candy, and playthings to her sister, and to her brothers. She liked to see them happy, and when Charlie ate an apple, it tasted just as good to her as though she were eating it herself. She was not selfish. She would always divide her good things with her friends. Did you ever see a little boy or a little girl eating an apple or some candy, and another little boy or girl standing by and looking just as if he wanted some? Nellie always gave her friends a part, and then she not only enjoyed what she ate herself, but she enjoyed what they ate. This is the way to make apples, oranges, and candy taste good. On New Year's Day, Katy's aunt, after whom she was named, sent her a beautiful wax doll. It was a very pretty doll, and the little girl was the happiest child in Riverdale when the welcome present reached her. There was another little girl in Riverdale who was almost, if not quite as happy, and that was Nellie, her sister. It is true, the doll was not for her. She did not own any of it, and Katy would hardly let her touch it. But for all this, Nellie was pleased to see her sister so happy. The dolly's name was Lady Jane, for Katy thought, as she was a very fine doll, she ought to have a very fine name. So, when she spoke to the doll, and she talked a great deal with her, she always called her Lady Jane. The two little girls had 5 or 6 other dolls, but none of them were anything near such fine ladies as Lady Jane. Their heads were made of porcelain, or rubber, or composition, and they had grown so old that they were really ugly. Miss Lucy, who had a rubber head, looked as though she had been through the wars. Her nose was worn out, so that she had a great hole in the end of it. I suppose if she had wanted to sneeze, this hole would have been very handy. But Miss Lucy was a very proper young lady, and never sneezed in company. If she ever sneezed when alone, of course there was no one present to know anything about it. There was another hole right in the top of her head, so that if she had had any brains, they would certainly have leaked out. But as Miss Lucy was not a strong-minded woman, I suppose she had no use for brains. One of the family of dolls was a little black girl, whose name was Dinah. She had seen hard service in her day, and did not look as though she would last much longer. Miss Fanny had once been a fine lady, but times had gone hard with her, and her fine clothes were both ragged and dirty. But hard times were not so very bad, for she wore the same smile as when her clothes had been new and nice. Miss Mary was a poor cripple. By a sad accident she had broken one of her legs. Katy placed her on a table one day, and either because the height from the floor made her dizzy, or because she was laid too near the edge, she had tumbled off, and one leg was so badly broken that neither a wooden nor a cork one could be fastened in its place. Therefore Miss Mary could not walk about the room, and never went anywhere except when she was carried. But she was not half so badly off as Miss Susie, who had broken her neck and lost off her head. The head was tied on with a string, but it kept falling off while the family were at play. But Miss Susie did not seem to mind it at all. She got along a great deal better without her head than you or I could without ours. Indeed, she wore the same smile upon her face, whether the head was on or off, which teaches us that we ought always to be cheerful in misfortune. Besides these fine young ladies, there were 2 or 3 rag babies. But as you could not tell by the looks of them what they were thinking about, I will not say anything about them. They had no virtues worth telling. They never ate soup with a fork or gave money to the poor. Some of my readers may not think much of this family of dollies, but I am sure Katy and Nellie had fine times with them. They used to spend hours together with them, and the dollies used to do everything that anybody could do. Miss Fanny used to visit a great deal, in spite of her dirty, ragged clothes. So did Miss Lucy, with 2 holes in her head, and Miss Mary with her broken leg, and Miss Susie with her broken neck. All of them used to go a-visiting, except Miss Dinah, and she, being a black girl, had to do the sweeping and tend the door. These ladies were all of them so bashful that they would not speak in company, and Katy and Nellie had to do all the talking for them. They used to make believe the dollies talked, and this did just as well. They used to say just such things as the ladies did who called on Mrs. Green, and never left without being urged to stay longer, and also to call again, which they always promised to do. On the whole, they were very wonderful dollies. At least they were until Lady Jane came, and she was such a fine lady, with her white silk dress and her real hair, that none of them could shine after that. End of section 14. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana.
Chapter 15 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Dolly and I, Chapter 2. One day Flora Lee came to see Nellie Green and to spend the afternoon with her. It was in the month of November, and the weather was too cold to permit them to play in the garden, so they said they would have a good time in the house. Katy Green had to go away, and could not play with them. Nellie was very sorry for this, for she not only liked to have her sister with her, but she also wanted the company of Lady Jane. She told Flora how sorry she was, and they agreed that it was too bad Katy had to go away, for she was older than they and could help them a great deal in their plays. Besides, they wanted one fine lady among the dollies, for they had a certain play which required just such a person. I wish I had brought Miss Dolly with me. I guess she is fine enough, said Flora. I wish you had, replied Nellie, but as you have not, we can't help it now. I dare say Miss Fanny will do. I'll tell you what you can do, Nellie. What? You can just ask Katy to lend you her dolly. We won't hurt her a mite, you know. We will use her just as if she were made of glass. Nellie did not know what to say. She did not like to ask Katy to let her play with Lady Jane, for she knew how careful her sister was of her fine lady, and she did not like to tell Flora her thoughts, lest she should think her sister was selfish. She did not like to have anyone think hard of her sister. We must have Lady Jane. I don't see how we can get along without her, added Flora, a little puzzled by the silence of Nellie. I don't like to ask Katy, said Nellie at last. Why not? She will let you have her. Of course she will let you have her, added Flora warmly. I don't think she will. You know we might break her neck, or lose off her legs or arms, or we might dirty her white silk dress. But we will be very careful. Let us go and ask her. It won't do any harm to ask her, you know. She can't do any more than refuse." Nellie did not like to be refused, and she tried to prevent Flora from going any farther in the matter. She was sorry to have it appear that her sister was selfish, and she thought more of this than she did of being refused. Flora said so much that at last she thought Katy might let her have the doll, and they ran downstairs to the sitting room to have the matter settled. "Will you lend us your dolly, Katy?" asked Nellie, and the tones of her voice showed how doubtful she was of the result of the question. "What dolly do you mean?" asked Katy. "Your wax dolly, Lady Jane." "I am very sure I shall not," replied Katy. "We will be very careful of her," added Flora. "We won't let her be hurt a bit. You may depend on that." "I'm not going to let you have my dolly to break and spoil. I'm sure I shall not," said Katy, who even seemed to be angry because she was asked. "But don't I say we won't hurt it a bit?" continued Flora. "And when you come over to my house, you shall have my dolly just as long as you want her, and her house too, and all the chairs and tables and things." "I don't want them." "Do please to let us have Lady Jane," teased Nellie. "We want her ever so much, and I know she won't get broken or dirty. Please to lend her to us, Katy." "I shan't do any such thing, so it's no use to tease me." "Why don't you play with your own dollies?" "I won't lend Lady Jane, that's flat." Nellie felt so bad she could not help crying, not because she could not have the doll, but because her sister was so harsh and unkind. She would not have cared so much if Flora had not been there, for she did not like to have her see her sister behave in this manner. Poor Flora wanted to cry, too, when she saw how badly Nellie felt, but she tried to be brave and placed her arm round her friend's neck as if to let her know that she would be kind to her. "Come, Nellie, let's go upstairs again. We won't say anything more about it," said Flora, and she led her out of the room. "Now you won't like Katy after this," replied Nellie. "Oh, yes, I will. Katy would have lent us the dolly, only Aunt Jane gave it to her, and she is afraid it will be broken. If it hadn't been for this, she would have lent us Lady Jane. I know she would," added Nellie, wiping away her tears. "I dare say she would, but we won't think anything more about it, and when I come over again, sometime, I will bring her something just to show her that I don't feel hard towards her." "What a dear good girl you are, Flora. I was afraid you would hate her after what she said." "Oh, dear, no. I should hope not. My mother tells me I must love those who don't do what I want them to, and I try to do so, but it is very hard sometimes. I wish you had a wax doll, Nellie. You ought to have one. You are such a good girl, and love your sister so much, even when she is not kind to you." "I wish I had one. It would be so nice to have one like Lady Jane. I should be so happy. But then, if only one of us can have one, I would rather Katy have it than have it myself." "You are not a bit selfish, Nellie. Do you know what selfish means?" "I do." "I guess I do. It means when you have an apple or any candy to refuse to give a part to your sister. Yes, or to anybody that happens to be with you. Candy is good, but don't you like to see others eat it almost as well as you do to eat it yourself?" "Well, yes, I think I do." "Then you know just what I mean, and I guess we'll play visiting now." "So we will, and Miss Fanny shall be the great lady, and Dinah shall be her servant." "Yes, and this shall be her house," said Nellie, as she placed Miss Fanny in a large armchair, which they were to make believe was her elegant mansion. "You shall stay here, and I will bring Miss Mary to visit Miss Fanny." Flora bounded over to the other side of the room, which was supposed to be the home of the other dolls, and Miss Mary, in spite of her broken leg, was soon on her way to visit the fine lady. "Ting-a-ling-a-ling," said Flora, which meant that the caller had rung the bell, and Dinah appeared at the door. "Is Miss Fanny at home?" asked Flora, speaking for the lady with the broken leg. "No, marm, she is not," replied Nellie, who had to speak for Dinah, because though her mouth was very large, she could not speak for herself. "What an awful fib!" cried Flora. "There she is. Don't I see her through the door?" "But that's just the way some of the fine folks do," replied Nellie, laughing at Flora's earnestness. "It is an awful story, and I wouldn't say it even in fun." Nellie said she would not say it again, only she wanted to have Miss Fanny do just as the big folks did. And so they played all the afternoon, though Lady Jane did not honor them with her company. All the dollies paid lots of visits, and Flora went home. End of section 15. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana.
Chapter 16 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Dolly and I, Chapter 3. When Flora reached home, she told her mother what a nice time she had, and what splendid visits Miss Lucy and Miss Mary and Miss Susie had made to Miss Fanny. She could not help telling her mother what a good girl Nellie was, and how she loved her sister, even when she was unkind and spoke pettishly to her. Then she told her how much she wished Nellie had a wax doll with real hair and a white silk dress. Mrs. Lee thought such a good girl ought to have one, and the very next time she went to the city she bought the prettiest wax doll she could find for her. Flora was full of joy when she saw the doll and learned whom it was for. She was a great deal happier than if the doll had been bought for herself. She wanted to run right over to Mr. Green's with the beautiful present. She longed to see the eyes of Nellie sparkle as she saw the doll, and to hear what she would say when told it was for her. But Mrs. Lee thought they had better keep the doll till Christmas, and let her find it with her stocking in the morning. "But then I shan't see her when she first gets the dolly," said Flora. "That is true, but you must write a little note which shall be pinned on the doll's dress." "That will be splendid, mother, and I will go right away and write the note now." Flora got a pencil and a piece of paper, and seated herself in the corner. She worked away for half an hour as busy as a bee, and then she carried the note to her mother. She was not much of a writer, having been to school only a year. She could only print the note. Flora was very fond of writing notes, and long before she could make a single letter, she would fill up a piece of paper with pothooks and spiders' legs, and send them to her mother and Frank. She did not spell all the words right, but her mother told her how to correct them, and then she printed the note over again on a nice sheet of gilt-edged paper. Thinking my little friends might want to see this note, I place a copy of it in the book, just exactly as she wrote it. Dear Nellie, this dolly is from me. I love you very much, and I wish you a Merry Christmas. Flora Lee. When Christmas morning came, Nellie found the doll in a chair close by her stocking. I can't tell you how pleased she was, but you can all guess. Then she took the note from the dress and read it. She was more pleased than ever to find it was from Flora. She almost cried with joy as she puzzled out the note, and thought how kind Flora and her mother were to remember her. "What a dear you are, Miss Dolly," said she, and she took up the doll and kissed her, just as though she had been a real live baby. "You and I shall be first-rate friends, just as long as we live. I will take such good care of you. Dear me! Why, mother, only think!" "What is the matter, Nelly?" asked Mrs. Green, who was almost as much pleased as her daughter. "Did you see that?" "What, child? What do you mean?" "Did you see those eyes?" "Yes, I see them." "Why, just as true as I am alive, she moved them." "I think not, my child. She is a very handsome doll, but I don't think she could move her eyes if she tried ever so hard." "But she did. I know she did." And Nelly took hold of her head to examine it more closely. As she did so, she bent the body a little. There, as true as I live, she moved them again. Mrs. Green took the doll and found that the eyes did really move. It was funny, but it was true. Mrs. Lee and Flora knew all about it. The eyes were made of glass, and there was something inside of the doll which moved them when the body was bent. "Let me see," said Katy, who had been looking on in silence all this time. Nelly gave her the doll at once, and she bent the body and saw the eyes move 20 times. The happy owner of Miss Dolly waited with patience till her sister had done with her. "Why didn't Aunt Jane get me one like that, I wonder?" said Katy when she gave the doll to Nelly. "I suppose she could not afford to buy one like this, for she is not so rich as Mrs. Lee." "But you shall have her to play with just when you want her," said Nelly. "Pooh! I don't want your old Dolly," snarled Katy. "She isn't half as good as mine. I would rather have Lady Jane than have her any day." "Why, then, did you wish your Aunt Jane had given you one like this?" asked her mother. "I don't care for her old Dolly. She may keep it for all me," replied Katy. "But it shall be yours just as much as mine, Katy," said Nelly, in tones so gentle and sweet that her sister ought to have kissed her for them, and loved her more than she ever loved her before. But she did not. She was envious. She was sorry the doll had been given to Nelly, sorry because it was a prettier one than her own. It was a very wicked feeling. She had some presents of her own, but her envy spoiled all the pleasure she might have taken in them. Nelly was almost sorry the doll had been given to her when she saw how Katy felt about it. Mrs. Green talked to the envious girl till she cried about her conduct. She tried to make her feel how odious and wicked envy made her. Whenever Katy saw the new doll, she seemed to be angry with her sister. Poor Nelly's pleasure was nearly spoiled, and she even offered to exchange her doll for Katy's, but her mother would not let her do so. In a few days, however, she seemed to feel better, and the two sisters had some good times with their dolls. I say she seemed to feel better, but she really did not. She did not like it that Nelly's doll was a finer one than her own. Yet Nelly was happier, for she thought Katy was cured of her ill feeling. Then she loved her doll more than ever. She was a cunning little girl, and she thought so much of her new friend that she always used to say, "Dolly and I." When her mother asked her where she had been, she would reply, "Dolly and I have been having a nice time upstairs. Dolly and I used to do ever so many things, and no two ladies could ever enjoy themselves more than did Dolly and Nelly." I am sorry to say that Katy did not like Dolly at all. She could never forgive her for moving her eyes, because Lady Jane could not move hers. It is true that, after she saw how silly and wicked her envy made her appear to others, she tried very hard not to show it. We may be just as wicked without showing our sin to others as we can be when we let the world see just what we are. When we are wicked, the sin is more in the heart than in the actions. Men may seem to be very good when they are really very bad, though people almost always find out such persons. Katy was just as wicked, just as envious, when her sister thought she was kind and loving, as she was on that Christmas morning when the doll was found in the chamber. You will be surprised and sorry when you see just how wicked her envy made her. I shall tell you about it in the next chapter, and I hope it will lead you to drive any such feeling from your own hearts. If you have such feelings, they will make you very unhappy, and the sooner you begin to get rid of them, the better. End of section 16. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 17 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Dolly and I, Chapter 4. Lady Jane and Miss Dolly were kept in the lower drawer of the bureau, for they were very fine young ladies, and Mrs. Green wished to have them kept clean and nice. One day, about 2 weeks after Miss Dolly was given to Nellie, both she and Katy had been playing with the dolls, when the bell rang for tea. They ran downstairs, but before they went they put the dolls in the drawer. As they were in a hurry, they were not very careful, and the dresses of both the dolls were sadly tumbled. Mrs. Green, who was in the room, saw in what manner Miss Dolly and Lady Jane had been thrown into the drawer, and before she went down to tea, she took them both out, smoothed down their dresses, and put them back in a more proper manner. Katy and Nellie had had some talk about their dolls, and the envious girl had said hers was better than her sister's. Nellie did not dispute with her about it, but she saw that Katy had not got over that bad feeling yet. The children ate their suppers, and not a word more was said about the dolls, but Katy looked very sour. She was thinking about Miss Dolly's eyes, and wishing Lady Jane's eyes would move like the others. She finished her supper and ran upstairs again. By this time it was quite dark in the room where the dolls were kept, and Nellie and her mother wondered why she went upstairs at that late hour. Katy was still thinking of those eyes. She thought her Aunt Jane was real mean not to buy her such a doll, and then she was very sorry that Flora's mother had bought it for her sister. While she was thinking these wicked thoughts, she went to the bureau and opened the lower drawer. It was so dark she could hardly see the dolls, but she took out one of them. "Your Dolly shall not be better than mine any longer," said she to herself. As she said this, she took the scissors from the work-basket on the bureau, and finding one of the eyes with her fingers, she struck one of the points right into it. Then she turned the scissors so as entirely to destroy the eye. Not content with this, she spoiled the other eye in the same manner. "Now your doll isn't so good as mine, anyhow," said she to herself, as she put the poor spoiled lady back into the drawer. I would not have a little girl feel as she felt then for all the world. Her heart was full of envy and wickedness. To gratify her ill feeling, she had thrust the scissors into the eyes of the doll. She knew how badly her sister would feel, but she did not care for this. Now Lady Jane was the best doll, and she did not care for anything else. She stayed in the room but a few moments. Closing the drawer, she hastened downstairs and took a seat by the fire. She tried to look as though nothing had happened, but she was sour and sullen, for she felt that she had done a very naughty act. "Come, Katy, let us go upstairs and play with the dollies again," said Nellie, when she had got through with her supper. "I don't want to," replied she, without even looking at her sister. "Do come, Katy." "I tell you I don't want to," snarled she. "You can bring your dolly downstairs and play with her here, Nellie," said her mother. "May I, mother?" "You may. Take a light with you." "I don't want any light, mother. I can find her just as well in the dark." And away she ran to get the doll. Don't you think Katy trembled then? She did tremble like a leaf, and wished she had not done the naughty deed. In a moment Nellie would return with poor Miss Dolly, whose eyes had been spoiled with the scissors. She did not think it would be found out so soon, and she could not think what to say before the doll came down. She felt just as though she would sink through the floor when Nellie came into the room with the doll in her arms. There would be an awful time in a moment, and her father and mother would want to know who had spoiled Miss Dolly's eyes. They knew she had been upstairs since tea, and they would charge her with the naughty act. She meant to deny it, for those who are wicked enough to do such things are almost always wicked enough to lie about them. "Now won't you and I have a nice time, Dolly?" said Nellie, as she rushed into the sitting room with the doll in her arms. "Come, Katie, let's play Dolly is the Queen of England." "I don't want to play." "Well, won't you make me a crown for her?" "I can't." Katie was waiting for her sister to find out the mischief that had been done, and she dreaded the moment when she should do so. She did not dare to look at her, for fear her looks might betray her. "You shall be queen without any crown," said Nellie, as she placed the doll on the table. "This pincushion shall be your throne. There, you look just like a queen. Don't she, mother?" "I think she does," replied Mrs. Green with a smile. "I hope she will be as good as Queen Victoria." "She will, mother, only she ought to have a crown." "I have got a piece of gilt paper upstairs, and I will make her one. I'm going up in a minute." Katie, not daring to look yet, did not know what to think of this talk. How could the doll look like a queen when her eyes had been punched out with the scissors? It was very strange to her, and she stole a glance at the queenly Miss Dolly on the table. There she was, seated on her pincushion throne, just as if nothing had happened. Her eyes were just as bright as ever, and as Nellie bent her body, she moved them as well as ever she could. Katie did not know what to make of it. She had certainly driven the scissors into the eyes of the doll as hard as she could, but there was Miss Dolly as good as new. She could not explain it, and it was of no use to try. Mrs. Green brought down the scissors and cut out the crown. Then Miss Dolly certainly looked like a queen, and Nellie spent a very pleasant hour with Her Majesty, till it was time for her to go to bed. Katie was very unhappy. She had not done what she meant to do, and she was filled with doubt. But she did not have to wait long to find out what she had done. When Mrs. Green went upstairs with the children, Miss Dolly had to be put to bed first, for she was a queen. When the bureau drawer was opened, what do you think they saw? There lay Lady Jane, with both of her eyes punched out. Katie burst into tears when she saw that her doll was entirely spoiled. Then she found that she had made a mistake. In the darkness she had punched out the eyes of Lady Jane instead of Miss Dolly. This is the way that wicked people often punish themselves instead of others. Her mother had changed the places of the dolls in the drawer, and this was the reason why Katie had made the mistake. Don't you think it served her right? Katie felt so badly that she could not tell any of the lies she had made up, and the truth was found out by her mother. Mrs. Green scolded her for what she had done, and for what she meant to do. The naughty girl cried herself to sleep that night, but poor Lady Jane was utterly ruined. Nellie felt almost as bad as her sister, and said all she could to console her. The next day Katie was so ashamed of herself that she did not wish to see anybody. But in a few days she got over it, and her mother hoped the affair would do her a great deal of good. Whenever she showed a spirit of envy, Mrs. Green reminded her of her doll, and she tried to conquer the feeling, but it took many years to cure her. When you envy others, although you may not punch out the eyes of your own doll, you hurt yourself more than anyone else. End of section 17. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 18 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Uncle Ben, Chapter 1. Frank and Flora Lee, with Charlie Green and his two sisters, Katie and Nellie, had gone out to spend the afternoon in the pasture. It was July, and the strawberries in the fields were ripe. The children had brought their tin pails with them, and they hoped to be able to fill them with berries before they went home. The afternoon was quite warm, and they soon got tired of running after strawberries, for there were very few in the field. Seating themselves under the broad branches of an oak, they rested their weary limbs, cooled their heated blood, and ate up the few berries that they had picked. The pasture was on the outskirts of the village, and next to the river. On one side of it was an old unpainted house, in which lived a man by the name of Benjamin Gorham. He was a poor man, but he was as proud as he was poor. He had been a sailor nearly all his lifetime. He was too old to go to sea now, and had come to Riverdale to end his days in peace and quiet. He had bought the old house in which he lived, together with the few acres of land around it. He had very little money, and the people of Riverdale thought he must have a hard time to get along. He worked on the land, and raised fruits and vegetables, which he sold in the village. It seemed very sad for an old man like him to work so hard for a living. The town, or the people, of Riverdale would very gladly have helped him with money or provisions, but he was too proud to take anything from them. People pitied him, and wanted to do something for him, but he was angry when anyone offered to give him anything. The folks in Riverdale had a habit of calling Mr. Gorham Uncle Ben, though for what reason I am unable to say, for not many of them liked him very well, and when any of the children came upon his land, he drove them away. He was cross, and scolded a great deal more than was necessary. But the world had used him rather badly, judging from his own talk. He had worked hard all his life, and now, when he was an old man, he had not enough to live upon without severe toil. I suppose this was what made him cross. He thought people pitied him, and he did not want to be pitied, because he was very proud. Uncle Ben had not always been a common sailor while at sea. He had been the first mate of a ship, which is next to the captain, the 2 last voyages he had made. He had wanted to be a captain, but the owners, for some reason or other, would not trust him. This made him gloomy and sad. He was disappointed, and this helped to make him cross. People used to vex and bother him too, because he was so crusty, and this only made him worse. His wife was a very good woman, and all the neighbors liked her very much. They had no children. The happy party were seated only a little way from the house of Uncle Ben, but the 2 boys thought they were as dear as they wanted to be, for the old man seemed to hate children. If he did, it was only because they gave him so much trouble. They knew he was cross, and they liked to plague him. On purpose to bother him, they used to steal his apples. Even when they had enough of them, they would get into his lot or his garden, only to see him run after them. This was very naughty of them, for I have no doubt if they had been kind to him, he would have been kind to them. "I wish I had a drink of water," said Flora Lee, as she glanced at the house of Uncle Ben. "I'm almost choked." "We can get some at the spring," said Frank. "Yes, but the spring is clear out at the other end of the pasture," added Charlie. "Why can't we get some water at Uncle Ben's?" asked Flora. "He wouldn't let you step on his land. He is a cross old fellow." "Why, he would let me have some water. Of course he would," added Flora. "No, he wouldn't. He drives the fellows off when they come near his house," said Charlie Green. "I'm almost sure if I should ask him, he would give me some water." "No, he wouldn't. He would drive you off, just as he has hundreds of others. There he is now, in the garden, picking his currants," replied Charlie, pointing to the place where the currant bushes lined the fence. "I heard my father say the boys plague him almost to death, and that must be the reason why he is so cross." "That may be, but he is as cross as he can be, whatever the reason." "Poor old man! It is too bad for the boys to plague him. They say he has been all over the world, and sailed upon all the oceans." "I know he has," added Charlie. "He told my father something about one of his voyages. Father says he likes to tell stories when he can get anyone to hear him." "I should like to hear him," said Flora. "I could sit all the afternoon and listen to stories about the sea, about sailors and such things." "So could I." "I am going down to his house to get a drink of water," continued Flora. "I wouldn't go there," said Frank. "I am not afraid of him," replied the brave little girl. "I will be kind to him, and I know he won't hurt me. I don't believe he will even scold at me. If he does, I can go away, you know." "Better go to the spring." "Besides, when I get down there, I mean to ask him to tell us a story." "He will bite your head off if you do," said Katy Green. "I don't believe he will. At any rate, I shall try. If you don't want to go, you may stay where you are." "I will go, too," said Nelly. The children talked it over a little while, and they concluded that Flora and Nelly should go alone, and that the others should wait in the road for them. So they went down the hill into the road, and the three who were to wait seated themselves under a tree near the house. The two little girls walked on, and entered the yard in front of the house. Uncle Ben was picking currants not far off, and they made their way to the spot, being very careful not to tread upon any of the plants. As they came near to the old man, he heard their steps, and turned to see who they were. He looked very sour and cross, and Flora began to have some doubts in regard to her mission, which was not only to get some water, but to see if Uncle Ben would not speak kindly to her. He did not look as if he could speak a pleasant word, even if he tried ever so hard. "What do you want here?" growled the old man, in a tone that made the little girls tremble with fear. "Please, sir, I am very dry. Will you please to let me have a drink of water?" "There is the well. You can help yourself," replied Uncle Ben, in much gentler tones than before. "Thank you, sir. We won't tread on anything, nor do a bit of harm." Flora thought Uncle Ben was trying to smile as she turned to go, but she was certain he did not smile. For my part, I don't see how he could help smiling when he looked upon such a good girl as Flora. End of section 18. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 19 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Uncle Ben, Chapter 2. When Flora and Nelly arrived at the well, there was no water in the bucket. It was drawn with a long pole called a sweep, supported on a crotched post. The bucket was attached to a small pole fastened to the end of the long one, which went down into the well. As the bucket went down, one end of the long pole came down with it, while the other end went up, just as the beam does in a pair of scales. It was hard work to draw water with a sweep, and the little girls found that the strength of both of them was not enough to move it. While they were trying, they saw Uncle Ben leave his work and walk over to the well. They wondered what he was coming for, as they could not believe that one so cross as people said he was would think of helping them. "That is rather too hard work for such little girls," said he, as he pulled down the sweep, and then drew up the bucket full of water. "Thank you, sir," said Flora. "You are so kind." "What is your name, my little girl?" asked Uncle Ben pleasantly. "Flora Lee, sir, and this is Nellie Green." "You have been in the pasture, haven't you?" "Yes, sir. We have been trying to find some strawberries, but they were so scarce we couldn't get many," replied Flora, when she had taken a good drink of the pure cold water. "There were more of you, I thought?" "Yes, sir. My brother and Nellie's brother and sister are waiting for us out there in the road." "I will tell you where you can find plenty of strawberries," said Uncle Ben. And now, without a doubt, there was a smile on his wrinkled face. "Oh, thank you, sir!" exclaimed Flora, with childlike pleasure. "In my pasture, on the other side of the road, there are oceans of them." "But will you let us pick them, sir?" "You may. When that Joe Birch and such boys as he come around here, I always send them off, because they steal my fruit and break down my fences." "They are very bad boys," replied Uncle Ben, who seemed to feel the need of telling them why he was so cross. "Uncle—" Flora was going to say Uncle Ben, but she did not know that it would be quite proper for her to call him by this name. "That's right, little lady. Call me Uncle Ben. You needn't be at all afraid of me. That's just what the sailors used to call me on board ship." "That's just what I was going to say. Uncle Ben, people say you have been all over the world." "I have, almost." "We should dearly like to have you tell us some stories about the sea and places where you have been." "I will do so, with pleasure," answered the old man with a smile, and so pleasant a smile that Flora and Nellie could hardly believe he was the man whom folks talked about so badly. "Thank you. How kind you are. Will you tell us one now?" "I can't very well now. I have half a bushel of currants to pick before sundown." "Oh, we will all help you, Uncle Ben, if you will only tell us a sea story, won't we, Nellie?" "Yes, we will. There are 5 of us, and we can pick them as fast as anything." "Just as you please, little missus." "We will go and call Frank and Charlie and Katie," shouted Flora, as she ran out of the yard, followed by Nellie. They were much pleased with the success of their mission. They felt as smart as though they had conquered a wild tiger. They were sure now that Uncle Ben did not hate children as people said he did. The old man had his faults, and they were serious faults too, but he was not half so bad as folks said he was. He was cross, very cross at times, and this made others impose upon him. When he saw that people were against him, without stopping to ask the reason, he began to hate them. Things of this kind almost always go on from bad to worse, and the more folks picked upon him, the more he hated them. The boys and even the girls who lived near him used to insult him when they dared to do so. All these things put together made him very unhappy. The children under the tree jumped up when they saw Flora and Nellie running towards them so fast, and they at once concluded that Uncle Ben must have driven them out of his yard. "I knew he would," said Charlie. "So did I," added Katie, "and they were fools to go near him." "So you have come at last," continued Charlie, as the 2 little girls reached the tree. "Yes, and got driven away as I knew you would," said Katie. "No, we didn't get driven away," puffed Flora, out of breath with running. "Didn't he send you off?" asked Frank. "Indeed he did not," answered Flora. "I don't care what anybody says about Uncle Ben. I say he is a real nice man, isn't he, Nellie?" "Yes, he is. He is enough sight better than some of the folks that talk about him. I like him ever so much. Don't you, Nellie?" "Yes, indeed I do." "Tell us all about it," said Charlie. "Did he scold at you any? Wasn't he cross and ugly?" "He spoke cross when we first went to him, but after I asked him if I might have some water, he was just as good as pie," replied Flora. "What did you say to him?" "I only asked him if he would please to let me have some water. He said I might, and when we couldn't draw the water ourselves, he came and drew it for us." "Uncle Ben did?" exclaimed Charlie. "Yes, indeed he did," replied Nellie. "Well, I shall give up now. Only think of Uncle Ben drawing a bucket of water for you," said Frank. "Why shouldn't he?" asked Flora. "He should, but I don't believe he will get over it for a month. He will certainly have a fit after it." "No, he won't," said Flora smartly, "and I haven't told you the whole yet." "What else? Wonders will never cease after this," laughed Frank. "When I had taken a good drink of the water, I asked Uncle Ben if he wouldn't tell us a story." "And he told you he would?" "He did." "That will be first rate," exclaimed Katy. "I do like to hear stories." "When will he tell us one?" "I asked him if he wouldn't tell us one now, and he said he would, only he had to pick half a bushel of currants before sundown. What do you think I told him then?" "I don't know. What did you tell him?" asked Charlie. "I told him we would all help him. You will, won't you?" They all, even Katy, who was not often willing to do what her friends asked her to do, declared that they would. They were so pleased at the idea of a story from Uncle Ben that they were willing to buy the pleasure by picking his currants for him. Flora led the way back to the old man's house. He met them with a smile on his face, and led them out to the bushes where they went to work. It turned out that Uncle Ben had picked more than half the currants he wanted himself, and in less than half an hour the busy fingers of the children had finished the job. Uncle Ben then led them to an apple tree near the house. Seating himself on the ground, the children gathered around him, and he began the story. The little folks could scarcely believe that he was the cross old man whom almost everybody hated, for he looked as good-natured as anybody could look. End of section 19. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 20 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Uncle Ben, Chapter 3. I have no doubt my little readers will wish they were members of the party under the apple tree, hearing the story which the Riverdale children enjoyed so much, and which produced a lasting impression on their minds. And for their benefit, I will repeat it. Uncle Ben's Story. When I was a young man, I went out on a whaling voyage. I suppose you don't know much about whaling, so I will tell you. The oil which you burn in your lamps is the fat of the whale. It is tried out just as they do hog's fat. A whale is a great big fish. Some of them are a good deal longer than my barn there. Ships that go out to catch whales are often 3 or 4 years away from home, and go off thousands of miles. The ship has a great many boats, which are hoisted up at the sides. The men go out in the boats, and when they catch a whale, tow it to the ship, almost up at the top of the mast, and more than 100 feet from the water. There are 2 sticks, which are called the cross trees. When the ship reaches any part of the ocean where whales are found, men are sent up to the cross trees to look out. When a whale is seen, one of the men calls out, "There she blows!" This great fish draws water into its mouth and then blows it up in the air, and this is what they mean by blowing. When the men on deck hear this cry, they find out where the whale is, and then get out the boats and go after him. They row up to the huge monster of the deep with very little noise, and then throw 1 or 2 harpoons into him. A harpoon is a kind of iron spear with a wooden handle, to which a long rope is fastened. When the whale feels the iron, he dives down into the deep, or runs away as fast as he can. Sometimes he drags the boat after him at a frightful speed for many miles, and it often happens that the men in the boat have to cut the line in order to save their lives. When the whale is weak from loss of blood and tired out, the boat again steals upon him, and a long lance is thrust into his body. This kills him, if it is well done. Very often, When the men attack the whale, he turns upon the boat and breaks it all to pieces with a single slap of his tail, or crushes it all to bits in his monstrous mouth. The sailors always have a hard time, and are often killed in their efforts to conquer the whale. When they get the whale alongside the ship, they cut out the fat or blubber in long strips and hoist it on board the vessel. It is then chopped up in small pieces and tried out in great kettles. The oil is put in barrels and stowed in the hold. I have told you how to catch a whale so that you may understand the story which I am now going to tell you. I sailed in the ship Jane for the South Pacific Ocean long before any of you were born, and I guess it was before either of your fathers was born. We went round Cape Horn, which is a very stormy place, and came near being cast away in a heavy gale. But when we got into the Pacific Ocean, we had fine weather, and at last reached the feeding ground. Though the whale is a monstrous creature, he feeds upon animals called squid and small fishes. Of course, he must live where he can find his food. One day I was up on the cross trees, looking out on the ocean for whales. I had with me a boy of about 12 years of age. He was as pretty a boy as ever I saw. He had fair brown hair, which curled in beautiful ringlets on his cheeks and neck, just as Miss Flora's does, only it was not so long. We all loved that boy, for he was a brave and noble little fellow. He was gentle and kind to the men, and always obeyed the orders of the officers at once. He was our pet, and we all treated him just like a younger brother. He could read well, and wrote a handsome hand. And when he first came on board the ship, I knew he couldn't be the son of very poor parents, for he did not speak like boys brought up in the street, and his hand was as white and soft as that of a fine lady. One day I was up on the cross trees, and George was with me, as I said before. We were on the lookout for whales, and he was just as anxious to discover one as though he had been the captain of the ship. He had no hat on then, and his pretty brown locks blew out in the wind, just like Miss Flora's here. Says I, "George, why did you come to sea?" "Because I wanted to, of course," replied he. "What makes you ask that question?" "Does your mother know where you are, George?" He looked sad when I spoke of his mother. I knew very well he must have run away from home, for a boy with such nice white hands as he had when he came aboard the ship had no need to go to sea. He had never been brought up to work, but he never grumbled once at his duty, or the coarse food of the sailor. "Ay, George," I said, "I am afraid you ran away from your mother." "I did, Ben." "Haven't you sent her a letter so that she may know where you are?" "No, I would not have her know I am aboard a whale ship for all the world," said he, and I was sure by the sad look on his face that he was sorry for what he had done. "But you must write to her, George, the very first chance you get." "I can't do that, Ben. It would kill her to know where I am. I have heard her say a great many times that she had rather lay me in the grave than have me go to sea in a whale ship. But only think of her living for 2 or 3 years without knowing where you are. No doubt she wets her pillow with tears every night as she thinks of you. No, George, you must write to her and let her know that you are alive and well. You can say in the letter that you are in a good ship among good friends, and promise her that you will be a good boy. Perhaps she will feel easier then." "I can't write to her, Ben." "But you must, my boy. If you don't, I shall write to her by the first return ship I can find." "Please don't. She will feel a great deal worse if you write." "I will not, if you will promise to write yourself." "I will, then. I don't like to, though." I could not bear the idea of having the little fellow's mother pining over him for years, and I knew she would feel better to know he was alive, even if he was in a whale ship. Pretty soon after we had this talk, I saw a whale far off on the sea. In a few minutes we had a boat out, and George and I were pulling away towards the great fish. There comes Mr. Jones for the currants, and I will tell you the rest of the story as soon as I have put them in his wagon. End of Section 20, recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 21 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Uncle Ben, Chapter 4. Uncle Ben was absent but a few moments, yet it seemed like a long while to the children, who were very anxious to hear the rest of the story about the handsome sailor boy. "Let me see. Where did I leave off?" said Uncle Ben, as he again took his seat. "You were just going away in the boat after the whale," replied Flora. "So I was. Well, we rowed close up to the whale, and sent one iron into him. Before we could strike him again, he turned upon us, and with one blow smashed our frail boat all to pieces." "Dear me!" exclaimed little Flora with a shudder. "Another boat from the ship picked us up. George was a good swimmer, but I saw that he was sinking this time, and I bore him in my arms till he was taken into the boat. I found that he was badly hurt, for his face was deadly pale, and he was so faint he could hardly speak. We had lost the whale, so we went back to the ship. I carried George in my arms to the deck, and then bore him to his bunk in the forecastle." "That was a room to sleep in, wasn't it?" asked Nellie. "Yes, child, but it wasn't any such place as your chamber. It was cold, dark, and damp. I laid the poor boy in his bunk, and tried to find out where he was hurt, but he was so weak he could tell me nothing. If he had been my own son, I could not have felt any worse. I could not help thinking of his poor mother, as I sat by the side of his bunk, watching over him. What would she have said if she could see her darling child sick in that dirty, dark place? How she would have wept! I did not think poor George was very badly hurt. I did not want to think so, and I suppose this is the reason why I did not. The captain went down to see him, and then got some medicine for him. In the evening he seemed to be a little better, and I hoped he would be well in a day or two. He talked a little with me, and told me where his pains were. He spoke of his mother and his home, and seemed to feel very sad to be so far away from them. I sat by his side till 8 bells, that is, till 12 o'clock. He slept much of the time, and as I bent over him and listened to his quiet breathing, I thought he was better, and that he would be able to go on deck the next day. You don't know much about the life of a whaler, I suppose, so you can't tell how tired and worn out he gets sometimes. The boats are often out all night, and the men have to row when they are so sleepy and tired that they can hardly hold their heads up. Well, I had been out in the boat all the night before, and I was just as tired as a man could be. I could hardly keep my eyes open, as I sat at the side of the poor sick boy, but I did not once lose myself while I was on this duty. At 12 o'clock, finding that George slept easily, I called one of my shipmates to take my place. He was very willing to do so, but before I left him, I charged him over and over again to keep awake and mind the boy. He promised me he would, and I went to my bunk. I was so tired that I slept like a rock till 8 bells, which was 4 o'clock in the morning. My first thought was of poor George, and jumping out of my berth, I hastened to his side. My shipmate, whom I had left to watch him, was fast asleep. I felt so very angry with him that only my desire to learn how the sick boy was prevented me from kicking him out of the forecastle. I looked into the bunk, and all was still as when I had left, and I thought he was asleep. All was still and calm in the berth, so still and calm that I trembled with fear. I listened to hear his breathing, but no sound reached my ear. I then placed my hand upon his brow. It was as cold as marble. Poor George was dead. Oh, children, I can't tell you how I felt then. It seemed just as though our angel had been taken out of the ship. I wept as I should have wept if he had been my son or my brother. From that sleep in which I had left him, he had never awakened, for he lay just as he was at midnight. There was not a dry eye in the ship when it was told that poor George, whom we all loved, was dead. We dressed him in his clean clothes, and bore his body upon deck, where we covered it with an American flag. At noon, the sad cry of "All hands to bury the dead" sounded gloomily through the ship. The body of poor George, sewed up in a piece of sailcloth, was placed on a plank, still covered with the American flag. It was raised upon the rail, ready to be cast into the sea. The captain, with his eyes brimful of tears, and hardly able to speak from grief, read prayers, and all was ready to launch the body into the deep. The canvas had been left open at the head, and the wind blew the fair brown locks upon the cold brow of poor George, just as when he had stood by my side on the cross-trees. One by one the sailors kissed his marble cheeks, kissed him for his mother, and wiped the tears from their brown faces. The canvas was sewed up, the word was given, and the body slid off the plank into the great ocean, there to sleep till the graves give up their dead. The ship filled away upon her course, and it was many and many a day before we ceased to think of the poor sailor boy in his ocean grave. When I got home, I went to New York to see poor George's mother. I found her without trouble, and told her the story of her lost child. A few days after, she was taken to an insane asylum, where she died. Poor George! Poor mother! Every one of the children was crying when Uncle Ben finished his story, and even when they went home, their eyes were red and swollen with weeping. "What is the matter, Flora?" asked Mrs. Lee, when her two children entered the house. "Nothing, mother." "Why, both of you have been crying. What has happened?" "Nothing, mother. Only Uncle Ben has been telling us a very sad story about a handsome sailor boy who was killed at sea by a whale," replied Frank. "Who told you the story? Uncle Ben?" asked Mrs. Lee, very much surprised. "Yes, mother," replied Flora. "He is a real nice man, and not a bit cross when you don't bother him." The children told their father and mother all about the events of the afternoon, and how kind Uncle Ben had been to them. Mr. Lee was very much pleased, as well as surprised, for he looked upon Uncle Ben, just as nearly all the people of Riverdale did, as a hard and cross man. But after what the children had told him, he felt very kindly towards the old man, and wanted to do something for him, so that he need not have to work so hard. He went to see Uncle Ben the next day, and told him how pleased the children had been with him. A few months after this event, Mr. Lee, with the help of his friends, got the place of postmaster of Riverdale for Uncle Ben, and the old man sold his farm and moved into the village. This place gave him money enough to live without hard work. He had got it by being kind to the children, and after this he tried very hard to be kind to everybody. So you see how much good Flora did by going to Uncle Ben in the right way. She had conquered his cold heart, and the old man, feeling how much he owed to the children, became a great favorite among them. Many a time, after Uncle Ben had sent off the mail, the children gathered together in the post office to hear an interesting story of the sea, and even the old folks were glad to listen to them. End of Section 21, recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 22 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Birthday Party, Chapter 1. Flora Lee's birthday came in July. Her mother wished very much to celebrate the occasion in a proper manner. Flora was a good girl, and her parents were always glad to do anything they could to please her and to increase her happiness. They were very indulgent parents, and as they had plenty of money, they could afford to pay well for a good time. Yet they were not weak and silly in their indulgence. As much as they loved their little daughter, they did not give her pies and cakes to eat when they thought such articles would hurt her. They did not let her lie in bed till noon because they loved her, or permit her to do anything that would injure her, either in body or mind. Flora always went to church and to the Sunday school, and never cried to stay at home. If she had cried, it would have made no difference, for her father and mother meant to have her do right, whether she liked it or not. But Flora gave them very little trouble about such matters. Her parents knew best what was good for her, and she was willing in all things to obey them. It was for this reason that they were so anxious to please her, even at the expense of a great deal of time and money. The birthday of Flora came on Wednesday, and school did not keep in the afternoon. All the children therefore could attend the party which they intended to give in honor of the day. About a week before the time, Mrs. Lee told Flora she might have the party and wanted her to make out a list of all the children whom she wished to invite. "I want to ask all the children in Riverdale," said Flora promptly. "Not all, I think," replied Mrs. Lee. "Yes, mother, all of them." "But you know there are a great many bad boys in town. Do you wish to invite them?" "Perhaps, if we treat them well, they will be made better by it." "Would you like to have Joe Birch come to the party?" "I don't know, mother," said Flora, musing. "I think you had better invite only those who will enjoy the party, and who will not be likely to spoil the pleasures of others. We will not invite such boys as Joe Birch." "Just as you think best, dear mother," replied Flora. "Shall I ask such boys as Tommy Woggs?" "Tommy isn't a bad boy," said Mrs. Lee with a smile. "I don't know that he is, but he is a very queer fellow. You said I had better not ask those who would be likely to spoil the pleasure of others. Do you think, my child, Tommy Woggs will do so?" "I am afraid he would. He is such a queer boy." "But Tommy is a great traveler, you know," added Mrs. Lee, laughing. "The boys and girls don't like him. He pretends to be such a big man. He knows more than all the rest of the world put together. At least he thinks he does." "I think you had better ask him, for he will probably feel slighted if you don't." "Very well, mother. Now, Flora, I will take a pencil and paper and write down the names of all the boys and girls with whom you are acquainted, and you must be careful not to forget any. Here comes Frank. He will help you." Frank was told about the party, and he was quite as much pleased with the idea as his sister had been, and both of them began to repeat the name of all the boys and girls they could remember. For half an hour they were employed in this manner, and then the list was read over to them, so as to be sure that no names had been omitted. Flora and Frank now went through all the streets of Riverdale, in imagination, thinking who lived in each house, and when they had completed their journey in fancy, they felt sure they had omitted none. "But we must invite cousins Sarah and Henry," said Flora. "Oh, I hope they will come. Henry is so funny. We can't do without them." "Perhaps they will come. At any rate, we will send them invitations," replied Mrs. Lee. The next day, when the children had gone to school, Mrs. Lee went to the office of the Riverdale Gazette, which was the village newspaper. and had the invitations printed on nice gilt-edged paper. By the following day, Mrs. Lee had written in the names of the children invited, enclosed the notes in envelopes, and directed them. I will give you a copy of one of them, that you may know how to write them when you have a birthday party, though I dare say it would do just as well if you go to your friends and ask them to attend. If you change the names and dates, this note will answer for any party. Miss Flora Lee presents her compliments to Miss Nellie Green, and requests the pleasure of her company on Wednesday afternoon, July 20th. Riverdale, July 15th. "Those are very fine indeed," said Flora. "Shall I put on my bonnet and carry out some of them today?" "No, my child, it is not quite the thing for you to carry your own invitations. I will tell you what you may do. You may hire David White to deliver them for you. You must pay him for it. Give him $50, which will be a good thing for him." The plan was adopted, and Frank was sent with the notes and the money over to the poor widow's cottage. "Don't you think it is very wicked, mother, for rich folks to have parties when the money they cost will do so much good to the poor?" asked Flora. "I do not think so, my dear child." "Well, I think so, mother," added Flora warmly. "Perhaps you do not fully understand it." "I think I do." "Why should it be wicked for you to enjoy yourself?" "Oh, I don't think it is wicked to enjoy myself, but only to spend money for such things. You said you were going to have the Riverdale band, and that the music would cost more than $20. "I did, and the supper will cost at least 20 more, for I have spoken to the confectioner to supply us with ice cream, cake, jellies, and other luxuries. We shall have a supply of strawberries and cream, and all the nice things of the season. We must also erect a tent in the garden, in which we shall have the supper. But after tea I will tell you all about it." End of section 22. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 23 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Birthday Party, Chapter 2. Flora could not help thinking how much good the $40, which her father would have to pay for the birthday party, would do if given to the poor. It seemed to her just like spending the money for a few hours' pleasure, and even if they had a fine time, which she was quite sure they would have, it would be soon over, and not do any real good. $40 was a great deal of money. It would pay Mrs. White's rent for a whole year. It would clothe her family, and feed them nearly all the next winter. It appeared to her like a shameful waste, and these thoughts promised to take away a great deal from the pleasure of the occasion. "I think, mother, I had just as lief not have the band, and only have a supper of bread and butter and seed cakes." "Why, Flora, what has got into you?" said her father. Mrs. Lee laughed at the troubled looks of Flora, and explained to her father the nature of her scruples in regard to the party. "Where did the girl get this foolish idea?" asked her father, who thought her notions were too old and too severe for a little girl. "Didn't I see last winter how much good only a little money would do?" replied Flora. "Don't you think it is wicked for me to live in this great house, keep 5 or 6 horses and 9 or 10 servants, when I could live in a little house like Mrs. White?" laughed Mr. Lee. "All the money you spend would take care of a dozen families of poor folks," said Flora. "That is very true. Suppose I should turn away all the men and women that work for me, those, I mean, who work about the house and garden, and give the money I spend in luxuries to the poor. But what would John and Peter, Hannah and Bridget do then? They would lose their places, and not be able to earn anything. Why, no, father. Peter has a family. He has got 3 children, and he must take care of them." "Ah, you begin to see it, do you?" said Mr. Lee, with a smile. "All that I spend upon luxury goes into the pockets of the farmer, mechanic, and laborer.
"I see that, father," replied Flora, looking as bright as sunshine again. "But all the money spent on my party will be wasted, won't it?" "Not a cent of it, my child. If I were a miser and kept my money in an iron safe and lived like a poor man, I should waste it then." "But $20 for the Riverdale band is a great deal to give for a few hours' service. It don't do any good, I think." "Yes, it does. Music improves our minds and hearts. It makes us happy. I have engaged 6 men to play. They are musicians only at such times as they can get a job. They are shoemakers also, and poor men, and the money which I shall pay them will help support their families and educate them." "What a fool I was, father!" exclaimed Flora. "Oh, no, not so bad as that, for a great many older and wiser persons than yourself have thought just what you think." "But the supper, father, the ice cream, the cake, and the lemonade, won't all the money spent for these things be wasted?" "No more than the money spent for the music. The confectioner and those whom he employs depend upon their work for the means of supporting themselves and their families." "So they do, father. And when you have a party, you are really doing good to the poor." "Well, that depends upon circumstances," replied Mr. Lee. "I don't think it would be an act of charity for a person who could not afford it to give a party. I only mean to say that when we spend money for that which does not injure us or anybody else, what we spend goes into the pockets of those who need it. A party, a proper party, I mean such a one as you will have, is a good thing in itself. Innocent amusement is just as necessary as food and drink. God has given me wealth, Flora, and he expects me to do all the good I can with it. I hold it as his steward. Now, when I pay one of these musicians $3 or $4 for an afternoon's work, I do him a favor as well as you and those whom you invite to your party. And I hope the party will make you love one another more than ever before. I hope the music will warm your hearts, and that the supper will make you happy, and render you thankful to the giver of all things for his constant bounty." "How funny that I should make such a blunder!" exclaimed Flora. "I am sure I shall enjoy my party a great deal more now that I understand these things." "I hope you won't understand too much, Flora. Suppose you had only $1, and that it had been given you to purchase a story book. Then suppose Mrs. White and her children were suffering from want of fuel and clothing. What would you do with your $1? "I would—" "Wait a minute, Flora," interposed her father. "When you buy the book, you pay the printer, the paper maker, the bookseller, the type founder, the miner who dug the lead and the iron from the earth, the machinist who made the press, and a great many other persons whose labor enters into the making of a book. You pay all these men for their labor. You give them money to help take care of their wives and children, their fathers and mothers. You help all these men when you buy a book. Now, what would you do with your $1? "I would give it to poor Mrs. White," promptly replied Flora. "I think you would do right, for your money would do more good in her hands. The self-denial on your part would do you good. I only wanted you to understand that when you bought a book, even a book which was only to amuse you, the money is not thrown away. Riches are given to men for a good purpose, and they ought to use their wealth for the benefit of others as well as for their own pleasure. If they spend money, even for things that are of no real use to them, it helps the poor, for it feeds and clothes them." Flora was much interested in this conversation, and perhaps some of my young friends will think she was an old head to care for such things, but I think they can all understand what was said as well as she did. End of section 23, recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 24 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Birthday Party, Chapter 3. The great day at length arrived, and everything was ready for the party. On the lawn, by the side of the house, a large tent had been put up, in which the children were to have the feast. Under a large maple tree, near the tent, a stage for the musicians had been erected. 2 swings had been put up, and there was no good reason why the children should not enjoy themselves to their heart's content. I think the teachers in the Riverdale school found it hard work to secure the attention of their scholars on the forenoon of that day, for all the boys and girls in the neighborhood were thinking about the party. As early as 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the children began to collect at the house of Mr. Lee, and at the end of an hour all who had received invitations were present. The band had arrived, and at a signal from Mr. Lee, the music commenced. "Now, Father, we are all here. What shall we do?" asked Flora, who was so excited she did not know which way to turn, or how to proceed to entertain the party. "Wait a few minutes, and let the children listen to the music. They seem to enjoy it very well." "But we want to play something, Father." "Very soon, my child, we will play something." "What shall we play, Father?" "There are plenty of plays. Wouldn't you like to march a little while to the music?" "March?" "Yes, march to the tune of 'Hail Columbia.' I will show you how to do it." "I don't know what you mean, Father." "Well, I will show you in a few minutes." When the band had played a little longer, Mr. Lee assembled the children in the middle of the lawn, and asked them if they would like to march. They were pleased with the idea, though some of them thought it would be rather tame amusement for such an exciting occasion. "You want 2 leaders, and I think you had better choose them yourselves. It would be the most proper to select 2 boys." Mr. Lee thought the choice of the leaders would amuse them, so he proposed that they should vote for them. "How shall we vote, Father?" asked Frank. 3 of the children must retire, and pick out 4 persons, and the 2 of these 4 who get the most votes shall be the leaders. Mr. Lee appointed 2 girls and 1 boy to be on this committee, but while he was doing so, Tommy Woggs said he did not think this was a good play. "I don't think they will choose the best leaders," said Tommy. "Don't you, Mr. Woggs?" asked Mr. Lee, laughing. "No, sir, I do not. What do any of these boys know about such things?" said Tommy with a sneer. "I have been to New York, and have seen a great many parades." "Have you indeed?" "Yes, sir, I have." "And you think you would make a better leader than any of the others?" "I think so, sir." All the children laughed heartily at Master Woggs, who was so very modest. "None of these boys and girls have ever been to New York," added Tommy, his vanity increasing every moment. "That is very true, and perhaps the children will select you as their leader." "They can do as they like. If they want me, I should be very willing to be their leader," replied Tommy. It was very clear that Master Woggs had a very good opinion of himself. He seemed to think that the fact of his having been to New York made a hero of him, and that all the boys ought to take off their caps to him. But it is quite as certain that the Riverdale children did not think Master Woggs was a very great man. He thought so much of himself that there was no room for others to think much of him. The committee of 3 returned in a few minutes, and reported the names of 4 boys to be voted for as the leaders. They were Henry Vernon, Charlie Green, David White, and Tommy Woggs. The important little gentleman who had been to New York was delighted with the action of the committee. He thought all the children could see what a very fine leader he would make, and that all of them would vote for him. "What shall we do for votes, Father?" asked Frank. "We can easily manage that, Frank," replied Mr. Lee. "We have no paper here." "Listen to me a moment, children," continued Mr. Lee. "There are 4 boys to be voted for, and we will choose 1 leader first, and then the other. Those who want Henry Vernon for a leader will put a blade of grass in the hat, which will be the ballot box. Those who want Charlie Green will put in a clover blossom. Those who want David White will put in a maple leaf. And those who want to vote for Tommy Woggs will put in a dandelion flower. The children laughed, for they thought the dandelion was just the thing for Master Woggs, who had been to New York. One of the boys carried round Mr. Lee's hat, and it was found that Henry Vernon had the most votes, so he was declared to be the first leader. "Huh!" said Tommy Woggs. "What does Henry Vernon know? He has never been to New York." "But he lives in Boston," added Charlie Green. "Boston is nothing side of New York." "I think Boston is a great place," replied Charlie. "That's because you've never been to New York," said Master Woggs. "They will, of course, all vote for me next time. If they do, I will show them how things are done in New York." "Phew!" exclaimed Charlie, as he left the vain little man. While all the children were wondering who would be the other leader, Flora was electioneering among them for her favorite candidate. That is, she was asking her friends to vote for the one she wanted. Who do you suppose it was? Master Woggs? No, it was David White. The hat was passed round again, and when the votes were counted, there was only one single dandelion blossom found in the hat. Tommy Woggs was mad, for he felt that his companions had slighted him. But it was only because he was so vain and silly. People do not often think much of those who think a great deal of themselves. There was a great demand for maple leaves, and David White was chosen the second leader, and had nearly all the votes. The boys then gave 3 cheers for the leaders, and the lines were formed. Mr. Lee told Henry and David just how they were to march, and the band at once began to play "Hail Columbia." The children first marched 2 by 2, round the lawn, and then down the center. When they reached the end, one single leader turned off to the right and the other to the left, each followed by a single line of the children. Passing round the lawn, they came together again on the other side. Then they formed a great circle, a circle within a circle, and concluded the march with the grand basket. This was certainly a very simple play, but the children enjoyed it ever so much. I mean, all but vain Master Woggs, who was so greatly displeased because he was not chosen one of the leaders that he said there was no fun at all in the whole thing. About half an hour was spent in marching, and then Mr. Lee proposed a second game. The children wanted to march a little longer, but there were a great number of things to be done before night, and so it was thought best on the whole to try a new game. End of section 24. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 25 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Birthday Party, Chapter 4. When the children had done marching, Mrs. Lee took charge of the games. Several new plays, which none of them had heard of before, were introduced. The boys and girls all liked them very well, and the time passed away most rapidly. Just before they were going to supper, an old man with a fiddle in his hand tottered into the garden and down the lawn. He was a very queer-looking old man. He had long white hair and a long white beard. He was dressed in old, worn-out soldier clothes, in part, and had a sailor's hat upon his head, so that they could not tell whether he was a soldier or a sailor. As he approached the children, they began to laugh with all their might, and he certainly was a very funny old man. His long beard and hair, his tattered finery, and his hobbling walk would have made almost anyone laugh, much more a company of children as full of fun as those who were attending the birthday party. "Children," said the old man, as he took off his hat and made a low bow, "I heard there was a party here, and I came to play the fiddle for you. All the boys and girls like a fiddle because it is so merry." "Oh, mother, what did send that old man here?" cried Flora. "He came of himself, I suppose," replied Mrs. Lee, laughing. "I think it is too bad to laugh at an old man like him," added Flora. "It would be if he were in distress. But don't you see he is as merry as any of the children?" "Play us some tunes," said the children. "I will, my little dears." And the old man raised the fiddle. Let's see. I will play Napoleon's Grand March." The fiddler played, but he behaved so queerly that the children laughed so loud they could hardly hear the music. "Why, that's Yankee Doodle," said Henry Vernon, and they all shouted at the idea of calling that tune Napoleon's Grand March. "Now I will play you the solo to the opera La Sonnambula," said the old man. "Whew!" said Henry. The old man fiddled again, with the same funny movements as before. "Why, that's Yankee Doodle, too!" exclaimed Henry. "I guess he don't know any other tune." "You like that tune so well, I will play you Washington's March." And the funny old fiddler, with a great flourish, began to play again. But still it was Yankee Doodle. And so he went on saying he would play many different tunes, but he played nothing but Yankee Doodle. "Can't you tell us a story now?" asked Charlie Green. "Oh, yes, my little man, I can tell you a story. What shall it be?" "Are you a soldier or a sailor?" "Neither, my boy." "The story, the story!" shouted the boys, very much excited. "Some years ago I was in New York," the old man commenced. "Did you see me there?" demanded Tommy Woggs. "Well, my little man, I don't remember that I saw you." "Oh, I was there!" And Tommy thrust his hands down to the bottom of his pockets and strutted up the space between the children and the comical old fiddler. "I did see a very nice-looking little gentleman." "That was me," pompously added Tommy. "He was stalking up Broadway. He thought everybody was looking at and admiring him. But such was not the case. He looked just like me?" asked Tommy. "Like a sick monkey," replied the fiddler. "Go on with your story." "I will, children. Several years ago I was in New York. It is a great city. If you don't believe it, ask Master Tommy Woggs." "You tell the truth, Mr. Fiddler. It is a great city, and I have been all over it, and I can speak from observation," replied Master Woggs. "The story!" shouted the children. "I was walking up Broadway. This street is always crowded with people, as well as with carts and carriages." "I have seen that street," said Tommy. "Now you will keep still a few minutes, Tommy, if you can," interposed Mrs. Lee. "At the corner of Wall Street—" "I know where that is!" exclaimed Tommy. At the corner of Wall Street there was a man with a kind of cart loaded with apples and candy, which he was selling to the passers-by. Suddenly there came a stage down the street and ran into the apple cart. "I saw the very same thing done," added Tommy with his usual self-important air. "Keep still, Tom Woggs," said Charlie Green. The apples were scattered all over the sidewalk, yet the man picked up all but one of them, though he was very angry with the driver of the stage for running against his cart. "Why didn't he pick up the other apple?" asked Henry. "A well-dressed man with big black whiskers picked that up." "Give it to me," said the apple man. "I will not," replied the man with whiskers. The apple merchant was as mad as he could be. And then the man with black whiskers put his hand in his pocket and drew out a knife. The blade was 6 inches long. "Oh, dear me!" exclaimed Flora. Raising the knife, he at once moved towards the angry apple merchant and "Well, what?" asked several eagerly. "And cut a piece out of the apple and put it in his mouth." The children all laughed heartily, for they were sure the man with the whiskers was going to stab the apple merchant. He then took the 2 cents from his pocket, paid for the apple, and went his way, continued the old man. "Now, there is one thing more I can do. I want to run a race with these boys." "Pooh! You run a race!" sneered Charlie. "I can beat you." "Try it and see." The old man and Charlie took places, and were to start at the word from Henry. But when it was given, the fiddler hobbled off, leaving Charlie to follow at his leisure. When the old man had got halfway round the lawn, Charlie started, sure he could catch him long before he reached the goal. But just as the boy was coming up with the man, the latter began to run, and poor Charlie found, much to his surprise, that he ran very fast. He was unable to overtake him, and consequently lost the race. The children were much astonished when they saw the old man run so fast. He appeared to have grown young all at once. But he offered to race with any of the boys again, and half a dozen of them agreed to run with him. "I guess I will take my coat off this time," said the fiddler. As he threw away the coat, he slipped off the wig and false beard he wore, and the children found, to their surprise, that the old man was Mr. Lee, who had dressed himself up in this disguise to please them. The supper was now ready, and all the children were invited to the tent. They had played so hard that all of them had excellent appetites, and the supper was just as nice as a supper could be. It was now nearly dark, and the children had to go home, but all of them declared the birthday party of Flora was the best they ever attended. "Only to think," said Flora when she went to bed that night, "the old fiddler was my father." End of chapter 4 of the birthday party. Lizzie. "Mother, what ails our Lizzie dear? So cold and still she lies. She does not speak a word to-day, and closed her soft blue eyes. Why won't she look at me again, and laugh and play once more? I cannot make her look at me as she used to look before. Her face and neck as marble white, and oh, so very cold. Why don't you warm her, mother dear, your cloak around her fold? Her little hand is cold as ice upon her waveless breast. So pure I thought I could see through the little hand I pressed. Your darling sister's dead, my child, she cannot see you now. The damps of death are gathering there upon her marble brow. She cannot speak to you again, her lips are sealed in death. That little hand will never move, nor come that fleeting breath. All robed in white and decked with flowers, will lay her in the tomb. The flower that bloomed so sweetly here, no more on earth will bloom. But in our hearts we'll lay her up, and love her all the more, because she died in life's spring time, ere earth had won her o'er. Nay, nay, my child, she is not dead, although she slumbers there, and cold and still her marble brow, and free from pain and care. She slept and passed from earth to heaven, and won her early crown. An angel now she dwells above, and looks in triumph down. She is not dead, for Jesus died that she might live again. Forbid them not, the Saviour said, and blessed dear sister then. Her little lamp this morn went out on earth's time-bounded shore, but angels bright in heaven this morn relighted it once more. Sometime we too shall fall asleep, to wake in heaven above, and meet our angel Lizzie there, in realms of endless love. We'll bear sweet sister in our hearts, and then there'll ever be an angel there to keep our souls from sin and sorrow free. End of section 25. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 26 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Proud and Lazy, Chapter 1. Tommy Woggs was a funny little boy. He was very proud and very lazy. He seemed to think he was a great man, and that other people lived only to serve and obey him. None of the boys and girls liked him, because he used to order them around, and because he thought himself so much better than they were. Tommy's father was a doctor and a rich man. He could afford to have servants to wait upon his son, but he was not quite rich enough to spoil the child by letting him do as he pleased. There are some things that wealth cannot purchase. It will not buy wisdom, for all the money in the world would not teach a person even to perform a simple question in arithmetic. It will not buy the love and respect of others. Many rich men are hated and despised by nearly all who know them. So Tommy's father could not buy an education for his son, nor would wealth win for him the esteem of his companions. He must study like the other children of poor people if he wanted to be wise, and he must treat them well in order to obtain their goodwill. Tommy did not like to study, and he did like to command others. He wished everybody to think that he was better than they, because he had been to New York, and because his father was rich. Children are just like men and women. They always find out the really good boys and girls, and love and respect them, and they never think much of those who think too much of themselves. When Tommy was 8 years old, his father sent him to the village school. It was a public school, and it was the best in the town. He had learned his letters at home, and was able to read a very little. At first he was pleased with the idea of going to school, and did not even tell his mother he would not go. He was very apt to say he would not do anything when he was told to do it. I am sorry to add that his parents were very much to blame, for he was an only child, and they did not like to cross him. They did not make him mind, as all good parents ought to do, and as all good children are willing to do. He used to have his own way, and when he went to school, he hardly knew what it was to obey. Miss Dale, the teacher, gave him a good seat when he first went to school, and spoke very kindly to him. For 2 or 3 days he got along quite well. It was a new thing to him, and he was pleased with the school and the teacher. But in a little while he was tired of the place and of the teacher, and he had yet to learn that he could not always have his own way. On the 4th day of his school life, when Miss Dale called him up to read, he made up his mind that he would not read. "I don't want to read," said he. "Perhaps you don't, Thomas. Do you know what your father sends you to school for?" replied Miss Dale. "No, I don't." "You must not speak so to me. Come here." "I won't." "Don't be naughty, Thomas. I asked you to come to me." "I won't." "If you won't come, I shall bring you." Tommy didn't exactly know what to make of this, but the teacher did not give him much time to think about it, for she took him by the collar of his coat, and in spite of his kicking and screaming, dragged him up to the desk. "Now stand here, Thomas, and if you are a good boy and obey me, I will not hurt you at all." "I won't be a good boy," growled Tommy. And when Miss Dale let go of him, he threw himself on the floor, and began to kick and scream as though he had been mad. The teacher opened her desk, and took out a little stick. Tommy did not like the looks of the stick, but he kept on kicking and screaming. "Get up, Thomas," said Miss Dale. "I won't!" screamed Tommy very loud. "Won't you?" "No, I won't." "Then I shall whip you." "No, you won't," yelled Tommy. But he was mistaken. Miss Dale would and did whip him, till he was glad to get up. He found the little stick was a thing not to be trifled with, for it made him smart, so he could not bear the pain. "I'm going home," said Tommy. "Not yet, Thomas." "Yes, I will." "I think not. Now pick up your book and be a good boy." "I won't." Then a smart cut of the stick upon one of his legs made him scream with pain again. "Pick up your book now, Thomas." "I'll tell my mother of you," snarled Tommy as he picked up the book. "You may, if you choose. Now open your book." He did not mind, and again he felt the terrible stick, which caused him to obey. "Now, Thomas," said Miss Dale, as she put the stick in the desk, "when I tell you to do anything, you must obey me." "I won't either." "You must not say you won't to me." "Yes, I will." The teacher opened the desk and took out the stick again. "Will you?" Yes, I will." Tommy felt the stick once more, and this time blow followed blow, till Tommy, of his own accord, promised not to use the naughty words again. "Now, Thomas, if you will be a good boy, you will not have any more trouble. You must do what I tell you to do, and not be saucy to me." "I'll tell my mother of you. She don't whip me," muttered Tommy. "You may tell your mother, and if she does not wish you to mind, she must not send you here. But I think she wants you to be a good boy, obey your teacher, and get your lessons." "No, she don't," said Tommy, who was not quite willing to be good yet. "Well, it does not make any difference whether she does or not. You must mind all I say if you come to school here." Miss Dale then heard him read, but he did not do very well. He was thinking all the time what he could do that was naughty, but as he kept one eye on the little stick, he did not venture again to disobey or to be saucy. When he went home that day, he told his mother he was not going to school any more, and perhaps she would have let him have his own way. But his father, when he heard what Miss Dale had done, said he was glad she had made him mind, and that he should go to school in the afternoon. To make the matter sure, Dr. Woggs went to school with him himself, and told the teacher to make a good boy of him, if she could, and above all things to make him obey her. So Tommy got the worst of it after all. End of section 26. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 27 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Proud and Lazy, Chapter 2. Tommy Woggs learned to obey while he was in school. That little stick produced a great change in him, but after the first week, Miss Dale did not have occasion to use it again. He found that he must mind, and he had sense sufficient to see that it was just as easy to obey before he was whipped, or even scolded, as it was afterwards. It was the next year, after Tommy began to go to school, that he went to New York. It was a great thing for a little boy like him to go away so far and see so many wonderful things, and his companions, for a time, thought he was a real hero. When he came back, he told ever so many stories of what he had seen, of the fine buildings in New York, of the great crowds of people in Broadway, and the sights he saw at the museum. But the children soon grew tired of it, and did not want to hear any more of Tommy's stories. I think it quite likely that, if Tommy had not been so smart about it, they would have been glad to hear a great deal more about New York. But I have another story to tell about Tommy, and I hope it will convince all my young readers that it is better to obey their parents, even if they are not punished, than it is to disregard what they tell them. I have said that Tommy was proud and lazy. He was so proud he did not like to mind, and so lazy that he did not like to go to school, because he had to study there and learn his lessons. One fine morning in June, when the birds were singing on all the trees, and the grass looked bright and green on the hills, Tommy left his father's house to go to school. He did not want to go to school that day. He told his mother it was too pleasant to be shut up in a schoolroom all day, and he begged that he might be permitted to stay at home. "No, Tommy, you must go to school. Your father says that you must not stay at home a single day unless you are sick." This was about an hour before school time, and the lazy boy sat on the door-stone for a while, and then came back and told his mother he did not feel very well. "What ails you, Tommy?" asked his mother. "I'm sick." "Not very sick, I think." "Yes, I am, real sick." Just then his father came in and heard his complaint. "How long have you felt sick, Tommy?" asked his father. "Ever since I got up," replied Tommy, placing his hand upon his stomach. "You ate your breakfast very well for a sick boy." "I feel worse since I ate my breakfast," said the little boy, trying very hard to look sick. "What ails you?" "I feel sick at the stomach." "Well, I think you will feel better by and by," added Dr. Woggs. "But I can't go to school, father." "Oh, you can't?" said his father with a smile. "I don't feel able to go." "Then you needn't go." Tommy was much pleased to find he had gained his point, and he did not think of the wicked lies he had told. His father said he might stay away from school that day, and this was all he wanted. He had a pair of rabbits in the woodshed, and without thinking that he was sick, he was going out to play with them. "Where are you going, Tommy?" asked his father. "Out in the woodshed to see my rabbits." "I thought you were sick." "So I am, father." "Then sit down on the sofa, and I will attend to you in a moment. Do you feel very sick?" "I'm real bad, father," replied Tommy, quickly, for he was afraid his father would send him to school after all. Dr. Woggs opened a drawer in his bookcase and took out a little jar, filled with a kind of yellow powder. He then asked Mrs. Woggs to get him a little molasses in a cup and a teaspoon. Tommy turned pale then, for he knew all about that powder in the little jar. "Now, my son, we will make you well by to-morrow, so that you will be able to go to school again," said Dr. Woggs, as he took the cover off the jar. Tommy began to cry, for he would rather have taken a whipping than a dose of that nasty yellow powder. "What's the matter, Tommy? Do you feel worse?" asked his father. "I don't want to take any of that stuff," whined the poor little invalid. "I know, Tommy, it isn't pleasant to take, but when we are sick, we must take something to keep us from getting any worse." "I don't want to take it, father. It always makes me a good deal sicker than I was before. It does indeed, father." "That's very true, my boy. But for all that, you must take it. We very often have to make folks worse before they can be any better. It always hurts to set a broken arm or leg, but no one would think of letting it remain unset because the operation is painful." His mother soon came with the cup of molasses, and Dr. Woggs put some of the yellow powder into it and stirred up the mixture. "I don't want to take it, father," cried Tommy, who was trembling with dread at the very thought of the nasty stuff. "I can't help it, my boy. You must take it," said the doctor, in such a tone that the poor boy felt he must obey, or confess that he had told a falsehood. "I can't take it, father," he groaned. "Poor boy, I know it is not good, but only think how sick you are. Why, you are so bad that you cannot go to school." "I will go to school," whined Tommy. "What? When you are sick?" asked his father. "Oh, no, you must not go to school when you are sick. It is a bad place for sick boys. Take the medicine, stay at home, and get well." "I will go to school," repeated Tommy earnestly. "Not when you are sick, my son." "I'm not sick, father." "Not sick?" "No, father." "Didn't you say only a few moments since that you were sick real bad?" "But I am much better now, and I think I am able to go to school." "You may be sick again, my son." "I shall not, father. I know I shall not." "I think you had better take the medicine to prevent another attack." "No, father, I wasn't sick at all," said the little boy very sheepishly. Dr. Woggs scolded him in a most severe manner for the falsehood he had uttered, and then sent him to school. He ought to have remembered this lesson. It was the last time that Tommy ever pretended he was sick, as that disgusting yellow powder frequently showed itself to his imagination. I don't think it would answer for many parents to do as Tommy's father did, but he was a doctor and understood the case. End of section 27. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 28 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Proud and Lazy, Chapter 3. It was a beautiful morning in June when Tommy Woggs left his home to go to school after the events which I have related in the last chapter. He did not want to go to school. Of course he did not, or he would not have pretended to be sick, that he might stay at home. The grass looked so green, and the birds sang so sweetly that he wished to have a good time with them in the fields. If he had been a good boy, and he had always done his duty in school, he would not have felt so, and he was just as much to blame for feeling wrong as he was for doing wrong. I have always noticed that children who behave well and get their lessons like to be in school. It is a very pleasant place to them, and doing right always makes us happy wherever we are. But those who are naughty and neglect their duties are always in trouble, and for this reason they hate school. It is their own fault, however, that they dislike it, for if they did right, they would be happy, not only there, but everywhere else. Tommy dragged along the street like a snail, or like a sheep led to the slaughter. When he got about halfway to the schoolhouse, he met Joe Birch and Ben Tinker. My readers already know Joe Birch, and know that he was a bad boy. And I suppose, after being told that Ben Tinker was his constant companion, they can easily guess what kind of a boy he was. They were very much alike, and were the leaders in all the mischief done in Riverdale. "Where you going, Tommy?" asked Ben. "I'm going to school," he replied, stopping to talk with the two boys, who were seated on a rock at the side of the road. "Have you got any money, Tom?" said Joe. "No, I haven't." "'Cause if you've got 3 cents about you, I will tell you something." "What?" inquired Tommy, without thinking of the price which the bad boy asked for his important information. "That's telling," replied Joe, winking at his companion. "Won't you tell me?" "Give me 3 cents, and I will." "I haven't got 3 cents, but I will give them to you sometime." "I won't trust you. Give me the money now, and I will tell you all about it," added Joe. "How can I give it to you when I haven't got it?" The two bad boys saw that he was willing enough to pay them for what they had to tell him, and they had only to devise a plan by which he could raise the funds. "Are you going to school, Tom?" asked Joe Birch. "Yes." "What for?" "Because my father makes me go. I tried to get off this morning. I made believe sick, but father was going to make me take some of his nasty physic, and I thought I'd rather go to school than do that." "I can tell you how you can stay away from school without taking any physic." "How?" "Give me 3 cents, and I will tell you." "I haven't them. If I had, I would." "Well, I will tell you how to get them if you like." "How?" "Go home to your mother and tell her the schoolma'am sent you home for 3 cents to buy a new book." "I'll do that," replied Tommy, not stopping to think how wicked was the act which the bad boy proposed to him. "Mind you, Tom, go to your mother. Don't go to your father." Tommy promised to do just as he was told by these bad boys, and ran home with all his might to get the money for them. His mother did not stop to ask him any questions, though she wondered what book he could buy for 3 cents. "Here's the 3 cents," said Tommy, as he joined the boys in the road. "Now tell me how I can stay away from school without having to take any physic." "Just come with us. We are not going to school this fine morning. When the factory bell rings for 12 o'clock, just go home, and your folks won't know but that you have been to school." "That's the way," added Ben Tinker. "That's what the fellers call hooking, Jack." Tommy did not exactly like the idea at first, for he could not help thinking what might happen in case he got found out. He did not ask himself whether it was right or wrong to do what the boys called hooking Jack, but only whether he should get found out or not. We ought always to do right, whatever may happen to us, and we should never do wrong, even if we feel certain of not being found out." "Where are you going?" asked Tommy. "Over the other side of the river. We must not let any one see us after school time, for they will know we ought to be in school." "And just you mind, Tom Woggs," added Ben, "if you get found out yourself, you mustn't tell of us. If you do, you will be apt to get a broken head. Mind that." Joe Birch jumped over the wall into the lot, and was followed by his companions in evil. Tommy did not feel just right. Not that he felt bad because he was doing wrong, but because he was afraid of the two boys. When they had crossed the lot, they came to a by-road, and here it was agreed that Ben should run up to the village and buy something with the money which Tommy had furnished. He was gone but a little while, and when he joined them again, they all hastened across the bridge, and were soon in the woods, where no one could see them. "What did you buy with the money?" asked Joe. "Some cigars. I got 6 for 3 cents. "Cigars!" exclaimed Tommy. "What do you want of cigars?" "To smoke, of course. What do you think?" "It will make you sick." "I guess not. You shall have one if you like. A feller ain't nobody if he don't smoke," replied Joe. But the boys decided not to smoke at first, and seeing there was plenty of sticks and brush in the woods, Tommy proposed that they should build a house, just for the fun of it. "So we will, and when we get it done, we will smoke our cigars in it, and have a good time," replied Ben. "That will be first rate," added Joe. "But how are you going to build it?" "Oh, I know how. I have been to New York, and I know all about these things," said Tommy, beginning now to show his usual vanity. "I say, Tom, do they make houses out of brush in New York?" asked Ben. "No, but then I have been about more than you have, and I ought to know more, of course. I will be the builder, and you two shall be my servants." "Look here, Tom, none of that talk, my boy. We ain't your servants, anyhow," said Joe. "Never mind him, Joe," added Ben. "Let him build the house if he can. I wonder what it will look like." "Well, you bring me the sticks and brush, and see if I don't build a good one," replied Tommy. The two boys agreed to this plan, and in a little while they had a great pile of sticks and brush, and Tommy began to build the house. He stuck up 2 sticks like the letter V, and then carried a long pole from the top of them down to the ground. Against the pole he set up long sticks, and then told his companions to cover them over with brush and leaves. It did not take a very long time to build such a house as this, and it was soon finished. The boys were much pleased with it, and seated themselves on the ground inside of it for the purpose of having a good time. End of section 28. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 29 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Proud and Lazy, Chapter 4. It was now after 11 o'clock, and it would soon be time for the truants to return home. The hut which they had built was not very tight, but it kept the sun out, and the boys were so well pleased with it that they agreed to come there again in the afternoon. They wished the forenoon had been much longer, for their fun came to an end too soon. "Now, boys, we will have a smoke," said Joe, as they seated themselves in the house. "Yes, and we haven't any too much time," replied Ben Tinker, as he took the cigars from his pocket. "Have you any matches?" "To be sure I have. What's the use of cigars without any matches? Take a cigar, Tom." Tommy took the cigar, and though he had some doubts about smoking it, he did not like to be behind his companions in anything. He thought it would make him sick, as he had known it to do to others. He did not want to smoke it, but he had not the courage to refuse. He was proud, and he did not want to have the other boys any smarter than he was. They thought it was manly and big to smoke, for I don't believe either of them could have liked the fumes of a cigar. They had not smoked enough for this. Ben lighted a match, and then his cigar. Joe, as dignified as any old smoker, took a light from him, and both of them puffed away and felt as big as though they were doing some great thing. "Have a light, Tommy," asked Ben. "If you are going with us, you must learn to smoke." "All the fellers that are anything smoke," added Joe. "Then I'll smoke," replied Tommy. "I used to see lots of gentlemen smoking cigars in Broadway in New York when I was there." "Of course you did." Tommy put the cigar into his mouth. He did not like the taste of the thing, but he felt that it was a good cause, and he was willing to be a martyr. Ben lent him his cigar to light it by, and with a little instruction from his friends, he was soon able to puff away as smart as any of them. It was not half so bad as he had feared it would be. It did not make him sick at first, and he thought he was one of that kind who can smoke without learning. He felt as big as his companions then, for the wrong idea that smoking was smart had taken full possession of him. There are some savages who paint their faces. They think it is smart. We don't think so. Some Indians wear bits of tin fastened to the ends of their noses. They think it looks pretty. We don't think so. It does not follow, therefore, that everything that looks smart is so. A little boy, or any boy, with a cigar in his mouth is a disgusting sight to sensible people. We never heard of any man who thought it was smart for boys to smoke, or to make use of tobacco in any way. "Now, Tom, tell us something about New York while we are smoking," said Ben. "Well, I will, if you wish me to do so. But I have got almost tired of talking about New York. Everybody wants to know what I saw there." "Do they?" laughed Joe. "Yes, I don't like to say no to them, for I am willing to help along those who don't know as much as I do." "Do you mean to say we don't know as much as you do?" demanded Ben angrily. "Well, you haven't been to New York, have you?" "What if we haven't?" "Then, of course, you can't know so much as I do. I was there a week." "If you say that again, I'll pound you," said Ben, rising. "There's a stump for you, Tom," added Joe. Tommy had not a great deal of courage, but in a little while Joe Birch managed to get up a fight between his little companions. He showed Tommy how to strike, and the two boys went into the matter like real bruisers. Of course, Tommy Woggs got whipped, and it served him just right. His face was scratched, and one of his eyes was very red. But then he thought he should not tell another boy that he did not know as much as he did. The quarrel was soon made up, for after Ben Tinker had thrashed the little boaster, he was satisfied, and Tommy did not dare to be cross. By this time they had to start for home. Tommy had not got halfway to his father's house before he began to feel dizzy, and to realize a very unpleasant feeling at the stomach. But he hurried home as fast as he could, which was not very fast, for he was sick in earnest now. He staggered into the parlor where his mother was sewing. He felt very bad then, and wished with all his heart that he had gone to school and kept away from the bad boys. "I feel sick, mother," said Tommy, as he threw himself into a chair. "Why, Tommy, you are as pale as a ghost," exclaimed his mother, looking up from her work. "What ails you?" "I feel sick at the stomach. I want to go to bed." Whatever were the doubts Mrs. Woggs had in the morning about her son's sickness, she had none now. His pale face and blue lips were evidences of his condition. Taking him by the hand, she led him upstairs and put him into bed. Then she called Dr. Woggs, who was in his library, to come upstairs and see him. "Poor boy, he is real sick," said his mother as the doctor entered the room. "He is just as pale as death, and could hardly walk upstairs." "What ails him?" "He is sick at the stomach, just as he was this morning. It was too bad to send him to school when he felt so sick. I knew he was ill then." "He wasn't very bad this morning," said the doctor, who did not know what to make of it. "He was real sick then, and I knew he was. It was too bad to make him go to school," added the fond mother. "But I didn't make him go to school," replied Dr. Woggs. "I was only going to give him some medicine to make him better." The cigar had done its work, and it operated upon him just as that nasty yellow powder would if he had taken it. "What's this?" said the doctor, after the contents of Tommy's stomach had been thrown up. "What have you been doing, Tommy?" "Nothing, father," replied Tommy faintly. "You have been smoking. You smell as strong of tobacco smoke as a bar-room loafer." "Smoking!" exclaimed Mrs. Woggs with horror. "Have you been smoking, Tommy?" asked his father sternly. The poor sufferer felt so bad he had no courage to tell a lie, and he was obliged to own that he had been smoking. When he felt a little better, his father questioned him so closely that, in spite of his promise, Tommy had to say he had hooked Jack that forenoon, and that he had been in the woods with Joe and Ben, where each of them had smoked a cigar. Dr. Woggs went to the school that afternoon and told Miss Dale all about it, and then to the parents of Joe and Ben and told them all about it. The truants were all punished, and as the schoolmistress promised to send word to their homes when either of them was absent again, they had no chance to hook Jack afterwards. Tommy was as well as ever the next day, but that red eye became a black eye, and the children laughed at him for a week. He thought how much trouble he had caused himself by being proud and lazy, and he resolved to be a better boy. He did very well for some time. He went to school without complaining, and didn't talk big, but he was not entirely cured. It often takes a great while to get rid of bad habits, but we should banish them, even if it takes a whole lifetime to do so. End of section 29. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 30 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Careless Kate, Chapter 1. "Kate," said Mrs. Lamb to her daughter, who was playing in the garden in front of the house. "What do you want, mother?" replied the little girl, without even lifting her eyes from the ground in which she was planting a marigold. I don't think any of my young readers regard this as a proper answer for a little girl to make to her mother, and I hope none of them ever speak to their parents in this manner. "Come into the house, I want you," added her mother. But Kate did not go till she got ready. She was not in the habit of minding her mother at once, and without asking any improper questions, as all good children do, or ought to do at least. When she stepped out of the bed of flowers in which she had been at work, instead of looking to see where she put her feet, she kept her eyes fixed on the place where she had just planted the marigold. "Look before you leap" is a good motto for everybody, for children as well as for men and women. If Kate had thought of it, perhaps she would have saved herself and her mother a great deal of trouble. She did not mind where she stepped, and put her foot upon a beautiful, sweet-scented peony, which had just come out of the ground. She broke the stem short off, and crushed the root all in pieces. Now, this flower was very highly prized by Mrs. Lamb, for she had brought it from a great distance, and it was the only one of the kind in Riverdale at that time. Kate was very fond of flowers herself, and when she saw the mischief she had done, she cried with anger and vexation. She would not have spoiled this peony for a great deal, for she had looked forward with much pleasure to the time when it should bud and blossom and fill the garden with its fragrance. "What is the matter with you, Kate?" called her mother from the house, when she heard Kate crying. "I did not mean to do it, mother," sobbed the poor girl. "Didn't mean to do what, Kate?" said her mother, rushing into the garden to find out what mischief had been done. Mrs. Lamb was very angry when she saw that the peony was spoiled, and she took Kate by the arm and shook her. I don't think this shaking did any good, but it was a great trial to her to see her favorite flower destroyed. "You careless girl," said Mrs. Lamb. "I didn't mean to, mother," replied Kate. "But you were careless, as you always are. Will you never learn to be careful? You walk about the flower beds as though they were solid rocks." "I did not mean to tread upon it," was all that poor Kate could say. It was very true that she did not mean to spoil the peony, but it was almost as bad to ruin it by being careless. Children ought to understand that not meaning to do wrong is not a good excuse, when the wrong might have been prevented by being careful. Suppose the captain of a ship should run his vessel on the rocks and lose a dozen lives by being careless. Do you think people would be willing to trust him with another vessel afterwards? Suppose the engineer should neglect to keep watch of the boiler, and it should burst. Would not people blame him? Would they think it a good excuse if he said he did not mean to let it burst? If the man who has the keeping of a powder house should smoke a pipe in it, and 20 persons should be killed by his carelessness, do you think it would be enough for him to say he did not intend to kill them? When we go on the water in a sailing vessel or a steamer, when we ride on a railroad, in a stage or wagon, our lives depend on the carefulness with which the vessel, railroad, or carriage is managed. People don't excuse them when lives are lost because they did not mean to kill anybody. You are liable to lose your life every day by the carelessness of someone. The house in which you are to sleep on a cold winter's night may be burned down by the neglect of those who take care of the fires. The careless use of a lamp might destroy many lives and much property. If you play with fire, though you do not mean any harm, you may burn the house in which you live, and perhaps destroy the lives of your friends. A little carelessness may produce dreadful results. The want of thought for a few moments may do more mischief than you can repair in a whole lifetime. Kate Lamb was not a bad girl at heart. She loved her parents and her friends as much as any little girl, but she often gave them a great deal of trouble and sadness by her carelessness. She was so thoughtless that she had come to be called Careless Kate. It was a bad fault, and it sometimes led her to commit worse ones, as my story will show. Now, Kate, come into the house, and next time when I call, come at once, said her mother. If you had minded me, perhaps my flower would not have been spoiled. I will be more careful next time, mother, replied Kate. I hope you will. I think you have done sufficient mischief by being careless, and I hope you will soon begin to do better. I will try, mother. Very likely she meant to try just then, while she was smarting under her mother's rebuke, and while she was still sad at the loss of the flower. But she had promised to do better so many times that her mother could hardly believe her again. I want you to carry this quart of milk down in the meadow to poor Mrs. O'Brien, said Mrs. Lamb, as she handed her a tin kettle, and you must go quick, for it is almost dark now. It won't take me long, mother, but you must be very careful and not spill any of the milk. I will be very careful. Mrs. O'Brien is sick and has 2 small children. This milk is for their supper. That is the woman whose husband was killed on the railroad last summer, isn't it, mother? Yes, and she is very poor. She is sick now and not able to work. The neighbors have all sent milk to her for her children and a great many other things. Now go just as fast as you can, but be very careful and not spill the milk. End of section 30. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 31 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Careless Kate, Chapter 2. Kate put on her bonnet, and taking the pail of milk, hastened towards the house of the poor sick woman. But she had gone but a little way when she met Fanny Flynn, who was an idle girl and very fond of mischief. "Where are you going, Kate?" asked Fanny. "I am going down to Mrs. O'Brien's with some milk." "Give me a drink, will you?" "I can't. It is for the poor widow's children. I suppose they won't have any supper
till they get this milk." "Yes, they will. I won't drink but a little of it." "No, I can't give you any. It would not be right for me to do so." "Pooh! You needn't pretend to be so good all at once. You are no better than I am." "I didn't say I was. Only I shall not give you any of this milk when it is for the poor woman's children, so you needn't ask me," replied Kate with a great deal of spirit. Some people think when they do anything that is right, they ought to make a great parade over it. But this only shows that they are not much in the habit of doing right, and they wish to get all the credit they can for it. It was so with Kate. She ought to have been content with merely doing her duty without talking large about it. Fanny felt that she was just as good as Kate, and she was angry when the latter made a needless show of her intention to do what she believed to be right. "I don't want it," said Fanny. "What did you ask me for it, then? You wanted to make me do something that was wrong." "You are not always so nice," sneered Fanny. "I didn't mean to do wrong anyhow, as some folks do." "Do you mean me?" "No matter whom I mean." Fanny was so angry that she walked up to Kate and pulled her shaker down over her face. She also used some naughty words when she did so, which I will not repeat. Kate, in her turn, was very angry with the saucy girl, and wanted to pay her for what she had done. But Fanny did not wait for any reply, and ran away just as fast as she could. It would have been much better for Kate if she had let her go, but she was so angry she could not do this. She wanted to strike back again. Without thinking of the milk in the pail, she started to run after the naughty girl. For a few moments she ran with all her might, and had nearly caught Fanny, when a stone tripped her up, and she fell upon the ground. Then she thought of the milk, and tried to save it, but the cover of the kettle came off, and it was all spilled on the ground. The fall did not hurt her, but the laugh with which her misfortune was greeted by Fanny roused a very wicked spirit in her heart, and dropping the pail which she had picked up, she pursued her. But the naughty girl had the start of her, and though she followed her a good way, she could not overtake her. Then she stopped in the path, and cried with anger and vexation. The thought of the milk which had been spilled was, after all, the worst part of the affair. Walking back to the place where the accident had happened, she picked up the pail again, and began to think what she should do. It was of no use now for her to go to Mrs. O'Brien's. She had no milk for the children's supper. What would her mother say to her if she should return home and tell her she had spilled all the milk? She had told her to be careful, and she felt that she had been very careless. It was not necessary that she should chase the naughty girl, whatever she said, and she could not help seeing that she had been very careless. While she was thinking about it, Ben Tinker came along. He lived in the next house to Mr. Lamb, and the children were well acquainted with each other. "What is the matter with you, Kate?" asked Ben, when he saw that her eyes were red and her face was wet with tears. "I have just spilled a pailful of milk on the ground," sobbed Kate. "Oh, well, it's no use to cry for spilled milk," laughed Ben. "I was carrying it to Mrs. O'Brien." "No matter. She will get along very well without it." "That ugly Fanny Flynn struck me on the head, and that's what made me spill the milk." "Didn't you hit her back?" "I couldn't catch her. She ran away. I was chasing her when I fell down and spilled the milk." "You can catch her sometime. When you do, give it to her." But Kate had got over her anger, and heartily wished she had not attempted to catch Fanny. Besides, she very well knew that Ben was giving her bad advice. That passage from the New Testament, "If any man smite thee on the one cheek, turn to him the other also," came to her mind, and she felt how wicked it was to harbor a desire for revenge. The loss of the milk, and what would follow when she went home, gave her more trouble than the injury she had received from the naughty girl. "I don't know what I shall do," said she, beginning to cry again, as she thought of her mother. "Do? You can't do anything, can you? The milk is gone, and all you have to do is to go home," replied Ben. "What will my mother say?" "No matter what she says, if she don't whip you or send you to bed without your supper." "She won't whip me, and I have been to supper." "Then what are you crying about?" "Mother says I am very careless, and I know I am," whined Kate. "Don't be a baby, Kate." "I spoiled a flower this afternoon, and mother scolded me and shook me for it. She told me to be very careful with this milk, and now I have spilled the whole of it." "Well, if you feel so bad, why need you tell her anything about it?" "About what?" asked Kate, looking up into his face, for she did not quite understand him. "You needn't tell her you spilled the milk. She will never find it out." "But she will ask me." "What if she does? Can't you tell her you gave the milk to the old woman, and that she was very much obliged to her for sending it?" "I can do that," said Kate. She did not like the plan, but it seemed to her just then that anything would be better than telling her mother that she had spilled the milk, and, wicked as it was, she resolved to do it. End of section 31. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 32 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Careless Kate, Chapter 3. Kate did not think of the poor woman and her hungry children when she made up her mind to tell her mother such a monstrous lie. She did not think how very wicked it was to deceive her mother, just to escape, perhaps, a severe rebuke for her carelessness. She felt all the time that she was doing wrong, but she tried so hard to cover it up that her conscience was not permitted to do its whole duty. When we are tempted to do wrong, something within us tells us not to do it, but we often struggle to get rid of this feeling, and if we succeed the first time, it is easier the next time, and the more we do wrong, the easier it becomes to put down the little voice within us. It was so with Kate. She had told falsehoods before, or it would not have been so easy for her to do it this time. If we do not take care of our consciences, as we do of our caps and bonnets, they are soon spoiled. Did you ever notice that one of the wheels on your little wagon, when it becomes loose, soon wears out? The more it sags over on one side, the weaker it grows. While the wheel stands up straight, it does not seem to wear out at all. It is just so with your conscience, your power to tell right from wrong. While you keep it up straight, it works well and never wears out. But when it gets a little out of order, it grows worse very fast, and is not of much more value than a lighthouse without any light in it. Kate's conscience had begun to sag over on one side. It was growing weak, and did not remind her of her wrong deeds with force enough to make itself heeded. If she could only escape the reproof of her mother, she did not care. Thus, moved by the wicked counsel of Ben Tinker, she hastened home. She tried to look as if nothing had happened, but her eyes were still very red from crying, and her mother wanted to know what had made her cry. "Fanny Flynn struck me and pulled my shaker over my face," replied Kate. "What did she do that for?" "She asked me to give her a drink of the milk, and because I wouldn't, she struck me," answered Kate, placing her pail upon the kitchen table. "She is a naughty girl, and I will go and see her mother about it. What did she say to you?" "She asked me for a drink of the milk." "What did you answer?" "I told her it was for Mrs. O'Brien's children, and that it wouldn't be right for me to give it to her, and I would not." "Well, I will see to that.
I think it is a pity if I can't send one of my children out on an errand of charity without her being treated in this manner. She shall suffer for it. She is a naughty girl, mother, and I never mean to speak to her again as long as I live," said Kate, with much apparent earnestness. "You did right not to give her any of the milk, and I am glad you did not. I am happy that my daughter has been brave enough to do right, and even to suffer for doing it. You are a good girl, Kate." "I meant to be, mother." "What did Mrs. O'Brien say when you gave her the milk?" continued Mrs. Lamb. "She said she was much obliged to you," replied Kate, not daring to look her mother in the face. "Did you see the children?" "Yes, mother." Mrs. Lamb was going to ask more questions about the family, but something called her attention away, and Kate was saved from telling more falsehoods. She took a book and tried to read, but she could not, for she did not feel like a good girl. The little voice within told her how wicked she had been, and she began to wish that she had not deceived her mother. While she sat with the book in her hand, her father came home, and her mother told him what Fanny Flynn had done. He was very angry when he had heard the story, and asked Kate a great many questions about the affair. "You did well, Kate, and I am glad you were so brave and so smart," said Mr. Lamb. "Of course I could not give her any of the milk when it was for the poor widow's hungry children." "You did right, Kate," repeated her father. "The poor children might have had to go to bed hungry if you had given up the milk to that bad girl." "I know it, father." "Only think what a sad thing it would have been if the poor little ones had been sent hungry and crying to bed. That Fanny Flynn must be taken care of. When little girls get to be so bold as that, it is high time something was done." "I think so too, father." "It is time for you to go to bed now, Kate," said her mother. "I am ready, mother, for I am tired as I can be." Kate was glad to get away from her father and mother. For a while they were praising her for her good conduct. She knew very well that she did not deserve it. What would her parents think if they knew that she had spilled all the milk on the ground? What would they say to her if they found out that she had told them so many lies? The more she thought of her conduct, the more she felt that she had done wrong. She now saw that, if she had returned home and told her mother the truth, she would have excused the fault and sent another pail of milk to the poor sick woman's hungry children. She wished she had done so, for it would have been a great deal better to be scolded for her carelessness than to feel as guilty as she now felt. She was sure that it was far better to suffer a great deal than to do even a little wrong. She was not satisfied either that her mother would have scolded her if she had stated the whole truth to her, that Fanny Flynn had made her spill the milk. She went to bed, but when her mother bade her good night and took the lamp in her hand, she begged her to leave it, for she did not like to be alone in the dark. It seemed just as though a wicked spirit was tormenting her, and though she was in the habit of going to sleep without a light, the darkness was terrible to her at this time. She did not even wish to be left alone, but she dared not ask her mother to stay with her. When Mrs. Lamb had gone out, Kate covered her face wholly under the bedclothes, and shut her eyes as close as she could, trying in this manner to go to sleep, but her guilty conscience gave her no rest. Then she opened her eyes and looked around the room, but everything in the chamber seemed to mock and reproach her. Again and again she shut her eyes and tried to sleep. The little voice within would speak now, in the silence of her chamber. She had never felt so bad before, perhaps because she had never been so wicked before. Do you want to know why she suffered so much? It was because she could not keep from her mind those hungry, crying children. End of section 32. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 33 of Riverdale Stories.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Careless Kate, Chapter 4. Poor Kate! She had certainly never been so wicked in her life before. The words of her father still lingered in her ears, and she could almost hear the moans of those hungry, crying children. She had never been sent to bed in her life without her supper, and it looked like a dreadful thing to her, perhaps even more dreadful than it really was. If there had been nothing but the falsehoods she had told, she might have gone to sleep. But it was sad to think that she had deprived the poor children of their supper and sent them hungry to bed. This seemed to be the most wicked part of her conduct. I do not know how many times she turned over in the bed, nor how many times she pulled the clothes over her eyes to shut out the sad picture of those hungry and crying children that would come up before her in spite of all she could do to prevent it. She tried to think of other things, of the scene with Fanny, of her school, of a picnic party she had attended on the 1st of May, of almost everything. Indeed, but it did no good. The poor children could not be banished from her mind. Kate had been sick with the measles, with the scarlet fever, and the mumps, and she remembered how bad she felt at these times. But it seemed to her now that she would rather have all these diseases at once than suffer from a guilty conscience. When she was sick, her mother bent over her and pitied her, and did all she could to ease her pain. And even when she was burning with fever and racked with pain, she felt happier than she did now. She could not inform her mother how bad she felt, for that would expose her guilt. She heard the clock strike 9, and every moment appeared to her like an hour. Those poor little children constantly haunted her. Whether her eyes were open or shut, still she saw them crying, and heard them moaning and begging their sick mother to give them some supper. Oh, Kate! How severely was she punished for the sin she had committed! Her mother and her father had praised her, but still she was unhappy. Slowly, very slowly, the time passed away, and she heard the clock strike 10. She could endure her sufferings no longer, and she burst into tears, sobbing and moaning as if her heart would break. For some time she cried, but as her distress increased, she sobbed and moaned so loud that her father and mother, who were in the adjoining room, heard her and hastened into the room to find out what ailed her. "What is the matter, my child?" anxiously asked her mother. "Haven't you been asleep since you went to bed?" "No, mother," sobbed Kate. "What ails you? Are you sick?" "No, mother." "What are you crying for, then?" "Oh, mother!" "Why, what ails you, child? Have you been frightened?" "No, mother." "Tell us what ails you, Kate," added her father. Both of her parents were greatly alarmed about her, for they loved their little girl very much, and they knew that something must ail her, or she would not have lain awake so long or have cried so bitterly. "Can't you tell us what ails you, Kate?" inquired her mother very tenderly. "I have been very naughty, mother," replied Kate, almost choking with emotion. "Naughty, child?" "Yes, mother." "I thought you had been very good," added Mr. Lamb. "No, I have not. I have been very wicked, and you will never forgive me." "Why, what have you done, Kate? How strange you act, my child." "I can't help it, mother. If you will forgive me this time, I will never be so wicked again while I live." "Tell us all about it, Kate, and we will forgive you," said her father very kindly. The poor girl sobbed so that she could not speak for some time, for the tenderness of her parents made her feel a great deal worse than if they had scolded her severely. "What have you done, Kate?" repeated Mrs. Lamb. "I didn't carry the milk to Mrs. O'Brien, mother," gasped the poor penitent, as she uncovered her eyes and looked up in the face of her parents to notice the effect of her confession upon them. "Didn't carry it to her? was the exclamation of her father and mother at the same time. "No, I spilled it on the ground." "Why, Kate, what did you do that for?" "I couldn't help it. I was careless. When Fanny Flynn struck me, I ran after her. My foot tripped, and I fell and spilled all the milk." "Why didn't you tell me so, Kate?" "I didn't dare to tell you. I was afraid you would scold at me as you did for spoiling the peony." Kate felt a little better now that she had confessed her fault, and she was able to look her parents in the face. "Why, Kate, if you had only told me, I should not have scolded you. You may have been careless, but it was all the fault of Fanny Flynn." "No, mother, I was careless. I forgot all about the milk, I was so angry." "And so the poor children had no supper after all," added Mr. Lamb. "Oh, father, it was what you said about them that made me feel so bad. I am sure I shall never be so very wicked again. Let me carry them some milk now." "What are you talking about? It is after 10 o'clock, my child." "No matter, father. I am not afraid to go in the dark, if I can only carry them their supper." "No, no, Kate. I will carry them the milk, though it is rather late, and probably they are all asleep by this time." "But will you forgive me, father and mother?" "Freely, my child. You have suffered severely already for your fault, and I hope it will be a lesson to you which will last as long as you live," said her father. "It will," said Kate earnestly. Both her parents kissed her in token of their forgiveness, and Mr. Lamb put on his coat, while Mrs. Lamb went to the cellar for a pail of milk, with which he soon left the house on his errand of kindness and charity. Kate felt a great deal better then, and before her father returned she was fast asleep. Mr. Lamb found the poor woman still up. The children had had bread and water, but no milk, for their supper, and she was very glad to have some for them when they waked up in the night. And she was very grateful to Mr. Lamb for thinking of her at that hour, and thanked God for giving her such kind and thoughtful friends. From that time Kate was a better girl, and tried hard to reform her life and character. She tried so hard and succeeded so well that she very soon lost the name of Careless Kate. Mr. Lamb went to see Fanny Flynn's parents the next day, and they promised to punish her for her conduct. After that, Kate did not provoke her, and they never had any more trouble. Now my readers have seen that Kate's fault led her into falsehood and deception, which are worse than carelessness, and I hope they will all learn to be careful and truthful. End of Careless Kate. Nothing to do. My kitty is purring upon the hearth rug, rolled up in a bundle, just like a great bug. I wonder what Kitty is thinking about. What makes her so happy, I cannot find out. She has no hard lessons to bother her brain, no spelling and reading to study in vain. She ought to be happy with nothing to do, but play all the morning, and I should be too. Thus Nelly kept thinking, and spoke out her thought. The words which she uttered her mother's ear caught. "You wish to be idle, like Kitty dear there, and play all the morning, or sleep in your chair? I don't like my lessons. I think 'tis a pity I can't be as happy as dear little Kitty. That ugly old spelling I never can learn. Oh, into a kitty I wish I could turn." "I am not a fairy," her mother replied. "To me all the power of magic's denied. But you may be idle from morning till night, and see if do nothing will set your case right." "Oh, shall I do nothing but play all day long, and sing with my kitty a holiday song? How happy and merry and joyous 'twill be to have no hard lessons, from study be free. Do what will best please you, be idle all day, recite no more lessons, do nothing but play." Then Nelly, rejoicing, flew out of the room, played hide, horse, and dolly, and rode on the broom. But long before dinner poor Nelly had played out, and studied, and wandered about, to find some new pleasure, some game or some play, to use up the hours and end that long day. And long before evening was cross as a bear, just like the McFlimsy, with nothing to wear, and tired of nothing, and tired of play. No day was so tedious as that idle day. Oh, mother, my lessons I think I will get, and then I can play as I never played yet. I do not feel happy with nothing to do. I cannot endure it another day through. I thought so, my Nelly. To make your play sweet, you must work and be useful to those whom you meet. The idle are never so happy as they who work for themselves or for others each day. End of section 33. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 34 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Robinson Crusoe, Jr., Chapter 1. Robert Gray was a Riverdale boy, and a very smart one, too. Very likely, most of my readers will think he was altogether too smart for his years when they have read the story I have to tell about him. Robert was generally a very good boy, but, like a great many persons who are older and ought to be wiser than he was, he would sometimes get very queer notions into his head which made him act very strangely. He was born on the 4th of July, which may be the reason why he was so smart, though I do not think it was. He could make boxes and carts, windmills and water wheels, and ever so many other things. Behind his father's house there was a little brook flowing into the river. In this stream Robert had built a dam, and put up a water wheel, which kept turning day and night till a freshet came and swept it into the river. His father was a carpenter, and Robert spent a great part of his leisure hours in the shop, inventing or constructing queer machines, of which no one but himself knew the use, and I am not sure that he always knew himself. On his birthday, when Robert was 11 years old, his oldest brother, who lived in Boston, sent him a copy of Robinson Crusoe as a birthday present. Almost every child reads this book, and I suppose there is not another book in the world which children like to read so well as this. It is the story of a man who was wrecked on an island, far away from the mainland, and on which no human being lived. The book tells how Robinson Crusoe lived on the island, what he had to eat, and how he obtained it, how he built a boat and could not get it into the water, and then built another and did get it into the water, about his dog and goats, his cat and his parrots, and his man Friday. The poor man lived alone for a long time, and most of us would think he could not have been very happy, away from his country and friends, with no one to speak to but his cat and goats and his man Friday, and none of them could understand him. Robert Gray didn't think so. He read the book through in 2 or 3 days after he received it, and thought Robinson Crusoe must have had a nice time of it with his cat and his goats and his man Friday. He was even silly enough to wish himself on a lonely island, away from his father and mother. He thought he should be happy there in building his house, and roaming over his island in search of food, and in sailing on the sea, fishing and hunting for shellfish. Then he read the book through again, and the more he read, the more he thought Crusoe was a great man, and the more he wished to be like him, and to live on an island far away from other people. "Have you read Robinson Crusoe?" said Robert Gray to Frank Lee, as they were walking home from school one day. "Yes, 3 times," replied Frank, and his eyes sparkled as he thought of the pleasure which the book had afforded him. "Well, I've read it twice, and I think it is a first-rate book." "So do I, and I mean to read it again sometime." "How should you like to live like Robinson Crusoe, all alone on an island by yourself?" asked Robert, very gravely. "Well, I don't know as I should like it overmuch. I should want some of Jenny's doughnuts and apple pies." "Pooh! Who cares for them?" said Robert with a sneer. "I do, for one." "Well, I don't. I would just as lief have oysters and cocoanuts, fish and grapes and such things." "Without any butter or sugar or molasses?" "I could get along without them." "Then there would be great storms, and you would get wet and be cold." "I wouldn't mind that." "Suppose you should be sick, have the measles, the whooping cough, or the scarlet fever, who would take care of you then?" "I would take care of myself." "Perhaps you could, but I think you would wish your mother was on the island with you in that case," said Frank with a laugh. "I don't believe I should, at any rate. I should like to try it." "It is all very pretty to read about, but I don't believe I should like to try it. What would you do, Robert, when the Indians came to the island?" "I would do just as Robinson Crusoe did. I would shoot as many of them as I could. I would catch one of them, and make him be my man Friday." "Suppose they should happen to shoot you instead, and then broil you for their supper. Don't you think you would make a dainty dish to set before the king?" "I am certain that I could get along just as well as Robinson Crusoe did." "Perhaps not. Every one don't get out of a scrape as easily as Robinson Crusoe did. I know one thing, I shall not go on any desolate island to live as long as I can help it." "I think I should have a first-rate time on one," said Robert, as he turned down the street which led to his father's house. The next week the long summer vacation began, and Robert read Robinson Crusoe through again from beginning to end. He spent almost all his time in thinking about the man alone on the island, and I dare say he very often dreamed about the goats, the cat, the parrot, and Man Friday. He used to lie for hours together under the great elm tree behind the house, fancying what a famous Crusoe he would make, and wishing he could be cast away upon a lonely island, and there live in a cave with a cat and a parrot. It was certainly very silly of him to spend the greater part of his time in dreaming about such things, when he ought to have been thankful for his comfortable and pleasant home, and the company of his parents and his brothers and sisters, and for all the good things which God had given him. End of section 34. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 35 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Robinson Crusoe, Jr., Chapter 2. Robert Gray wanted to be a Robinson Crusoe, and he actually went so far as to form a plan by which he could live on an island, sleep in a cave, and have no companions but a dog and an old cat. Of course, he did not tell anybody about this famous plan, for fear his friends might find it out and prevent him from becoming a Crusoe. But he went to work, and got everything ready as fast as he could. He was a smart boy, as I have said before, and his plan was very well laid for a child. He meant to be Robinson Crusoe, Jr., but he was not quite willing to go upon the island without any tools to work with, or anything to eat after he arrived. I think, if he could, he would have made sure of most of the comforts of life. Mr. Gray's shop was only a short distance from the river. The little brook in which Robert placed his water wheel widened into a pretty large stream near the shop. Here Mr. Crusoe, Jr., intended to build a raft, which should bear him to the lonely island. Near the middle of the great pond, which my young friends will find described in the Young Voyagers, there was a small island which Robert had chosen for his future home, and where he was to be monarch of all he surveyed. After Frank Lee's unfortunate cruise down the river, Robert had some doubts about being able to reach the island, but these did not prevent him from trying to carry out his plan. He might perhaps get wrecked, as Joe Birch had been, but if he did, it would be so much the more like Robinson Crusoe. Only a rock, with the water knee-deep upon it, was not a very good place to be monarch of all he surveyed.
Robert's father and his mother had gone to visit his uncle in the state of New York, and were to be absent 2 weeks. This seemed like a good time for his great enterprise, as his oldest sister was the only person at home besides himself, and she was too busy to watch him very closely. He worked away on his raft for 2 days before he finished it, for he did not mean to go to sea, as he called it to himself, in such a shabby craft as that in which Joe had been wrecked. He had tools from the shop, a hammer, and plenty of nails, and he made the raft very strong and safe. It was raised above the water, so that the top was dry when he stood upon it, and to make it more secure, he put a little fence all around it to prevent him from slipping off if the craft should strike upon a rock. Then he made 2 oars with which he could move and steer the raft. He also nailed a box upon the platform, upon which he could sit. When this queer ark was done, he pushed it out into the stream, and made a trial trip as far as the river, and rowed it back to the place from which he started. From the barn he took 2 horse blankets for his bed on the island, and placed them on the raft. He got a tin cup and a kettle from the house, as well as several other things which he thought he might need. A small hatchet and some nails from the shop completed his outfit. All these articles were secured on the raft just before dark, and the next morning he intended to start for the island. Robert was so tired after the hard work he had done upon the raft that he slept like a rock all night, and did not wake up till his sister called him to breakfast. He had intended to start very early in the morning, but this part of his plan had failed. After breakfast he took 20 cents, which he had saved, towards buying a book called The Swiss Family Robinson, which frankly told him was something like Robinson Crusoe, and went to the grocery store to buy some provisions. He bought a sheet of gingerbread, some crackers, and a piece of cheese, and ran across the fields with them to the brook. He was very careful to keep away from the house, so that his sister should not see him. Having placed these things in the box on the raft, so that they would be safe, he went back to the house once more. "Puss, puss, puss," said he, and presently the old black cat came purring and mewing up to him, and rubbing her head against his legs. Poor pussy had not the least idea that she was destined to be the companion of a Robinson Crusoe, so she let him take her up in his arms. If she had only known what a scrape she was about to get into, I am sure she would not have let Mr. Crusoe Jr. put one of his fingers upon her. "Trip, Trip, Trip, come here, Trip," said he to the spaniel dog that was sleeping on the doormat. Trip had no more idea than Pussy of the famous plan in which he was to play a part, so he waked up and followed his young master. I don't believe Trip had any taste for Crusoe life, and he would have liked to know where his beef and bones were to come from, for he was not very fond of gingerbread and crackers. If Pussy didn't smell a rat when they reached the raft, it was because there was no rat for her to smell. But she showed a very proper spirit, and by her scratching and snarling showed that she did not like the idea of sailing down the river on a raft. Robert did not heed her objections, and what do you think he did with poor Pussy? Why, he put her in the box with the crackers and gingerbread and cheese. Trip, having a decided taste for the water, did not object to going upon the raft. Yet, judging from the way he looked up into his master's face, he wondered what was in the wind, and what big thing was going to be done. "Now, Trip, we are all ready for a start," said Robert, as he stepped upon the raft. "You needn't scratch and cry so, Pussy. Nobody is going to hurt you." Trip looked up in his face and wagged his tail, and Pussy scratched and howled and refused to be comforted. But Trip had the advantage of Pussy very much in one respect, for, when he became sick of the adventure, he could jump into the water and swim ashore. Robert, however, gave little thought or heed at this moment to the wishes or comfort of his two companions, for his mind was wholly taken up with the preparations for the grand departure. All was now ready. Robert pushed off the raft, and it floated slowly down the stream. End of section 35. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 36 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Robinson Crusoe, Jr., Chapter 3. The river was broad and deep, but Robert was not afraid. He had been on the water a great deal for a little boy, and he was sure that his raft was strong enough to bear a pretty hard knock upon the rocks. Poor Pussy kept up a constant crying in the box, and once in a while she scratched with all her might against the sides, but she could not get out. Trip behaved himself much better, but he gazed up in his young master's face all the time, and did not know what to make of this very singular voyage. Robert was much pleased with his success thus far, and was satisfied that he should make a very good Robinson Crusoe, Jr. The raft worked quite well, and with the great oar at the stern he could steer it as easily as though it had been a real boat. He had not yet reached the dangerous part of the river, which was called the Rapids. This was the place where Joe Birch had been wrecked. He had some doubts about being able to pass with safety between the rocks, which here rose above the surface of the water. But he was a bold, brave boy, and he was almost sure that, if anything happened, he could swim ashore. As he thought of the raft being dashed to pieces against a rock, he wondered what would become of poor Pussy. He did not want to drown her, so he decided to give her a fair chance to save her life in case of any accident. He opened the box, and Pussy was glad enough to get out. As she jumped from the box, Robert saw that she had made a sad mess of the provisions he had obtained for use on the island. She had scratched open the papers, and the gingerbread was broken into 100 pieces. The cheese was all mashed up and ground in with the gingerbread, and the whole mass was well mixed with black hairs from the cat's back. Robert was so angry when he saw the wreck within the box that he was tempted to throw Pussy overboard for the mischief she had done. But the thought that it was not the cat's fault saved her from a cold bath. It was not of her own will that she had taken up her quarters in the box. She did not want to go in there, or stay there after she was in, and all the mischief had been done by her efforts to be free. Pussy was even more astonished at the prospect around her than the dog, and she jumped from one end of the raft to the other a dozen times, seeking to find some way to escape. She was no sailor, on the one hand, and did not like her position in the midst of the waters, and she did not like the idea of wetting her soft black coat by swimming ashore on the other hand. When she found there was no way to get ashore without taking to the water, she took her stand next to Trip, and began to mew in a most sorrowful manner. The dog looked at her, and bow-wowed 2 or 3 times, as much as to say, "What are you afraid of, Pussy? Don't you see I'm not scared?" Robert went to work upon the contents of the box, to save some of his food if he could. The hatchet and the nails were covered with soft cheese, and it took him some time to put things in order again. While he was busy at the box, he did not pay much attention to the raft, and it kept turning round and round as it floated with the current down the river. While the little navigator was thus engaged, the raft bumped against something, and Robert sprang to his feet. The whirling craft had run up against the shore and got aground. This did not hurt the raft any, but Pussy, who had kept both of her sharp eyes fixed upon the land all the time, No sooner saw the vessel touch than she improved her chance and jumped ashore. "Pussy, pussy, pussy," called Robert when he saw that one of his companions had given him the slip. It was of no use to call her, for she was scampering away as fast as her nimble feet would carry her in the direction of home. She had no idea of sharing the fortunes of Mr. Robinson Crusoe, Jr., on his lonely island. "That's real mean, isn't it, Trip?" said he as he turned to the dog. But it was very clear that Trip did not think it was mean, for he was in the very act of springing ashore himself. "Here, Trip! Come here, sir!" cried he, as he tried to get hold of the dog's collar. Trip did not stop to hear any argument on the subject, but, with a long leap, placed himself on the shore. He did not run off as Pussy had done, but stood on the bank of the river and barked with all his might. The raft had now floated off a short distance, and Robert took his oars and rowed it to the shore, for he could not think of such a thing as losing both of his friends, and before he landed on the island. "Come here, Trip, poor fellow, come here, sir," said he, whistling and patting his knees to entice the dog to him. Pushing the raft up a little distance upon the shore, he stepped on the beach to catch the dog. As he did so, the raft, lightened by the removal of his weight, slid off and went to sea again on its own hook. As the loss of his vessel seemed to be a greater misfortune than the loss of the dog, he turned from the latter to recover the former. The raft floated out about a rod from the shore and began to go downstream. The water was quite shallow, and Robert waded in till he got hold of the truant craft, but in attempting to jump upon the platform, he slipped and went all over into the water. His courage was good, however, and he managed to pick himself up and climb upon the raft. The ducking did him no harm, but the day was cool, and his wet clothes did not add to his comfort. Pulling to the shore again, he fastened the raft to a tree with a rope he had brought for the purpose. Taking off all his clothes, he wrung them as dry as he could, and put them on again. "Now come here, Trip," said he to the dog, which had been watching all his movements. "Now we will try again. You needn't try to sneak off, for you are going with me to the island anyhow." After some coaxing, he got near enough to Trip to seize hold of his collar, to which he tied the rope that fastened the raft. "I didn't think you would be so mean as to run away and leave me, as Pussy did," said Robert, as he dragged Trip upon the raft once more. "But you shall go with me on the voyage, whether you like it or not." Having secured his prisoner, he pushed off again, and the raft floated slowly down the river. He passed the rapids in safety, though the raft got 2 or 3 pretty hard knocks upon the rocks. When he reached the pond, he had to take his oars, for the current would not carry him to the island where he wished to go. He had to work very hard for as much as an hour before he could bring the raft to the island, but at last he reached it, and began to feel that he was monarch of all he surveyed. End of section 36, recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 37 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Robinson Crusoe, Jr., Chapter 4. "Now, Trip, we have arrived at our future home. We must go to work and put things to right," said Robert, as he released the dog and fastened the raft to a tree. Trip wagged his tail and jumped upon the land as though he entered heartily into the spirit of the adventure. But I think if Trip could have spoken, and had had the courage to utter his whole mind, he would have said, "Young master, you are a fool. What do you want to come here for, where there isn't anybody or anything? You were a great deal better off at home, and I think you are a real silly fellow." But as Trip could not speak, he didn't say a word. and I am afraid his actions did not express his real feelings, for he looked happy and contented. Robert's first step after he landed was to explore the island, just as Robinson Crusoe Sr. had done his domain. He pushed his way, followed by Trip, through the bushes that covered the island. He wanted to find a cave, but there was not even a rock to be found. "Well, Trip, I don't see what we shall do for a house," said he, when he returned to the landing place. "There is certainly no cave here. What shall we do, Trip?" The dog wagged his tail and barked, as though he understood the question, but he did not mention any way to overcome the difficulty. Instead of trying to help his master to a plan, he leaped upon the raft and seated himself on the box. I dare say this was Trip's notion of their next move, that Robert should get upon the raft and make his way home as fast as he could. "We won't do anything of the sort, Trip. Do you think I'm going home again?" "No, sir. I'm Robinson Crusoe, Jr." "Bow wow," replied Trip, which, being interpreted, undoubtedly meant, "Do come along, master. Let us go home." "No, you don't," said Robert. "Wouldn't the fellows laugh at me if they should find me coming back now? I'll tell you what we'll do, Trip. We can take the boards in the raft and use them to build a house. That is just the idea. We won't stop to think about it either, but go to work and do the job at once, for we want the house to sleep in tonight." Robert then carried the box and the various articles with which the raft was loaded to the shore, and placed them near the spot where he intended to build his house. This was just the kind of work that pleased Robert, and he was as much excited as though he were going to Europe or to do some other great thing. Throwing off his coat, he seized the hatchet and went to work with a zeal that promised soon to give him a house. The raft was torn in pieces, and the boards and timbers of which it was made carried to the site of the new dwelling. Robert had hardly finished this part of the job before a thought struck him. At the most, his stock of food would not last him more than 2 or 3 days, and in his survey of the island he had seen neither grapes nor berries upon which he had expected to live when the crackers and gingerbread were all gone. As this thought struck him, he sat down upon the ground and began to look quite sad. He had destroyed the raft which it had taken him 2 days to build. He was acting like a man who locks himself into a prison and then throws the key out the window. "I don't know, but we are getting into a bad scrape, Trip," said he, as the dog seated himself in front of him and looked up into his face as if to ask him what he meant to do next. Trip wagged his tail and did not seem to be at all concerned about the future. No doubt he felt able to swim to the main shore. "But I'm not going to back out now, I can tell you, Trip. I'm going to have a time of it anyhow. When I get back, if I ever do go back, I want to tell the fellows I enjoyed it first rate, and then they can't laugh at me." It was now nearly noon, and he decided to dine before he began to work on the house. Opening the box, he took out some crackers and cheese, and while he ate himself, he gave Trip his full share. Robert had worked hard and was very hungry, and Trip, like any other dog, was always hungry. The dinner they ate, therefore, made a large hole in the stock of food. After the meal, they went down to the bank to take a drink. Robert took up a dipper of water and tried to drink it, but it was so brackish that a very little satisfied him. By this time he had begun to feel some of the hardships of Crusoe life. Crackers and cheese were not very dainty fare to a boy who had been used to living upon beefsteak and hot biscuit, and river water was not at all like tea and coffee, or even the water of his father's well. In spite of these difficulties, Robert went to work like a hero, and by sunset he had finished his house so far as he could, for his stock of boards fell short when he had covered the top and one side of the dwelling. While he was so busy, he had not kept watch of Trip, and the glutton had gone to the box in which the gingerbread and crackers were kept, and eaten all he could of them. What he could not eat he had munched up till a decent pig would have refused to touch it. "Trip, Trip, come here, Trip, you rascal!" cried Robert, angry enough to kill the dog if he had been near. Trip did not answer to the call. In fact, after he had eaten all he could, he quietly slipped into the water and swam to the main shore. Robert sat down and actually wept with vexation. Everything was spoiled by the unfeeling conduct on the part of Trip. There was not even enough for his supper left, though his hunger made him partake of some of the cleanest of the mess. The sun set, and the darkness gathered around him. He now crawled into his new house and rolled himself up in his blanket. But it was very gloomy, and he was cold and tired. How different from his father's kitchen! Robert began to think what a fool he was, and wished himself at home with all his heart. He wondered what his sister thought had become of him. Of course she had missed him before this time, and very likely she was then searching for him in the village. Perhaps the people would make just such a fuss as they did when Frank Lee was lost. He had not thought of this before, and he felt sorry that he had caused his sister so much pain and anxiety as his absence would occasion. As he shivered with cold, he came to the conclusion that it was not so pleasant after all to be a Robinson Crusoe. The book was all very well as a story, but it was not the life he cared to live. He was so cold he could not go to sleep. I suppose some of the boys who read this will ask why he did not make a fire. There was a very good reason. He had put a bunch of matches into his pocket in the morning, but when he fell into the water, they had been completely soaked, and not one of them would go. Hour after hour he lay there, shivering and weeping, till at last he fell asleep, so worn out that he could endure no more. Do you suppose he dreamed of Crusoe in his cave with his dog and his parrot? It is more likely that he dreamed of his warm bed at home, of hot biscuit and new milk, of apple pie and doughnuts. But after he had slept an hour or two, he was awakened by loud calls on the pond. He was terrified by the sounds, and perhaps thought, at first, that the savages were coming to have a feast on the island. But I am sure he had no wish to procure a Man Friday from their number. The noise was made by a party who were searching for the young Crusoe. For several hours the fears of his sister had filled her with agony. Some one told her that her brother had been making a raft, and she called upon the neighbors to explore the river. She feared that he had been drowned, for no one thought of such a thing as that he had turned Crusoe. It was possible he had gone ashore and got lost, so the people took boats and went down the river, searching closely on their way. They were looking for the raft, and had been down to the dam below without finding it. On their way down they had shouted all the time, but Robert slept so soundly that he did not hear them. On their return they went nearer to the island, and their cries had roused him from his uneasy slumber. Robert heard them call his name, and his fears vanished. "Halloo!" he shouted in reply. "Where are you?" asked one of the men in the boat. "On the island." In a moment more the boat touched the shore, where Robinson Crusoe, Jr., shivering with cold, was waiting for them. "What in the world are you doing here? Where is your raft?" asked Mr. Green, who was in the boat. "I pulled it to pieces, for I meant to stay here and be a Robinson Crusoe," answered Robert. The men laughed at the idea, and Robert began to cry again. Finding that Crusoe felt badly, Mr. Green told the men not to laugh at him. So they wrapped him up in his blankets, and taking the rest of his things into the boat, they rowed back to Riverdale. Robert's sister was glad enough to see him, so she did not scold him much. But for a long time afterwards, the boys in the village called him Robinson Crusoe, Jr. He never wanted to live on a desolate island again, and said no more about trying to catch a Man Friday. On the contrary, the adventure caused him to love his parents and his home more than ever before. End of section 37. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 38 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Picnic Party, Chapter 1. During the summer vacation one year, Josephine and Edward Brown spent a month with Flora Lee and her brother. The visitors were distant relations and lived in the city of New York. Josephine was a pretty little girl, but she had a very bad habit which made for her a great many enemies. It is a common fault, not only among children, but among grown-up people, and which often makes others dislike them. My readers shall see this fault for themselves as the story advances, and I hope they will understand and avoid it. Perhaps Josephine was not so much to blame as her parents for this bad habit. I am sure she did not understand, and did not know why her companions soon took a dislike to her. Josephine and Edward were very much pleased with the home of Mr. Lee, and for several days they were as happy as the days were long. They were not used to the country, and it seemed to them just as though they should never be tired of running in the fields and of visiting the woods and the river. One day, after they had been playing very hard in the orchard, the children all went into the house to rest themselves. Josephine threw herself upon the sofa in the sitting room, and said she was tired almost to death. Of course she did not mean so, and only intended to say that she was very tired, though I think it likely that if an excursion to the woods or the river had been proposed, she would not have been too tired to join the party. "Won't you please to bring me a glass of water, Flora?" said Josephine, after she had rested a little while. "To be sure I will," replied Flora, rising and getting the glass of water for her friend. "Thank you," added Josephine, as she took the glass and drank its contents. Flora, when she had given her the water, happened to think of something in the entry which she wanted, and went for it. "Won't you please to take this tumbler, Frank?" said Josephine. Frank did not make any reply, but rose from his seat, took the glass, and put it upon the table. "Thank you, Frank. I never was so tired in all my life." "Are you quite sure of that?" "Quite sure." "Why, I'm sorry for it," replied Frank rather dryly. "Why are you so sorry?" "Edward and I are going fishing, and father said Flora might go with us." "That will be nice!" exclaimed Josephine, jumping up from the sofa as fresh as though she had just got out of bed. "I will go too." "You?" said Frank, laughing. "Why shouldn't I go? You know I like to go to the river above all things. Won't we have a nice time?" "We will, I think." "Don't you mean to let me go? Come now, I think you are real rude, Frank," pouted the young lady from New York. "Let you go? I am sure I shall not prevent you from going." "What do you mean, then? Didn't you just say now that you were tired almost to death, that you were never so tired in your life before?" "I was, but I feel rested now." "You got over it very quick." "Are you going, Josie?" asked Flora, as she returned to the room. "To be sure I am." "Well, we are all ready. It is 10 o'clock now, and father said John might go with us at that time," said Frank, moving towards the door. "I am ready," replied Flora, who had brought her rubbers in from the entry. "So am I," said Josephine. "Dear me, my rubbers are up in my chamber. Won't you go up and get them for me, Flora?" Flora went upstairs and got the rubbers for her, and Josephine thanked her for her kindness. The boys were waiting in front of the house with their fish poles on their shoulders by this time, and as boys always are when they are going fishing, were very much in a hurry. "Oh, dear me!" exclaimed Josephine when she had put on her rubbers. "I left my sack in the orchard. Please to go and get it for me, Flora, and I will make Frank wait for us till you return with it." "Yes, I will get it," and she bounded away for the missing garment. "We never shall get to the river at this rate," said Edward, when his sister had told him the cause of the new delay. It all comes of having girls go with us." "There is time enough, Master Edward," added John, the young man who worked in the garden and helped take care of the horses. "You will be tired enough before dinner time." "Here comes Flora. She is a dear good girl. I am very much obliged to you," said Josephine, as she took the sack. "Now, I will be ever so much more obliged to you if you will go into the house and get me one of those nice doughnuts, such as we had for supper last night. I am almost starved." "I think you had better not go a-fishing then," added Edward bluntly. "Why not? Can't I be hungry and go a-fishing?" "We don't want to wait all day for you." In a few minutes Flora joined them again. But the poor girl was sweating and out of breath, she had run so fast in supplying the wants of her little New York friend. "I believe we are all ready now," said Josephine, as she took the doughnut and began to nibble at it, just as a mouse nibbles at a piece of cheese. "If you are not, we will go without you," replied Edward, whose patience, as the reader has seen, was by no means proof against his sister's repeated delays. "There, as true as I'm alive, there is one thing more I have forgotten, my sunshade," exclaimed Josephine. "Never mind your sunshade. What do you want of a sunshade when you are going a-fishing?" said Edward, as he moved down the path towards the road. "Oh, I can't go without my sunshade. I should be as brown as an Indian before we got back." "No matter if you are. Come along, or else stay at home and not bother us any longer." "Please, Flora, won't you go up in my room and get it for me? I will do as much for you any time, and we will walk along, and you can overtake us before we have gone far. We will walk slowly." It is very likely that Flora thought her young friend was imposing upon her, but without making any reply, she ran for the sunshade. She had to look in quite a number of places before she found it, for Josephine could not always tell where she had left her things, and when Flora overtook the party, she was so weary and out of breath that she did not enjoy the rest of the walk very much. Do not my readers see by this time what Josephine's fault was?
End of section 38.
Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 39 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Picnic Party, Chapter 2. I do not know how many fish the boys caught, but I do know that Flora almost wished she had stayed at home, for when she got to the river, she was so tired she could hardly stand. Flora could not help feeling that it was not kind of her friend to ask so much of her. She was not her mistress, and was just as able to wait upon herself as Flora was to wait upon her. Yet she was patient and kind, and did not quarrel with her. Josephine was always polite when she asked these favors, and always thanked her when she had done them. Perhaps this made the matter a little better, though I think her politeness was cunning rather than kindness of heart. I have another story to tell of Josephine and her friends, which will still further illustrate her fault, and show how she was cured of it. A few days after the fishing excursion, Flora's mother said she might have a picnic party in the woods on the other side of the river. To add to the pleasure of the occasion, Mr. Lee had a tent put up in the woods, and erected a swing for the children. The boys and girls were delighted with the plan, and Flora and Frank invited all the children in the neighborhood to join the party. They were to start at 9 o'clock, or as soon as the dew was off the grass. The distance to the woods was about a mile, and the children said they would much rather walk, though Mr. Lee offered to carry them over in a large hay wagon. There was one little girl who was too lame to walk the distance, and Frank said he would draw her in his little wagon. To divide the load and add to the pleasure of all, he fastened a long rope to the pole of the wagon, and all the boys, about 15 in number, were to take hold of the rope just as men draw an engine. At 9 o'clock, the happy party had collected in front of Mr. Lee's house, each one having a little basket of provisions, which were to furnish the noonday feast in the grove. "Well, Josie, are you all ready?" asked Flora, very pleasantly, as the clock struck 9. "Yes, I think I am. Let me see. Dear me, no. I left my gloves upstairs. Won't you go up and get them for me, Flora?" replied Josephine. "Is there anything else you will want?" asked Flora, for she could not help thinking that her friend had made her run up and down stairs half a dozen times on similar occasions. "No, I guess not, Flora." But no sooner had Flora returned with the gloves than Josephine thought of something else. After a while, however, she got everything in the party started for the woods. The boys led the procession, drawing the wagon after them. Frank and Edward had the pole, and they were very careful lest the little lame girl should be upset and hurt. The girls at once followed, and when they had gone a little way, Flora thought it would be nice to sing one of their school songs. So they went singing on their way, as happy as the larks in the morning. "What fine apples!"
exclaimed Josephine, as the party were passing Mr. Lee's orchard. "They are very fine-looking apples, but they are not ripe," replied Katy Green, who was walking near her. "I think they must be ripe. They look good, at any rate. Won't you be so kind as to get me one of them?" "They will make you sick if you eat them," said Katy.
"Oh, no, they won't. If you will get me one, I will be very much obliged to you." Even Katy Green, who was not very well acquainted with the New York Miss, could not resist this appeal, and she accordingly climbed over the fence and got 2 or 3 of the apples which she found on the ground. As Katy had said, the apples were not fit to eat, and they were thrown away. They had gone but a little farther before Josephine saw some more apples which looked very nice. "I am sure those apples are ripe. See how red they are. I know they are ripe," said she. "Those are Baldwin apples. They are not fit to eat till winter comes," replied Katy. "I am sure they must be ripe. I have eaten just such apples as those in New York in the summer. Will you be so kind as to get me one?" "They are not ripe, I tell you," answered Katy impatiently. "I have known the tree for ever so many years, and I know just as well as anything can be that they are not ripe." "But won't you be kind enough to get me one of them?" persisted Miss Josephine. "If you want one, you may get it yourself," said Katy. "How very rude you are!" replied Josephine. "Rude!" sneered Katy. "Do you suppose I want to climb over that fence for nothing? It isn't such a very dreadful thing to climb over that fence." "Then why don't you do it yourself?" "You are used to things of the kind, and I am not. If you want green apples that are of no use to any one, you had better get used to climbing fences, for I shall not do it for you any more." Josephine declared that this speech was very rude indeed, and perhaps it was, but it was plain common sense. The little New York lady was so angry that she left Katy and went to walk with Jenny Brown. After the party had crossed the bridge, the boys took down the bars by the side of the road, and they entered the woods. There was a fine, smooth road leading for several miles through the forest, and the children enjoyed the walk very much. Every few moments, Josephine saw something which she wanted, and instead of trying to get it herself, as she should have done, she asked somebody to bring it for her. In one place she saw some checkerberry plants growing, and, at her request, Jenny picked her a handful of them. Then she wanted a swamp pink, which Jenny also procured for her. But Josephine's wants were so many that Jenny soon got tired of supplying them, and she was obliged to ask some one else to wait upon her. One after another, her companions got tired of her, and either refused to wait upon her or left her. She would have called upon Flora, but she walked by the side of the lame girl and was busy talking with her. Josephine wanted but very few of the things which she asked others to get for her. She had a habit of wanting all the time, and did not seem to be easy unless some one was waiting upon her. At home, her father had plenty of servants, and she did not realize that her friends and companions had anything to think of besides her comfort. But even servants should be treated with kindness, and children should not call upon them or others to do for them what they can just as well do themselves.
End of section 39.
Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 40 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Picnic Party, Chapter 3. When the party reached the picnic ground, Josephine had more wants than ever. She called upon this one to bring her a mug of water, and upon that one to get her a doughnut, upon one to hold her shawl while she arranged her dress, and another to take off her rubbers. If she had been a queen, and all the rest of the children her servants, she could not have been more free in her use of them. Before they had been in the woods a single hour, almost all her companions disliked her greatly, and tried to avoid her. She was selfish, and wanted to use the swing all the time. When she had swung 4 times as long as any of the rest of the party, she thought it was very rude of them when they said she must get out, for they would not swing her another time. After dinner, some of the girls said they were going to get some oak leaves to make chaplets for their heads. "Where are you going?" asked Josephine. "Oh, into the woods ever so far," replied Jenny, who did not want her to go with them. "I will go too," said Josephine. "It is as much as half a mile to the place," added Jenny, "and I am afraid you will get very tired." "I think I can stand it as well as the others. We are used to running in the woods, and you are a city girl, you know." "I want to go very much." "We don't want you to go," said Katy Green bluntly. "That's very rude of you to say so," replied Josephine. "I don't see why I shouldn't go if I wish." "You can go if you will, only wait upon yourself," said Jenny. "Wait upon myself? How very rude that is! I'm sure I've only asked you to do 1 or 2 little favors for me, and you call that waiting upon me?" "Don't be unkind to her, girls," said Flora. "She doesn't call it waiting upon me when she does a little favor for me. I am sure I am willing to do as much for you as you do for me." "Let her go, will you, girls? Won't you?" said Flora. For Flora's sake they consented, though they did not like to have her with them. "But how shall we bring the leaves?" asked Jenny. "We shall want as many as a bushel for them, for we must all go home with crowns on our heads." "I'll tell you what we can do," added Katy. "We can take the little wagon. That will hold a bushel." "So we can, and it will hold more than a bushel. Come along, we are all ready." Katy and Jenny were the 2 girls who were going for the leaves, and one of them took hold of each side of the pole of the wagon. They started off at a brisk pace, Josephine following behind the wagon. "Pray don't go so fast. I can't keep up with you if you do," said the New York Miss. "I can't help it. You may go back if you can't. We are in a hurry. We shall not get our chaplets made till dark if we don't make haste with the leaves." Josephine was obliged to quicken her pace or be left behind, but she complained a great deal of the rudeness of the girls in walking so fast. After they had gone some distance, she saw some curious leaves, and she wanted a few of them. She said half a dozen times she wished she had some, and finally asked Katy if she wouldn't be so very kind as to get her a few of them. "Yes, I'll get them," said Katy, and in a moment she had procured some of the curious leaves and given them to Josephine. "Thank you, thank you. I am very much obliged to you," said she as she took the leaves. "Yes, but I want something more than thank you," replied Katy. "Well, what do you want?" asked Josephine, not a little surprised at the answer she had received. "You said you were willing to do as much for us as we did for you. Did you mean so?" "Well, I suppose I did." "We will be fair with you, won't we, Jenny?" "To be sure we will." "Well, it is no more than fair that you should take turns with us in drawing the wagon, so you may take hold of the pole and make yourself useful." "I can't." "Won't you be so very kind as to help draw the wagon?" said Katy, imitating the polite tones of the New York Miss. "I can't draw it. I am not strong enough to do such hard work." "You can try, at least, and when you get tired I will take your place." "I would rather not, if you please." "But I had much rather you would, if you please." "Really, I cannot." "But really, you must." "I could not do such a thing as draw that wagon." "You must try. If you don't, we will run away and leave you." Josephine thought this was more rude than anything else they had done. But there was no escape, and she took her place at the pole of the wagon. Before they had gone 10 rods, she declared she could draw the wagon no farther if they killed her for refusing. Katy took her place then, and pretty soon they left the road and went into the thick forest to a place where there was plenty of oak leaves growing near the ground. When they reached the spot, Josephine sat down on a rock. Her companions tried to make her help them pick the leaves, but she said she was so tired she could not possibly do anything. In a very short time the body of the wagon was filled with leaves, and the girls were ready to return to the picnic grounds. "We are going, Josephine. Are you ready?" asked Jenny. "I can't go yet. I am tired almost to death." "We told you you would be, but you would come," said Katy. "I didn't think it was so far." "We told you how far it was. We have been here ever so many times before and know all about it. Come, quick." "I don't feel able to walk back," sighed Josephine. "Don't you indeed?" "I am sure I can't." "What are you going to do? Stay here all night?" "Couldn't you draw me back on the wagon? There is room enough for me on top of the leaves." The girls made no reply, but both of them laughed as though something very funny had happened. "What are you laughing at?" "Do you think we are going to drag a great girl like you back to the grounds?" "I guess not," replied Katy. "I should think you might." "We don't like you well enough to do that," said Katy, and then both of the girls laughed again. "You needn't laugh at me," said Josephine, beginning to cry. "Oh, you needn't cry. We didn't hurt you any. But come along if you are coming. We can't wait here any longer." "I can't walk back. You must draw me back in the wagon," sobbed Josephine. "We shall do nothing of the kind." "Yes, you shall. If you don't, I will tell Mr. Lee." "Do, if you like." "I will stay here then, if you won't drag me. What will you tell Flora when she asks for me?" "We'll tell her where you are, of course." Josephine did not believe they would go away and leave her there alone. She thought they would return in a little while and consent to draw her in the wagon, so she let them go. She sat on the rock and cried till she had got tired of crying, and then finding her companions did not return, she got up and tried to find her way to the road. End of section 40. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 41 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Picnic Party, Chapter 4. Josephine was not used to the woods, and she did not know which way to go to find the road. She had paid no heed to the path by which she had reached the place where the leaves were obtained. She had been so vexed and angry because her companions would not let her ride, that she had not even looked to see which way they went when they left her. She sat on a stump and cried till she was tired of crying, and till she found it would not get her out of the woods. Then she got up and looked around her, but she could not tell in what direction the road lay from her. She listened and could hear no sound. It was plain that Katy and Jenny had left her alone. The solemn stillness of the forest awed her, and she was afraid to stay there, with no human being near her. Once a catbird uttered a terrible scream, and Josephine had nearly fainted with terror. She thought it must be some awful monster to make such a hideous noise, and as soon as she was able to do so, she ran away from the spot as fast as her feet would carry her. As she hastened through the bushes and over the dry leaves, a partridge, alarmed by her presence, rose from the ground and flew away, making a whirring noise with his wings that made Josephine scream with terror. The poor girl wandered about for 2 hours in the woods, till she was so tired she could walk no longer. She thought of the children in the woods, and others who had been left in the forest, and she was afraid she would never see her friends again. I think she was more frightened than hurt, for there was nothing in the woods that was disposed to injure her. The catbirds, the partridges, and even the snakes, if there were any there, were more afraid of her than she was of them. If they saw her, they would run away as fast as they could. Josephine sat down upon a log, and wished she had not been so angry and stubborn. She even thought it was not fair of her to ask the girls to draw her in the wagon. While she was thinking of what she had done, and wondering what would become of her, she heard footsteps in the distance, and presently one of the boys shouted her name with all his might. "Here I am," replied Josephine, getting up and walking in the direction from which the sound had come. In a moment she saw Frank Lee, and pretty soon half a dozen of the boys came up to the place. "Where have you been, Josephine? We have been looking for you for more than an hour." "I have been trying to find my way to the road." "You are ever so far from the road," said Frank. "Why didn't you go back with the girls?" "They wouldn't let me ride on the wagon." "Wouldn't they?" added her brother, who was one of the party. "That was too bad, Josie, for you to ask them to drag you." "I was so tired that I did not feel able to walk," replied Josephine, who wanted to give the best excuse she could. "We won't stop to talk about it now," added Frank. "Father and mother have come, and you can tell them all about it, Josephine." The boys led the way back to the picnic grounds, but Josephine was so tired she could hardly get back, and when she joined the party, she was completely worn out by the fatigue and anxiety of her lonely walk. Neither Mr. nor Mrs. Lee said anything about the matter till they got home. They came in the carryall, and Josephine rode back. The rest of the children walked home, singing like larks all the way. "You got lost in the woods, did you, Josephine?" said Mrs. Lee in the evening. "Yes, ma'am. Those rude girls left me alone when they knew I could not find the way back," replied Josephine, who wished to make her side of the question appear as well as she could. "Is that the whole story, my child?" asked Mrs. Lee with a smile. "I wanted them to draw me in the wagon, and they wouldn't." "Wasn't that asking rather too much of them?" "I don't know but it was, but they needn't have left me there all alone." "What could they have done?" "I think they needn't have left me," repeated Josephine, not very pleasantly. "You insisted on going with them, though they told you they were going a long distance, and you would be very tired. I don't think you can reasonably blame them." "They knew I wasn't used to the woods." "You told them that you wouldn't go with them unless they drew you on the wagon." "You might have followed them without any difficulty." "I didn't think they would leave me." "I don't know what else they could do. You would not go with them, and the least they could do was to let you have your own way." "I won't go with them again," pouted Josephine. "They did not want you to go with them. It was only at Flora's request that they consented you should go. Josephine, you have got a bad habit which I hope you will cure before long." "A bad habit, ma'am?" said Josephine, looking up at Mrs. Lee as though she thought it very strange that she should have a bad habit. "Yes, my child. I noticed it when you first came here. It has made you very unpopular with your playmates. When I went to the picnic this afternoon, I found that nearly all the girls were glad you had left them. They all said Katie and Jenny had done just right in leaving you." "It was very rude of them," said Josephine, beginning to cry. "I haven't done anything to make them hate me so." "I hope they don't hate you, but they don't like you. I do not wonder that they don't like you either. You may call it rude, but the girls can never like you while you try to make servants of them." "Why, Mrs. Lee!" exclaimed Josephine. "You may be surprised, but I have seen you send Flora upon a dozen errands in half an hour." "I have asked her to do something for me very often, perhaps, but I only ask it as a favor." "One should not ask too many favors. Now let me give you a rule which I hope you will follow. Never ask others to do for you what you can just as well do yourself. You will have to ask many favors of your friends, and they will most cheerfully confer them, if you do not ask too many. The girls said I was always asking them to do something for me, but I am sure I did not mean anything wrong, and I will try to do better." "You are very polite to your playmates," added Mrs. Lee, "and politeness is a good thing in a little girl. But we should be sure that it is true politeness, for there are two kinds." "I never knew there was more than one kind of politeness," said Josephine. "There are two kinds. One which comes from a kind heart, and which is a desire to promote the happiness of others. The other kind is nothing but cunning, such as the fox practices when he wants to catch a chicken. It is selfish, put on to make others do as you wish them to do. I am afraid your politeness was somewhat of the latter kind." "I am glad to know it, and I will try to do better." And she did try to do better. Though she did not at first succeed, her friends saw that she was trying to improve, and they were very kind and very indulgent to her, so that before she returned to New York she was liked as well as any other little girl in Riverdale.
End of section 41. End of the picnic party.
Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 42 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Gold Thimble, Chapter 1. Mr. Lee had a gardener whose name was Long. He lived in a little cottage near the great house of his employer. He was a very good gardener, and Mr. Lee valued him highly for his knowledge of plants and for the fidelity with which the man served him. Mr. Long had a family, but only 3 of his children remained at home. The others worked in the mills or had places in the city. Mary, the youngest, was about Flora Lee's age, and the other 2 at home were 14 and 16. Early in the winter, Mrs. Long was taken sick, and for several weeks was confined to her bed. During this illness, Susan took care of her mother, and did the housework besides, with the help of her father and her brother John. Mrs. Lee thought this was too much for a girl of 16, and she wanted to send one of her servants down to the cottage to do the hardest of the work. But Susan declared she could do the whole very well indeed, and did not need any help. At the same time, she said that Mary gave her some trouble, and was a great care to her. Mrs. Lee, finding she could do no more, offered to take the troublesome little girl home with her, and keep her for 2 or 3 weeks. Mrs. Lee did this kind act in a very quiet and pretty way. She did not tell Susan she would take her sister in order to make less work in the family, for she saw that she took pride in doing it all herself. But she invited Mary to go up to her house and spend 2 or 3 weeks with Flora. I do not think it is wicked to do a kind act in this way, for it can hardly be called deception. Some people do their good deeds so that everybody may see them, and some do all their kind acts so that no person's feelings shall be hurt. The New Testament tells us not to let the right hand know what the left hand doeth. That is, we must not parade our deeds of charity and kindness before the world. If you had a little friend who was very poor, but very proud, you might do something for him in such a way that he would not feel as though he was accepting a gift. Susan was very glad of this relief, and Mary was very glad to go up to the great house and walk through its handsome rooms and over its rich carpets. For the first day she could do nothing but walk through the rooms and look at the fine things she saw. There were a great many books with pretty pictures in them. The walls of the parlor and sitting room were covered over with fine paintings, and on the mantelpieces were beautiful statues. There were, indeed, so many nice things to be seen, that one day was scarcely enough to allow her to look at them as much as she wished. But my story is not about fine pictures and statues and carpets and sofas. It will be a story within a story which Mr. Lee told to the children, with the reason why he told it. And I hope my young friends will learn the same good lesson from it that poor Mary Long learned. When Mary had been at Mr. Lee's a few days, and got used to the fine things there, Flora missed a little gold thimble, which one of her aunts had given her as a Christmas present. Flora felt very badly when she found that the thimble was gone, not because it was gold or worth $2 or $3, but because it was the gift of her aunt. "Don't cry, Flora," said Mrs. Lee. "You will probably find the thimble again. If you do not, crying will not mend the matter." "But Aunt Sarah gave it to me, and I wouldn't lose it for anything," sobbed Flora. Where did you leave it, my child? On the table in the parlor. I put it there while I opened the blind, and when I came out, I forgot all about it. Then I went to look for it and couldn't find it anywhere. Are you quite sure you left it there? Think again for a moment. Very sure, mother. Don't be too sure, Flora, added her mother with a smile. You know you were very positive the other day that you left your scissors in the basket, and then you found them in your playroom, just where you had put them yourself. I know it, mother, but I feel pretty sure this time that I left the thimble on the table. I think you had better look in every room you have visited since you lost it. How long ago was it? About an hour, I should think. I never thought of it till just now. Well, you look in every place you have been, and if you don't succeed in finding it, I will help you search for it then. Flora went immediately to the playroom, and then to the kitchen, the dining room, and a dozen other places, but the gold thimble was not to be found. Then she tried to think where else she had been, and went over the ground a second time. I can't find it, mother. I have looked everywhere, said she, as she joined her mother in the sitting room. It must be in the house somewhere. It cannot have been stolen. None of the servants have been in the parlor, and if they had, I am sure they would not steal anything that belongs to you, Flora. I don't think anyone stole it, mother. How wicked that would be. Have you seen the thimble, Mary? Said Mrs. Lee, as she turned to her gardener's daughter. No, marm, I haven't seen anything of it, as true as I live and breathe, replied Mary, speaking in a very earnest manner. Mrs. Lee looked at her when she used these strong words, and she was sad, for there was something in Mary's manner that did not seem to her just right. But she said no more, and went immediately with Flora to search again for the lost thimble. If Mary had answered with a simple "No," perhaps Mrs. Lee would not have suspected her. As it was, she could not help thinking that the child had taken the thimble. Jesus said, "Let your communications be yea, yea, nay, nay. For whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil." Those words, as true as I live and breathe, children, came of evil. End of section 42, recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 43 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Gold Thimble, Chapter 2. The search for the gold thimble was long and patient, but it could not be found. And when Mrs. Lee said it was useless to look any more, poor Flora burst into tears again. "I don't see what has become of it, mother," said she. "I am so sorry I took it out of the work-box. Aunt Sarah will think I am careless." "Why did you take it out?" "I wanted to show it to Mary. It was so pretty I thought it would please her." "I do not see that any one is to be blamed," added her father. "I don't blame any one but myself. I was careless to carry it around the house with me. I remember when I went to open the blind, I was afraid I should scratch it, and so I put it on the table." "I will buy you another, Flora, the next time I go to Boston," said Mr. Lee. "But that wouldn't be Aunt Sarah's thimble," sobbed Flora. "Perhaps Aunt Sarah will give you another when she hears that you have lost it." "I would rather find it." "When you can't do what you would, you must do the next best thing, my child." "What is that, father?" "Do without it." The tea-bell rang then, and Flora wiped away her tears and tried to reconcile herself to the loss of the thimble. She was very sad and unhappy, for she felt that it had been lost by her own carelessness. The feeling that we have done wrong is far more painful than the consequences which follow that wrong. Many good and true men have been happy while their bodies were burning at the stake, or while they were shut up in prison.
All the family sat down at the tea table except Mr. Lee, and he went upstairs. He was absent 15 or 20 minutes, and when he came back, he looked very sad, as though something unpleasant had happened. But no one asked him any questions, and he did not say anything to inform the rest of the party what had occurred during his absence. After tea, the family gathered around the cheerful fire in the sitting room, as they always did during the long winter evenings. Mary was busy with a great book which was full of pictures. Flora had a little story book in her hand, but she did not read it. She felt so badly about the loss of her thimble that she could not read. Mrs. Lee was sewing, and Mr. Lee was looking over the newspaper which David White had brought in the afternoon. He did not read all the time, for he kept looking into the fire and seemed to be thinking of something besides the contents of the paper. "What is the matter, Flora?" asked he at last, as he laid the newspaper on the table. "You are very quiet to-night. You generally laugh and play at this time in the evening." "I can't help thinking about my thimble, father. I would give anything to know what has become of it," replied she earnestly. "Perhaps Mary can tell you something about it," added Mr. Lee, as he fixed his gaze upon the gardener's daughter. "I don't know anything about it, sir," replied Mary, her face turning very red as her eyes met the stern look of Mr. Lee. "Were you with Flora at the time she lost the thimble?" "Yes, sir, I suppose I was, but I haven't got the thimble." "I know you haven't got it, Mary. I only asked you if you were with Flora at the time she lost it." "I guess I was, sir. I don't know, but I haven't seen it, sir. As true as I live and breathe, I haven't." "Didn't you see it on the table when Flora left it? Just think a moment." "No, sir, I didn't see anything at all of it." "There would have been no harm in seeing it, you know." "No, sir, but I didn't see it. I hope to die if I did." "I would not use such expressions, Mary. A simple yes or a no is a great deal better. It means more. It sounds more like the truth than, 'As true as I live and breathe,' and 'I hope to die if I did,' or did not." "I won't say so any more, sir. I did not think it was any harm." "Perhaps you did not, but I am always afraid when a person uses these strong expressions to me that he is telling me a falsehood." "Oh, I am sure Mary hasn't got my thimble, father," said Flora, who could not see why Mr. Lee should be so sad and stern, and almost accuse poor Mary of taking the thimble. "I'm sure I haven't, Flora, as true as I—" "Do not say that again, Mary," interrupted Mr. Lee. "But Mary hasn't got my thimble, father," added Flora. "She has not, my child. Here is your thimble," said Mr. Lee, handing the lost treasure to her. "Why, father, where did you get it?" exclaimed Flora, jumping out of her chair, and dancing with pleasure at the sight of the thimble. "I found it, Flora." "Where did you find it, father?" "I do not wish to tell you at present." "Then I was very careless. I will try to do better in future." "Do not reproach yourself, my child. I do not even know that you have been careless. On the contrary, I think you were very prudent in taking off the thimble before you opened the blind." "What do you mean, father? I'm sure I don't understand." "Perhaps you will understand me another time." During this conversation, Mary's face was very red, and she kept turning the leaves of the great book, though any one might have seen that she hardly looked at the pictures. She did not seem to take any interest in what was going on in the room, and expressed no pleasure at the finding of the thimble. "I knew Mary hadn't got it," said Flora. "We will say no more about it just now, my child, and I will tell you a story. It will be a kind of fairy story, and I hope it will be pleasing to you." "Oh, I am so delighted, father," said Flora, as she seated herself on a cricket at his feet. "And Mary, you may put away your book now, for I think the story will interest you." The gardener's daughter at once obeyed, and Mr. Lee commenced the story, which will be found in the next chapter. End of section 43. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana.
Section 44 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Gold Thimble, Chapter 3. Once upon a time, that's just the way the fairy stories begin, exclaimed Flora, clapping her hands with delight. Well, my child, you must not interrupt me, or I shall not get along very fast. Once upon a time, there was a young man whose name was Seek-Peace. His parents had taken great care in bringing him up, and stored his mind with good lessons to guide and protect him in the hour of temptation. But the parents of Seek-Peace were poor people, and could not afford to support their son in idleness, even if they had wished to do so. They had done all they could for him in teaching him to be true to God and true to himself. One day they called Seek-Peace to them, and told him they could not afford to take care of him any longer, and that he must go out into the world and make his own fortune. They hoped he would try to be a wise and good man, and told him that nothing but a pure heart could make him happy either in this world or in the world to come. Seek-Peace was a smart, active young man, and was very willing to go out into the world and take care of himself. So he took a little bundle of clothes, and with staff in hand started off on his journey. He felt that he was now his own master, and when he started, he wanted to become a great and good man. He promised himself that he would be faithful to the principles which his father and mother had taught him, and that they should never have cause to be ashamed of him. Seek-Peace had not gone far before he met an old man who was dressed in coarse and homely garments. He seemed to be very poor, but his face beamed with smiles. "What is your name?" inquired Seek-Peace. "My name is Poverty, and I belong to a very large family of that name." "Where are you traveling?" "I am going home to the Valley of Shadows, where I am to meet all my brethren of every name and family." "Why don't you wear better clothes?" asked Seek-Peace, glancing at his coarse garments. "They are the best I have." "Why don't you buy better?" "I have no money." "What? An old man like you with no money? What have you been doing all your life?" "I have been serving the master, and perhaps I have laid up treasures which may some day be bestowed upon me." "Poor man! How I pity you!" "You need not pity me. I am happy and contented. I shall soon get home, and then I shall enter upon the enjoyment of my treasures. But it is too bad for an old man like you to be without money, and to be dressed in such mean garments. When I get home, I shall wear brighter garments than these, and in the Valley of Shadows money will not buy me even a cup of the living water, which alone can slack my thirst." "You are a very queer old man," said Seek-Peace, as he glanced at the pilgrim's face, upon which played a sweet smile. "Perhaps I am. My neighbors call me Contented Poverty, and I think I am as happy as any of them," replied the old man, as he resumed his journey. Seek-Peace did not know what to think of the old man. He did not see how he could be so happy dressed in those coarse clothes, and with no money in his purse. He did not understand who the master was that he served, nor why he was not paid for his work at the time he did it. He noticed that the old man did not complain because he was not paid, and certainly he was a very happy man for one who had not received his wages. When Seek-Peace had gone a little farther, he saw a fine carriage drawn by 6 beautiful horses, in which was seated another old man. He was dressed in the richest and most costly garments. "Who are you, sir?" asked Seek-Peace, taking off his hat and bowing low to the old man. "My name is Wealth, and I live in the great mansion which you see on the hill." "Where did you get all the money to enable you to purchase these fine horses and these very rich garments, and the great house on the hill?" "I gave myself up to the business of making money." "You seem to be a very happy man," said Seek-Peace, though there was no smile on the old man's face. "I have servants by the score, and my house is full of fine things. My table is covered with dainties, and my beds are of the softest down," said the man. But he did not say that he was happy, though Seek-Peace thought he must be in the midst of so many fine things. The carriage left him, and Seek-Peace could not help comparing the condition of the two old men. One had all the fine things of this world, and the other had none. "I will be a rich man," said Seek-Peace. "I will get money and buy me a great mansion, and fine clothes, and handsome horses. I will have servants by the score. I will have my table covered with the richest food of the land, and I will sleep upon beds of down." "That's right, young man," said a voice near him. "Be a rich man, and then all men will bow their heads to you." Seek-Peace turned to see who it was that spoke to him, and beheld the giant, whose name is Golden Hand, standing by his side. The young man was not afraid of the giant, for though he was very large, there was nothing ugly about him. He was dressed in rich garments, and he was just the person to please a young man. He was a very skillful and powerful giant, and just to show Seek-Peace what he could do, he pulled down an old house that stood by the roadside, and piled up a handsome stone mansion in its place. And he performed a great many other wonderful things that filled the young man with unbounded astonishment. "Now, young man, you have seen what I can do, and if you wish to go with me, I will help you to become rich and great," said Golden Hand. "But where must I go, and what must I do?" asked Seek-Peace. "I cannot tell you now. A great many different kinds of people go with me. Some of them will do anything I ask them to do, and they generally get rich very fast. Others are not so willing to obey me, and prate about right and justice, and a great many of these I am obliged to discharge from my service. If you go with me, I shall expect you to obey me in all things." "I wish to know what I am to do before I go," said Seek-Peace. "I am in search of happiness." "Come with me, then, young man, and you will most certainly find it." "Don't go with him," said a sweet voice on the other side of Seek-Peace. "At least don't promise to obey him in all things." End of section 44. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 45 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Gold Thimble, Chapter 4. Seek-Peace turned to see who had spoken, and beheld a beautiful little fairy, whose face was so full of loveliness that he wanted to make her his friend at once. "Who are you, beautiful fairy?" asked Seek-Peace. "My name is Pure Heart," replied the fairy. "Golden Hand has done a great deal of good in his time, but he often leads young men away from their duty and makes them very unhappy." "Don't mind her," said Golden Hand. "She is very pretty, but she can give you no fine houses, no rich food, no soft beds, no willing servants." "I can give you what is better than all these. I can give you a conscience void of offense before God and man." "Don't stop to hear her prate, but come with me, and I will show you the palace of luxury in which you may live and be happy, if you will only serve me faithfully, and not bother your head with Pure Heart's nonsense," said Golden Hand. "Be wise, Seek-Peace, and do not take a step which you will regret when it is too late to repent," urged Pure Heart. Then Seek-Peace was sorely perplexed. Golden Hand promised him ever so many fine things, and Pure Heart, beautiful as she was, said nothing about great houses, soft clothing, and downy beds. After thinking a long time, he told the giant he would go with him and see the palace of luxury. Then he saw the tears in the eyes of Pure Heart as she turned to leave him. Golden Hand took his arm, and presently they reached the palace of luxury. The doors were thrown wide open to them, and the giant pointed out the splendid carpets, the rich furniture, the soft beds, the tables loaded with all the good things of every clime, the spicy gardens, and everything that could please the senses. "Now will you come with me?" asked Golden Hand. "What am I to do?" "You see that cottage yonder? In it lives a widow with 3 small children. She has 100 pieces of gold in the house. Go and take it from her. You shall have it all for your own." "What? Rob the widow and the orphans of their daily bread? I cannot do that," replied Seek-Peace, with evident horror. "You are a silly young man. Why, others do just such things, and why should not you?" said Golden Hand with a sneer. "Others may do it, but I cannot." "Then you and I cannot be friends," added the giant angrily, and he disappeared, leaving Seek-Peace standing at the door of the Palace of Luxury. While the young pilgrim was wondering what had become of the giant, he perceived that Pure Heart was again standing by his side. "You have done well, Seek-Peace," said the fairy, with a sweet smile on her beautiful face. "But I see you still cast longing looks at the Palace of Luxury. Let us enter and examine some of the fine things you saw there." Pure Heart led the way into the palace, and the young man again admired the splendors of the interior, and wished he might possess them. "What a rich carpet!" exclaimed he. "It is very pretty, but let us examine it a little more closely." Then Pure Heart tore up the rich carpet, and Seek-Peace saw that beneath it there were a great many little sharp points, and the fairy told him that by and by the carpet would wear down, and the sharp points would prick the feet of him who owned the palace, if he got into it by robbing the widow and the orphan. Pure Heart then led him into a chamber, and showed him that beneath the downy bed there were sharp spikes, which would pierce the flesh of him who slept on the couch, if he entered the palace by such means as the giant had recommended. In the dishes of rich food the fairy pointed out little grains of poison, as well as at the bottom of the wine cups. The fine clothes in the wardrobe were found to be filled with nettles. In the splendid apartments of the palace, hid beneath the fine furniture, they found some hideous serpents, which no one could wish to have in the house with him. "I am sure I don't want to live in such a place as this," said Seek-Peace. "I thought you would not, if you only understood its nature." "But can't I have all these fine things without being wicked?" asked Seek-Peace. "Perhaps you may. I don't know. I only wanted to teach you that all these fine things are not happiness. Remember what your father and mother told you. Be true to God and true to yourself, and you will be happy, whether you live in a palace or a cottage." "You are very beautiful," said Seek-Peace, as he gazed at the shining face of the fairy. "I wish you would go with me on my journey." "I will go with you if you wish me to do so, but I am jealous, and when you forget or neglect me, and love Golden Hand better than you love me, I shall leave you." "You shall be my friend to the end of my journey," said Seek-Peace, as he embraced the fairy. "And if Golden Hand won't help me without my lying and cheating and stealing, why, then I will be like the old man in the coarse garb, whom I met this morning. He was no friend of Golden Hand, I suspect." "He was not. The giant tempted him as he has tempted you, but the old man loved me best. I will love you with all my soul as long as I live, and when I meet the old man in the Valley of Shadows, I hope we shall be happy." "You will be, forever and forever," said the fairy with a radiant smile. And Seek-Peace most faithfully kept his promise, and was happy to the end of his journey. "Now, how do you like my story, children?" asked Mr. Lee. "Very much, father," replied Flora. "I think I know what it means, too. Golden Hand wasn't a real giant like those in Jack and the Beanstalk." "You are right, my child. What do you think of Pure Heart?" "She was a very nice fairy." "What do you think of her, Mary? Did you like her?" "Yes, sir." "Then I hope you will love her as Seek-Peace did. But, Mary, You did not say no to the giant when he asked you to take the thimble, as Golden Hand asked Seek Peace to take the widow's gold. If you had said no, Pure Heart would at once have come to help you resist temptation and make you happy. I never will do so again, exclaimed Mary, bursting into tears. I hope you never will, added Mr. Lee. The giant often tempts boys and girls to take what does not belong to them. Resist him, as Seek Peace did, and Pure Heart will be your friend to the end of your journey. Mr. Lee did not tell the children that he had found the gold thimble in Mary's basket, but he hoped that his story would do her good, and I hope my little readers will understand and profit by it. End of The Gold Thimble, Chapter 4. Whip Poor Will, a sad story of a naughty boy. There was a little fellow, and his name was Willie Brown. His mother was a widow in a little country town. One day he was so naughty that his mother told him not to leave the house a moment till a whipping he had got. If you wish to know how naughty this Willie Brown had been, let me tell you that the wash-tub he had thrown poor Kitty in, and the pretty little creature, old Pussy's joy and pride, had struggled in the soap-suds till in agony she died. Don't you think 'twas very wicked for Willie in his wrath to give the darling Kitty such a soap and water bath? Don't you think he needed something to teach him better that soap-suds was not the element to drown a pussy-cat? Willie did not want a whipping, and the stick he dreaded so, that he minded not his mother, who had told him not to go. But in terror and in silence he departed from the house, creeping out the door on tiptoe, like a thieving little mouse. Behind his mother's cottage was the forest deep and wide, and the naughty boy kept running till he reached its gloomy side. Then he took the beaten pathway which the cows and sheep had made, and hour after hour there within the forest stayed. Willie wandered in the forest till the sun went down at last, and the darkness deep and dreary, gloomy shadows round him cast. Far more than any whipping did he fear the long dark night, so his steps he home directed, guided by the cottage light. But a little way he travelled, when a scream from overhead almost froze his blood with terror, as he homeward swiftly fled. And the cry above him sounded, Whip poor Will, whip poor Will. And again it was repeated, Whip poor Will, whip poor Will. Don't whip me, oh, don't whip me, cried the trembling little lad, and I'll never drown a kitty, and I never will be bad. But the voice above kept screaming, Whip poor Will, whip poor Will. Though poor Willie begged for mercy, it kept crying, Whip poor Will. Don't let them whip me, mother, cried poor trembling Willie Brown, as he rushed into the cottage, where poor Kitty he did drown. The monsters in the forest want to whip me, mother, still, and they chased me, ever crying, Whip poor Will, whip poor Will. You are foolish boy, as naughty. It was nothing but a bird of the whip-poor-will that says so. Pray, have you never heard? It was your conscience, Willie, made you feel so very bad, for you did not mind your mother, and you are a wicked lad. And boys who are so naughty must always cowards be, who sometimes in their shadows can such awful monsters see. But since you were so wicked as the kitty dear to kill, and the bird did only scare you, why then I must whip poor Will. End of section 45. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana.
Section 46 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Do-Somethings, Chapter 1. A long, hard winter in Riverdale promised to cause a great deal of suffering among the poor. Hard times had been the cry of those who lived by their daily labor, and the fear of cold and hunger filled their minds with gloom and terror. There was a panic in business, as men called it then, but whatever produced the trouble, it was likely to cause a great deal of distress. The factories in Riverdale stopped, and all those who earned their living by working in the mills had now nothing to do, and of course received no pay. There were a great many families in the place which were supported by the mills. Some of the members of them worked in the mills, others tended stores, and some kept boarders. All who had homes in other towns left the place. The times were very hard indeed, and people wondered how poor folks would be able to get through the winter. Many had no wood, no flour, no clothes suitable for winter wear. There must be a great deal of suffering among the poor, said Mrs. Lee one evening as the family gathered in the sitting room. Yes, but we must do all we can to help them, replied Mr. Lee. The town, it seems, will not help any of the poor unless they go to the almshouse. That is very strange, I think. There are a great many in town who would starve rather than become paupers and be known as such. Frank and Flora Lee heard what their parents said, and they were deeply interested in the subject. They had always been taught to feel for the poor, and they were ready to do something to relieve their sufferings. And while they listened, Frank thought of a plan by which he hoped a great deal of good might be done. He did not say anything about it that evening, but the next day he spoke to Flora on the subject, and she was very much pleased with the plan. "I will tell you what we can do, Flora," said he, with much earnestness. "We can form a society." "That will be grand. Won't it be funny, though?" "It may be funny, but it will be a real good thing if we can make it go." "Well, we can make it go, I know," answered Flora earnestly. "But we must speak to father and mother about it." "Of course we must. But do you know why we had better have a society?" "Because men and women have societies, I suppose." "No." "Because it will be funny, and we shall have good times with it." "No, nothing of that kind, but because we can do a great deal more good." "So we can. Of course, 30 or 40 can do a great deal more than 2 of us. We can get all the boys and girls to join. Won't it be nice? The girls can sew and knit, and the boys can. Well, what can the boys do?" said Flora, who did not see what the boys could do. "We can do ever so many things. We can give our money and carry round the things which the girls make. I can think of 100 things that the boys can do." "We mustn't talk about it too much. Let us go to work and do the thing at once." "We must have a meeting of the children first. We will have it Wednesday afternoon." "Well, let us go and talk with mother about it," replied Flora. Mrs. Lee was very much pleased with the plan, perhaps more from the good feeling it showed on the part of her children than from any great good which she expected the new society would do. Mr. Lee liked the plan and said he would do all he could to help them carry it out. He said they might have the meeting in the large dining room, and when the children went to school, they told all their friends what they intended to do, and asked them to come to the meeting. The children all liked the plan, and a great many of them said they would join the society. Even the larger boys and girls promised to help the project along. On Wednesday afternoon, there were at least 50 boys and girls assembled in the dining room of Mr. Lee's house. They chose a president, a secretary, and a treasurer, and 2 or 3 committees to arrange the labor of the society. 3 of the large boys went into another room, and with the help of Mrs. Lee, drew up a constitution which was adopted by the society on their return. It was a paper in which were stated the objects of the society, and the means to be used in carrying them out. The society was called the Do-Somethings. There were 3 committees appointed, 1 of 3 large girls to attend to the sewing, 1 of 3 large boys to collect money, and 1 of 6 boys and girls to visit and give their bounty to the poor. Each member was to pay 2 cents a week, and the society was to meet every Wednesday afternoon. Subscription papers on which any who wished to give money might put down their names were opened on the spot. Frank ran up to the playroom and got his money box just as soon as the papers were opened. He had over $1 on hand, and he gave it all to the treasurer. Flora had about as much more money, which she also gave to the society. Mr. and Mrs. Lee put their names down for $2 apiece, and some of the children gave smaller sums. Nearly $10 had been given when the society adjourned. With this money they decided to buy the materials for making clothes for children, and Mrs. Lee went to the store with the committee so as to give her advice in the purchase of the goods. The members of the society were all deeply interested in the work, and before the next meeting a great deal had been done. Mrs. Lee and some of her friends had cut out the garments for the poor children, and when the society met, the members all went to work like so many bees. The committee to collect money had been very busy with their papers. They had visited nearly all the rich people in Riverdale, and the treasurer had so much money he did not like to keep it, so he requested Mr. Lee to take care of it for him. It amounted to more than $50. Perhaps the society could not have done much without the advice and support of Mr. and Mrs. Lee. They did a great deal to help the plan along. They knew that the do-somethings would be benefited as much as the poor, for it is more blessed to give than to receive. During the week, Mr. Lee had been very busy in finding out all the poor people who needed assistance, and at the second meeting, he gave the committee a list of these persons whom he knew to be worthy. 2 of them were widows who lived alone with their small children. They had no one to do anything for them, no one to bring in their wood when they had any wood to bring in, no one to fetch water or run of errands for them. Mr. Lee intended that the work of the society should be an active benevolence, not merely giving money of which they had plenty, but he wanted all the members to work, to labor with their own hands, to sacrifice their own pleasure for the good of others. At the second meeting, he told them what he thought, and the boys said they were willing to work, though many of them were not obliged to work at home. They were willing to do anything they could to help the poor. Mr. Lee told them how they could be of service in other ways than giving money, and they all said they would adopt his plan. What they did we will relate in the next chapter. End of section 46, recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 47 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Do-Somethings, Chapter 2. One of the poor widows spoken of in the last chapter was Mrs. Lake. She had 3 daughters who had supported the family by working in the mills, though the oldest was only 14 years of age. Mrs. Lake was now very poor. Before Christmas, all her means were exhausted, and she had no wood nor any money to buy any with. She was thinking of applying to the overseers of the poor for help, when relief came from a quarter where she had least expected it. The day before Christmas had been very stormy, and the snow had fallen to the depth of a foot. Mrs. Lake's house was all blocked up by the snowdrifts, so that she could not get out to obtain relief. The poor widow was looking out of the window, feeling very sad indeed, when she saw half a dozen boys stop in the road before the house. All of them had shovels, and while she was wondering what they were going to do, they began to dig a path up to the front door. She was very much surprised, and wondered what had put it into the heads of the boys to do this kind act. When the boys had shoveled out the snow from the front and the back door, Mrs. Lake asked them to come into the house. "I am very much obliged to you, boys," said she. "It was very kind of you, for we have no man in the house to do such work. What made you do it? Who asked you to do it?" "No one, Mrs. Lake. We belong to the Do-Somethings," replied George Green. "The what?" The Do-Somethings. We work for those who need help. Can we do anything more for you? I don't know that you can. Then we will go and dig out the rest of the folks who need help, replied George as he moved towards the door. Hold on a minute till I warm my fingers, said Frank Lee. Really, Master Lee, but I am very sorry I have no fire. No fire this cold morning? I haven't a single stick of wood, added the poor widow with tears in her eyes. Yes, marm. Well, the Do-Somethings will attend to that matter at once, Mrs. Lake, said George Green, and without waiting to hear any more, the boys all rushed out of the house. In less than half an hour, half a dozen more boys appeared in front of the house, drawing a sled, which was loaded with wood, all sawed and split, ready for use. They hauled the sled to the back door and carried the wood into the shed. God bless you, boys, exclaimed the widow. I was just going to the overseers of the poor for help. We belong to the Do-Somethings, responded John Gray. What does that mean? The boys who shoveled out the snow belonged to the Do-Somethings. Yes, marm. It is a society to do what we can to help those who need help. You are very kind. We are only doing our duty, Mrs. Lake. Hello! There comes the other sled. Hurry up, fellows, and get another load. Before Mrs. Lake had done wondering what the other sled would bring, it was hauled up at the back door. There is a turkey for your Christmas dinner. Mr. Lee sent that, said one of the boys as he carried the fowl into the kitchen. The rest of the boys followed him, loaded with a variety of articles, such as flour, meal, tea, coffee, sugar, and other groceries. The Do-Somethings delivered their goods and fled, without waiting for the thanks which the poor widow heaped upon them. She was so overcome by the kindness of the children that she sank into her chair and wept. But she was not allowed much time to weep before her cottage was invaded by half a dozen girls. You will excuse us for coming, but we must leave these things here, said one of them. They opened some bundles they had brought, and produced some cloaks and shawls. You are very kind, sobbed the widow. Who has done this? The Do-Somethings, Mrs. Lake. I declare there is no end to the good works of the Do-Somethings. This morning I was in utter despair. Nothing but cold and famine were before us. We went to bed last night at dark in order to keep warm, and this was the most cheerless Christmas morning I ever beheld. But the Do-Somethings have made a change in everything. We shall be happy and comfortable, and we shall be grateful that the example of him whose birth we celebrate today has put it into your hearts to remember the poor and friendless. May God bless you all, children. I am sure the Do-Somethings, as they performed all these kind acts, were happier even than the poor widow when she saw her house supplied with so many needed comforts. The children learned that giving to the poor is twice blessed, in those that give and those that receive. We will follow the girls of this last party on their next mission of charity. They had come in a large double sleigh provided by Mr. Lee, for the snow was too deep for them to go on foot. Ellen Gray, the oldest of the girls, told the driver to take them next to the house of John Grover, who was a very poor man living on the other side of the river. He was an honest man and willing to work, but he had only one arm, having lost the other 2 years before while blasting rocks. Even when the times were good, it was very hard work for poor John Grover to support his family, for there were not many kinds of labor that he could perform. Of course, therefore, he had not been able to save any money to support him when he could obtain no work. The sleigh drew up before his door, but the Do-Somethings had not been there with their shovels, and there were no paths cleared for them. But the driver had a shovel in the sleigh, which he carried to clear the road if he came to any large drifts, and he very soon made a path for them. The door was opened by John Grover himself. He appeared very sad and troubled, and I suppose he wondered what all these girls wanted at his house. "Good morning, Mr. Grover," said Ellen. "We have come to wish you a Merry Christmas." "Thank you, young ladies. It is very good of you. But I am afraid it will not be a merry day to us, for our little girl is very sick with the scarlet fever." "I am sorry to hear that. Is she very sick?" "Very sick indeed." "What does the doctor say?" "We have not had any doctor yet. I suppose everybody knows that I am very poor, and I don't like to call in a doctor till my wife has done all she can." "You must have a doctor right off," said Ellen. "We will pay his bill, though I am sure he would have come for nothing if you had only sent for him." "Here, John," said Flora Lee, who was one of this party, "you go right away after the doctor just as quick as ever you can." "Yes, Miss Flora," replied the driver as he jumped into the sleigh and drove off as fast as the horses could go through the deep snow. The girls carried their bundles into the house and fitted out the children with such clothes as they needed. And while they were there, 2 or 3 parties of boys came, with wood and provisions. By the time they had finished their good work, John returned with the doctor and Mrs. Lee, who had seen him pass and sent out to know what the matter was. In an hour everything was changed in the house of poor John Grover. End of section 47. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 48 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Do-Somethings, Chapter 3. During the whole forenoon, the boys, about 30 in number, who belonged to the Do-Somethings, were hard at work performing the duties which the society required of them. A dozen sleds were going all the time, carrying wood and provisions to the poor. Everywhere they went, they were warmly welcomed, and the best skating or coasting that ever cheered the hearts of boys could not have afforded them half so much satisfaction as they derived from these labors of love. Mr. Lee knew very well what would make them happy when he arranged all this work for them. He thought it would be a great deal better to have them carry the wood and provisions themselves than to send them by his teams. They could see the people on whom they bestowed their bounty, and witness the effect which it would produce upon them. It is true the plan gave the boys a great deal of hard work to do, but he thereby taught them to work for the poor and make sacrifices for them. It is not much for a boy or girl who has plenty of money to give a few cents, or even dollars, to the poor. And if the gift is not bestowed from a real desire to do good, it does not benefit the giver. At Mr. Lee's suggestion, the committee had purchased 4 cords of wood, which had been put in a barn, and there sawed and split, ready for use. In the back room of Mr. Lee's house, there was stored a great quantity of provisions. There were small bags of flour and meal, baskets of potatoes, meat, tea, and sugar, all ready to be carried out by the boys. Before they ate their Christmas dinner that day, half of the wood and nearly all of the provisions had been distributed, and their labors carried peace and plenty to many a home of pinching want and poverty. There was still $20 in the treasury of the society, and the committee to collect were just as busy as ever. The president had a list of 15 families which they were to assist. Every Wednesday and Saturday afternoon, no matter how cold or how stormy it was, the boys might have been seen dragging their sleds loaded with wood or provisions through the streets of Riverdale. The society did something more than provide fuel, clothing, and shelter for those in their charge. John Grover's little girl got well, and they went to the doctor to pay his bill, but he was a Christian man and did not charge anything. In another poor family, a little girl died, and the society not only paid all the funeral expenses, but the children carried flowers from the greenhouses to deck the little marble form for the grave, and sang a sweet hymn around the little coffin before it was lowered to its resting place. The Monday after Christmas was the first day of a new term at school. Many of the scholars were promoted from lower to higher classes. Among these was Robert Grover, a lad of 12 years of age, the oldest son of John Grover. He was a very good boy and an excellent scholar. He was promoted from the second to the first class. When the teacher called his name, he did not seem to be pleased as the other pupils were. On the contrary, he looked quite sad and gloomy. He lingered behind the others when they were called out to take seats in the first division. It was clear to the master and all the scholars that he did not wish to be promoted. "Come, Robert," said Mr. Swan, "we are waiting for you." "I don't want to be promoted, sir," said he, and those who were nearest to him saw that he could hardly keep from crying. "Don't want to be promoted!" exclaimed the master. "Why, Robert, I am astonished. You are one of our best boys, and one of our best scholars, too." "If you please, sir, I had rather not be promoted." "Why not?" "I don't know, sir," he replied, looking upon the floor. "I had rather stay in the second class this winter." "That is very strange. You are better qualified than any other scholar in your class to be promoted. Do you really wish to remain in the second class?" "Yes, sir." "I will let the matter rest for a few days," said Mr. Swan, who could not understand why Robert wished to remain in the second class. He thought there must be some good reason for this singular desire on the part of the boy, and he intended to speak to him in private about the matter. As Robert was a good boy, he was deeply interested in his welfare, and wished to do everything he could to help him along. "What do you suppose was the reason Robert Grover did not want to be promoted?" said Edward Gray to some of the boys at recess. "I don't know," replied one of them. "It was very odd of him, and I can't see through it," added another. "The last time he was promoted he was as glad as any fellow I ever saw," said another. "I heard him say last fall that he meant to be in the first class next term," continued Edward, "and now, when the master says he may go up, he don't want to go." "I see it!" exclaimed George Howard suddenly. "There is a hole in that millstone anyhow." "What is it?" asked Edward. "Don't you see through it?" "I do. It is just as clear as mud now." "Well, what is it?" "It is a case for the do-somethings anyhow." "What is?" "Can't you see it yet?" "I don't. Robert is a first-rate fellow, and it seems very odd that he should want to stay in the second class. What is the reason?" "Don't you see that the books which the first class use will cost a heap of money, and he can't afford to buy them?" "That must be the reason," replied Edward thoughtfully. "But the do-somethings can help him out of that difficulty." "Of course they can, but they must be very careful how they do it, for Robert is a great deal prouder than his father. He wouldn't take anything from us, I believe, unless it was to save his own or his parents' lives. We will talk it over at the meeting of the society next Wednesday." Presently the bell rang, and the boys all went into the school. But I think that during the rest of the forenoon several of them tried to devise a plan by which Robert could be supplied with books without hurting his feelings. George Howard was a very ingenious boy, and in 20 minutes after the pupils came in, he got 5 checks for suddenly rapping his desk with his fist. The fact was, George had got an idea, and when it struck him, he could not help striking the desk, which it was not proper for him to do in school time. And the idea was so big that he had to strike a pretty heavy blow, which startled the master and all the scholars. Boys with 5 checks had to stay 15 minutes after school, and George happened to be the only one who had to remain that day. He was generally a very good boy, though sometimes a little roguish. "You haven't begun the new term very well, George," said Mr. Swan, when they were alone. "What made you strike the desk so hard?" "I couldn't help it, sir." "Indeed, couldn't you? Then we must put you in the stocks. You are a dangerous boy to be at large if you can't help striking such heavy blows as that was." "I was thinking, sir, and when the idea struck me, I struck the desk. If you are willing, sir, I will tell you all about it." Mr. Swan was willing, and so George told him why he thought Robert Grover did not wish to be promoted. He also stated his plan for supplying him with books. George's 5 checks were taken off, and his plan was adopted. End of section 48. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. Section 49 of Riverdale Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. The Do-Somethings, Chapter 4. "Scholars," said Mr. Swan when the school had assembled in the afternoon, "I intend to devote the remainder of the day to spelling. This is a very important exercise, and I shall give more time to it during this term than ever before. Shall we spell on sides?" asked George Howard, raising his hand first. "You will not," replied Mr. Swan. There was a queer smile upon the teacher's face when George asked this question. He shook his head, too, as if to reprove the boy for making the inquiry. "You will spell down," added the teacher. "You will all take your places in line around the room. When a scholar misses, he will take his seat. Of course, those who remain up the longest will have made a reputation for good spelling. To make the exercise more interesting and exciting, I intend to give a valuable present to the one who holds out the longest." "What will it be?" asked George. "I do not propose to tell you yet. I have a list of the articles in this sealed envelope. The value of the present is about $3. If the one who wins the prize prefers some other gift, he may have anything he likes which is of the value of $3. I think that is fair. Now we will commence. Take your places." Mr. Swan put out words for 2 hours, at the end of which time there were only 6 scholars standing, all the others having missed and gone to their seats. Robert Grover was one of the 6, and for half an hour longer the contest was continued, till only Robert and one of the girls remained. The school was very still, and all were watching with intense interest the progress of the game between these 2 good scholars. "Annual" was the last word put out. "ANUAL," spelled the girl. "The next," said Mr. Swan, and the girl took her seat, while Robert spelled the word correctly. She who had missed this word was one of the best spellers in the class, and if the committee had been there, they might have wondered why she missed so easy a word. Robert was the victor, but no one was very much surprised at this, for he was a good speller. He had often held out to the last in similar exercises, though the girl who took her seat on the last word was fully his equal. "Robert Grover, you have done well. You have won the prize, and it will give me great pleasure to present it to you. It consists of a set of books used by the first class, though, as I said before, if you prefer some other gift, you are at liberty to choose for yourself." "Thank you, sir, but I think I will take the set of books." "As you please. You have just been promoted to the first class, and I dare say they will be very useful to you." Mr. Swan took the books from his desk and gave them to Robert, and in a few minutes more the school was dismissed. "Well, fellows, what do you think of that?" said George Howard, as the boys were walking towards home. "It was well done, George, but don't you suppose Robert suspects what it was all for?" replied Edward. "Not a bit of it. Why should he think anything?" "I don't know, but so many of us knew all about it that I was almost afraid Robert would find it out." "Not more than half a dozen of the scholars understood what it was for," replied George. "Are the do-somethings to pay for the books?" "No. Mr. Swan said he was glad of the chance to give the books himself. He wouldn't let me say a word to the do-somethings about the money. I think we got through with it nicely." "Wasn't you afraid Robert himself would miss?" "I was a little afraid." I was. I trembled for him a dozen times. If he had missed, it would have spoiled it all. But Mr. Swan wouldn't have let him fail, you see. How did he like the plan? First rate. I think he will scold me for asking questions when I knew all about it just as well as he did. He will say it was needless deception. Though the treasury of the Do-Somethings did not suffer by this splendid operation, it was effected by the members of that energetic and useful society. Only 6 of the best spellers in the school had been informed of the plot, and the girl who failed on annual knew how to spell it as well as she knew how to spell her own name. She and several other scholars had missed on purpose. Robert went into the first class, making no further objections to his promotion. The scholars, who had been entrusted with the secret of the plot to supply him with books, kept the matter so closely to themselves that he never found it out. I might tell of a great many other good things which the Do-Somethings did, but I have not the space to spare. They followed up the work very faithfully during the winter, and I am sure they saved a great many people from suffering. The rich men of Riverdale were very willing to give money to the society when they saw how well it was expended and what an amount of good the Do-Somethings were doing. Their treasury, therefore, was never empty. But I am sorry to say that a few of the boys and girls who had begun the work very earnestly in December soon became weary in well-doing. The boys preferred to skate and coast to dragging wood and provisions about the village, and the girls stayed away from the meetings. There were very few, however, who turned back after putting their hands to the plow. Those who were faithful to the end had plenty of time to play, and when they did play, they played in earnest, just as they worked. I am sure they were a great deal wiser and better and happier for the thought and the labor they had bestowed upon the needy and suffering. Their good works also helped them to form good habits. As children, they learned to think of the poor, and when they became men and women, they will not be likely to forget them. At least, I hope they will not. End of section 49. End of Riverdale Stories by Oliver OPTIC. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana.